'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
it's ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. We're searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah.
Can you hear us here? Fantastic. So we are in the call hall,
Yes.
right?
My microphone doesn't work, so we're going to be doing this very closely.
Apparently
Yes, welcome to the East Hall. Much like East Berlin, this is the cooler part of the establishment. There is a tiny Berghain in the corner, see if you can find it. But less about us and our fantastic wit, and more about this young man.
we have Wojtek Czekowski. Czekowski?
Great. No,
Great? I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have even tried to clarify it. Yes. Yes. And you're going to be talking about React Native, server rendered React Native. Yeah. Should we? Well, I don't have any fun facts. What were the fun facts?
Okay, great job.
Woo!
Thanks for the intro, and I'm happy to see so many of you here. It's hard to find this East Hall, so thanks for the effort. Thanks to the organizers. They took great care of all our speakers, and I hope that you are gonna have great time at the conference. So, my name is Wojtek Czekowski. My name is hard to remember and hard to pronounce. I'm from Poland. That's what you get. And I'm gonna talk about server rendered React Native. It's by far the coolest thing I've ever worked on, and it's not as much a programming thing as it is a product thing, because I really believe that it can change the way we use phones or applications. And let me tell you how. I'm gonna use my yesterday's trip from Krakow, where I live, to Berlin as an example. So first thing I did was checking schedule for the public transportation from Krakow to Krakow Airport on this app. Then I compared the the train with a taxi. Taxi was super expensive, so I went with the train. I bought the ticket in yet another app. I got to the airport. I showed the boarding pass in the Ryanair app. Then I came to Berlin. I flew in. I opened up Google Maps. I checked how to get to the restaurant that I wanted to go to. I had to check what ticket I should buy. And in the meantime, I found this app where you can buy tickets, but I just didn't want to register there, so I just went with the paper one. And then I had to check where the hotel is in the mail app, and the whole trip, the whole workflow was a mess. It probably looked more like this. This is chaotic, and this is chaotic on purpose, because the way we sort of do activities with applications is like one application per activity and not one application per sort of workflow. And what if we could change that and have one app that does multiple things, and not only the ones that I showed here, but what if I didn't have to log in to buy the ticket for the metro here, or had a calendar integrated, and the hotel, and maybe even the food. And the concept of such apps exists already, and it's called the super app. There are many well-known super apps out there. The like most well-known example is WeChat. It's also Grab or Paytm in India. But all of these are sort of operating system apps, so they really look similar to iOS or Android when you open them up, or not look similar, but they work similarly. And the way I think about it is sort of super app as a workflow and not as an operating system. So the trip that I showed you before is sort of a workflow or an activity, extended activity that has an order, and like there are concrete steps, and it would be really great and much more productive to integrate it into one. Another example which actually exists is checkout on Instagram. So Instagram is a great tool for e-commerce, and many huge and really small players use it. And Instagram last year added this feature where you can buy something inside Instagram without leaving the app. You have your details in there, you have payment in there, everything is in there. So it's much the whole experience here and the process of buying things is streamlined. So it's easier for users, it's easier to acquire the customers. There are other examples like Foursquare, that's from a couple of years back. You could get the reserve the table and even get the Uber to the restaurant. 2 weeks ago, Booking added ride-hailing to the application, so now they are sort of becoming a workflow app for travel. They have the hotels, car rental, and they have the ride-hailing, restaurants. And I really believe that in the near future, every app will be a super app. So think about what you're working on. Maybe you have, I don't know, a calendar app. How good it would be if the user could just get an Uber from or whatever taxi from the calendar app, and maybe you could even get some revenue from it because you incentivize the action. And now the obvious question is, so does it mean that super apps cause monopoly because you're gonna have fewer apps and bigger that causes bigger players. But I would argue that the opposite is true. Super apps cause hyper competition because when you have one app with a concrete workflow, the service providers inside those apps might compete with each other. And on the inverse, when you have services separate from the apps, those services can be reused by other apps. So a good example is City Mapper, which has scooters inside the app, and the customer acquisition cost for a scooter company goes down because the user doesn't need to download another app, and like the company doesn't need to make a marketing campaign to just let the know users about their service. It's just displayed within the app. So you get the customer when you need them. And now, like, you might be thinking, how do we do it? The obvious idea is APIs. So we are all familiar with application programming interfaces. We use those all the time, or maybe SDKs. So you integrate some third-party product into your app this way. But I think that it's actually server-rendered apps. So you take the interface and put it on the server and have some sort of mechanism that renders that interface inside your app. And I call it UI as a service. I know it's a bit cheesy, but and it's the project that I'm working on, Nars. It's open source now. It's available on GitHub. I open sourced it earlier this morning, and that was my first talk. My first thought. Look at Bill Gates. There it is. And before I tell you more about like how it works, let me show you a quick demo. So can you see the code back there? Okay, good. So this is the code. It looks just like React Native code that you know, but you can see that it's imported from Nars. It's not imported from React Native, and all of this stuff that you see here, it's run on Node. It's run on the server. It's not on the client. And this is sort of boring. Like, that's just a template. But where React really shines is when you add state. So maybe let's add some state. Let's do it more active. So I'm gonna so what I'm doing now is changing so that the background color will be switching from blue to red. And mind you, all of this logic is on the server. It's sent to the client in some way, and I will explain it later. Oh, that's getting too long. Sorry for that. Anyway, this should work. Yeah, so we have a state change on the server, and the sort of interface update is sent to the client. And as I said before, all of this, all the code that I just wrote was run on a node, on a node server, and there are really three components: the node server, then we have the bridge, and the way those two communicate is defined by the bridge, and specifically the component called example1, as you could see here, is defined in a config. The config is some sort of object with keys. The keys name the components that you have, and the config is statically typed in TypeScript, and it's also validated in runtime. You can think of it as GraphQL schema, but for fetching a component. Then there's a communication layer, and it's implemented in protobuf. So it's essentially a serialization format that I use here, and it's compact, it's fast, and you can send views, so the view hierarchy, as you saw, and some primitive values over the protobuf, and it's useful for customizing what you see from the client. And the third part is remote component. So remote component is actually what you put on your client to fetch the app from the server. It has a name prop and the props prop, but we're gonna focus on the name now. As I said, it's statically typed, and it is sort of similar to GraphQL schema. So if I put something else, like some dummy name as a name, there will be a compile time error. And now you see those props, they're unused. So you know, how about adding some props? Okay, so this is the config. I have two. I have two components here, and it doesn't have any props right now. So maybe let's allow the programmer to define color1 and color2 on the client, send it to the server, and then server is gonna send back views based on the colors sent from the client. So there you go. And it broke in runtime because there's runtime verification. Then we add props here, just like you would do in and this is, we are back on the server, and it's just like you would do in a normal React or React Native application. And instead of using style red and style blue here, we're gonna use props color 1 and props color 2. And the last thing, we need to pass the props. And this is the client. This is the code that's just on the client, just a simple remote component. So color 1, I know. What do you want, guys? Yellow, and maybe color 2, purple. So now I have the I'm so relieved that it worked. It's not fake, so it's a major achievement. Anyway, the color is sent from the client to the server. It decodes the strings, and we put it in the style object. And based on that, the views are sent from the server to the client with like appropriate colors. And that's really empowering because like you can do a lot from here. So first of all, it's all kept in sync, and the TypeScript or and the runtime verification just holds you by hand so that you don't make too many mistakes. And then you can pass different values. It's not just strings. The decoder and encoder function is it's a function, so you can get your custom object and deserialize it or serialize it and send it to the server, do something with it, return an interface based on that. I think it's extremely powerful. However, right now we only saw server that returns the user interface, but there's no interaction. And UI without interaction is, I know, it's a video, essentially. So we're not doing much better than video. So let's add some interaction, maybe a button or something, so that you can see how you can build something real with this. So I'm gonna switch to example 2. There you go. Oh, that's a bad spoiler. Oh boy. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. So again, we have the video, the painting. Nothing happens. I cannot tap the button. Stupid. So let's add some interaction. I'm gonna add touchable opacity and wrap the button in it. Okay. Now I can click on it, but nothing happens. Neither on the client nor on the server. So still not a major improvement. It's still a template, maybe interactive video. But let's change the progress. So here we simulate some sort of, I don't know, maybe you process a file and you have some progress. Usually, like right now, you probably you just do a fake progress bar, no judgment. But what if we actually want to do something meaningful with the data from the server? So imagine that you render the interface on the server and you render the progress based on actual data that's taken from the data processing pipeline progress. So as the onPress handler, we're gonna pass the servers. Yeah, we're gonna pass the the function that increments the fake progress. And as you can see now, I tap it on the client, and the client is just like one line of code. This like rendering example 2, and it updates the state on the server, and then it returns the new view to the client. And now we see this, and it's still it's better. At least it's not a video. But how about some animations? So the interfaces in native apps are particularly delightful because of interfaces, because of animations. So when you think about animations, you think about 60 frames per second, and you think about a lot of communication traditionally between the JavaScript code and between your native code in the context of React Native applications. So with the server-side rendering, it doesn't sound really feasible to have an animation, because what are you gonna send a request on every frame? That's stupid. So fortunately, there were very smart people who made React Native Reanimated, and it's a library that solves this problem in the context of local React Native app. So the problem it's trying to solve is that when you cross a bridge during the execution, and it's during an animation, you can feel some, I know, flickering on the screen, or maybe the gesture is not following your finger. So actually the same APIs can be used here, because we also had a bridge, but the bridge is just much longer. Instead of the bridge from JS to Objective-C or Java, it's a bridge from your JavaScript to JavaScript on the server. So the hook that I'm using here it just has some reanimated code. I'm not gonna go into the detail how reanimated works. It's a little bit weird API, but also great. Let's sort of. But I am gonna make an animated value based on the value that I had before. So instead of having those jumps, when I click next, I see this animation, and it's awesome. It's just like a native app. So this thing in particular is incredibly powerful, because you got 60 frames per second with the business logic defined on the server, and trips during the animation. So you just you just forget about the bridge, and oh my, what's going on? It was different here. You just forget about the bridge, and you don't cross it. And now, how about HTML and CSS? Because I'm presenting to you this completely different approach, where you render React Native on the server, and maybe this is a solved problem, but I think the experience is proving that the user experience in native apps is just better. And in this context specifically, you might want to have just one single little component rendered on the server, and the rest of the app is just a normal React Native app. And there's another approach to solve this sort of problem of updating the app or dynamic app from the server and the client and sending Node.js, sending JS bundles. So you send a sort of React Native application from the server to the client, the whole thing, maybe 2 or 3 megabytes. Actually, many companies do that for like bigger applications. But the problem here is that the initial load time is really big, and when you have global state in those JS bundles, things can get really messy really quickly. And then, like, a more high-level question would be, why don't I just simply focus on the web and do web? Because web has this accessibility and going from one application to another built into the concept, but the web doesn't provide the workflow that I talked about initially, where you can go from one app to the other in a streamlined way. You have those URLs, different logins on different websites, bad for the user, bad for the business. And lastly, I want to just say a few words about API-less apps. So here I'm talking about it in the context of super apps, but there's also an opportunity to build apps just like you do. But instead of reaching out to the API to fetch, I don't know, a list of data, you can render the list of data on the server and just display it inside your app instead. So you just get rid of the API. You have one sort of knowledge to implement the backend and the client, and it might just all work. I'm not too much invested into this idea, but I would be curious to hear your thoughts. And just last thing, I want to just, it's all possible thanks to the library called React Reconciler. It's in the core of React, and it allows you to build your own sort of React, just like Nars is sort of its own React thing, and it has the different host configs. So you have the DOM for the React DOM native. There's PDF, and you can do your own. So if you have an idea of turning some sort of just library into a React library, maybe turn your API into a component API, React Reconciler is a great way to do that. So that's it from me. You can reach out on Twitter or by mail. Especially if you like to use Nars, I would be super interested to hear your thoughts. I also have a newsletter about super apps. It's called This Week in Super Apps. It's a bi-weekly newsletter, and if you're interested in this concept of one app that defines a workflow, you might find that interesting. All right, thank you.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. That was great. You also did a lot of live demos, which is a very brave thing to do. So we're going to hook up our next speaker, and whoever is doing audio, I would love them to come down here and help Evan out. So when you're at the dinner before these things, you meet all the speakers supposed to be talking about. Do your best at swapping over. And I go around and I'm like, oh, I've got to introduce Evan. And he's a man who's wearing bright silver shoes and a Ferrari jacket. And he comes up to me and he goes, oh, are you collecting stuff about people? Like, yes. And I'm thinking like, have you traveled far? Do you like techno? All that normal boring stuff. He goes, no, I've got things from you. I'm an accused brony. I was once accused of having Ken Wheeler as a father. And just go with dank memes from there on in. So, this is the kind of caliber we expect here. That's a great question. Is it on? It's hard to know. We currently have the single exit, single entry problem, so we might have to wait for this crowd to settle down for a bit.
Am I just going to start speaking immediately, like right now?
No, I think you're good. We can put it in your back pocket.
Oh, like, should I just start speaking like as soon as we get this up and running?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Where's the speakers? Okay. Is this? I am not.
Yes, I'm also normally would I get up there?
Comfortable jacket. I feel very, very trite wearing a Ferrari logo on myself.
Give us a moment to
Sort out some audio difficulties, and we'll be right with you.
Is it working? Say something.
Is it working? I can't tell.
Not currently.
You have to wait for them to switch it.
Can you just like tap?
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. The screen should.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. I know if it's the guy right up here, but has to activate the screen or not.
It's alright. Don't worry.
Cool, cool. Yes.
Don't worry, if this doesn't work out, we have an over projector. You can draw on some plastic, old school
Yeah.
style.
I can just act it out.
We can also be charades for your slides if you want. Just tell us what the slides are supposed to do, and Simon and I will do our best impressions of that.
Yeah. Do like an interpretive dance of React state.
Yeah, that's what I do in my spare time anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Really magical. Okay, so we seem to have fixed our technical problems. Let's hope they remain fixed. And Evan, if you're ready, take it away.
Big round of applause.
Does he really deserve a big round of applause? No, of course he does. What a handsome man.
All right, what is up, guys? I'm Evan, and today we're going to be talking about something really exciting, and that is building universal applications. And that is an app that you write once and you can run everywhere. So this project, this talk, just like any great project, starts with the question of, do you build an app or a website? And the reason you need to choose is because the stack is totally different. So if you want to build an app, you can use one of these great solutions like React Native. And then over here to build a website, you've got there's lots of ways to build websites. And what if you could build both, though? What if your company had the budget or the bandwidth, or what if you just had the time to make both? What would that look like? So if we look at major companies like Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, we kind of see that it would just look basically identical across web and native. Well, this is the mobile web, right? And it's sharing a lot of the same components, a lot of the same elements, and everything basically just looks alike. So going back to that list that I showed you earlier, one of these solutions can be used to create truly universal apps today, and that is React Native. So let's talk about React. React is awesome. It's got a great community. It's got lots of great features, an incredible team. It's got, hooks. And React is, the way React kind of works is when you say you're building a React website, you're building a website with React DOM. Now React has this XML style language called JSX, and I promise this will get more complicated. And it looks like HTML, but it's not actually HTML. But you write things like div and image and p. And then React Native came along, and it enabled you to write iOS apps using React. So you could use all those same great features, that great community, and create iOS apps with it. But instead of going for the platform-specific names like div and image and p, they opted to use platform-agnostic names like view and image and text. And because of this, a guy who's working at Facebook, Christoph Majira, was able to create React Android, which enabled you to build Android apps with React. And because they were using this primitive system, things like view and image and text, they were able to essentially just use all the same code across platform. So when I say primitive, what I mean is, like, say you wanted to render text to a screen, right? You got any text, any screen, and if that screen is a browser, you would wrap it in something like a span RP or anything really. And if it was an iOS app, you would use a UI label from UIKit, and if it was an Android app, you would use a text view from the Android SDK, right? But a primitive is something like a text element, where you write it once, and then based off where you're rendering it, it will bind to the correct native element. And doing this for web is something that Nicholas Gallagher worked on solving when he created the library React Native for Web at Twitter to create the Twitter Lite PWA, which is perhaps one of the greatest PWAs of all time. And the reason I give this very long-winded explanation is because the name React Native for Web is not great. It kind of insinuates that you took React, made that work on native, and then made that work back on web, which is like very redundant. But it's not. That's not what it actually does. What it really does is it takes and uses that same primitive system. So you could use things like view and image and text, and then they would render to the correct element. So if it was a view, it would be like a div, and image, but you could use the same code everywhere. And this is a great idea. A lot of people are really into it. All these big companies use it for their PWAs and desktop PWAs, supplementary websites, and Twitter uses it for their actual website, which is like the 6th biggest website in the world. So everyone must be using this, right? It's so cool. Not right. It's actually far less than right. So I assumed that like maybe people just don't build websites. Maybe they just mostly build native apps. Then I added React DOM and realized it was like 16 times wrong. People really build websites all the time. So here's the part where I just read directly what's on the screen, and that is, why isn't everyone using it, right? If it's a proven technology, and if you use it to build your website and your native app, then you're getting that that cooperability across platforms, and there's just like so many benefits to using it. And to understand why people don't use it, I think we should understand like the problems with React Native as a whole, or problems. So all these are iOS 13 apps, right? And they're all very complicated, and they all kind of share a common trait, and that is that you can't really build any of these with React Native on its own, because React Native doesn't provide things like maps and gestures, navigations, videos, which are all very critical elements to a lot of very important apps. So it requires a lot of community libraries. So like this is the same case with React DOM. Only difference is with React Native, it's much harder to make native libraries because you need to know iOS and Android, and React DOM's JavaScript alone. So when people want to build production-ready applications with React Native, usually what they do is use a framework called Expo. Now, I love Expo. If I was to describe it as like the most reasonably possible for those of you who don't know, Expo is probably, I call it like the greatest thing ever created, probably. I work at Expo, so yeah. So Expo provides a few things to make development really easy. The first is the universal SDK. This is things like the video, the maps, gestures, navigation, all those which run wherever Expo runs. So if you write your app once with that SDK, then it will run anywhere in platforms you're at in the future. It will run there as well. The next is services like the Expo client, which is kind of like a native browser for your applications. I like to think of this one as like, imagine if when you're building a website, you downloaded Chrome every time you updated the website and you had to set it up. Expo Client is kind of like that, like or it's not like that, right? It's like it's kind of like that. So with the Expo client, you just download it once, and then you can use it across multiple apps that you're working on, and you don't have to ever download native dependencies back onto your device. You just update the JavaScript. And then things like Snack, which we'll get into here in a second. And then there's a bunch of dev tools which cut out all the needless complexity involved, and build services, things like Turtle, which will build your Xcode build in the cloud. So if you have a Windows computer, now you can do iOS development, which is really awesome. And now we're going to get to my favorite part, is the live demo. Yeah, this really spoke to me. I thought, I'll just demo stuff too. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off mirroring real quick, or turn on mirroring. And I can demo some stuff for you. So first, let's just make a native Expo project, right? We can do that with Expo init. First, we need to probably select this keyboard. Expo init, right? And then we can just put in whatever name. We select the template, B26. I'm really good with naming. And then it will just install. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen a cooking show, but in cooking shows, you just have all the steps prepared ahead of time. So that's what I do. So here's what will happen after it's done initializing, unless you guys just want to watch the yarn packages installed. So if we want to start up an Expo project, we just run expo start. And what this is going to do is it's going to fire up something called the Metro Bundler, which is Facebook's proprietary bundler. And I have my own feelings about that. So we're going to hit the I key, and then that's going to install the Expo client and then open the project in Expo. So here we go. We're running the project now on the simulator. We can run it on a device as well. Just going to open up the code for this really quickly. And I can make a bunch of really profound changes to this code and watch it update live like that, right? So it's pretty cool. You have a native app running right there, right now. But you guys have probably all seen React Native, or maybe you have, so it's okay. Let's do more with this, though. So what if we wanted to run this in the browser? Well, in the past, you had to install Webpack, Webpack CLI, Webpack Dev Server, React Native for Web, React DOM, set up a Webpack config, change your entry points and all that. Now what you can do is you can just kind of hit the W key, and then it will fire up Webpack, and it will open it in the browser. So yeah, like that. And so now we've got our project sharing the code in the browser and natively on iOS. And of course, this will run on Android as well, but I don't want to bring my computer to a halt, so I'm not going to open the simulator. And we can just make more changes. I guess I can make like real changes now. That's where we're at. And there we go. It'll like live update. It's very impressive. Okay, so I promised on Twitter that I would show something new off. So this has all been out for a few months, and I've got something new to show you guys. So this is all well and good, but what if you wanted to run this as an OS X, a Linux, and a Windows app? You could do that with a package called Electron. And before I go any further, I'll say that we are working on a proper native version of desktop support for Expo, but I figured, why not? We'll try Electron. So you could do both. So I'll show you how to use Electron with this stack. It's dead simple. It's crazy easy. So let's go over here, and we would just install the package with like yarn add at expo/electron adapter. And this is going to install all the tools required to run it. It's kind of an out-of-tree platform, so to speak, because we don't want to install like Electron into everyone's app. There we go. It's installed. Now I can run yarn expo electron. I'll clear that out real quick. And what this is going to do is it's going to add all the, like ignore generated packages to the git ignore. It's going to install the missing dependencies. In this case, that's Electron. And I think sometimes there might be like a Webpack dependency. And now it is ready to go. So if I run yarn expo electron start, it's going to fire up a new Webpack config for the main process. So you do have hot reloading on both of the Electron processes when you use it with Expo. And just like that, now we have a desktop app, and it is supporting 6 platforms with the same code base. It's crazy stuff. All right, so I'm gonna move all these over, and I'm just gonna flex on how cool it is to update all these at the same time. If I can fit it on. No, I don't want to move you. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3 right there, and plenty of room to code in. So we can just make a change there, and then 1, 2, 3, we've updated the app, and we can work on 3 various apps all at the exact same time. So let's go ahead. We can add some native dependencies like a linear gradient, and then I can add like colors. Let's go like blue and plum. There we go. So that's 6 platforms that you can do with the same code base. It's wild stuff. But it does get even easier than this. So this is all doing it locally. This is doing it with the CLI. This is kind of like how you would do it when you're actually developing an app. But if you're just experimenting with it, or if you're playing around, if you're making examples, you would do something even easier. You would use a software called Snack. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Snack. If you're familiar with something like oh, let me beef that font up, like CodePen or Code Sandbox or JS Fiddle, this is like that, but it's kind of like taking it to the next level, because not only can you build websites with it, but you can also build native apps directly in the browser. So just by hitting the URL snack.expo.io, you've created a native app that you can just run, and you have a link to it that you can share with people, and they can open it on the client as well. So let me open it in the simulator. Simulators are so fun to use. So right here, anxious orange. That's kind of me. And it's going to synchronize that code, and then just here from the browser, without installing anything, without adding any overhead to my device, you can just update the code live on your native device and in the web browser. So that's pretty cool. And it's got dark mode, so like really cool. I'm going to show you guys one that I really like, actually. So this is just like a favorite. And this one, essentially what this is it's like the chat bubbles animation from Facebook Messenger. So if I grab this, I can animate it around. You see, so this is running in an editor in an iframe while I'm presenting with a simulator open and 3 bundlers. I should actually stop those now that I think about it. And then I can run it on both of these, but these are also just web gestures that I'm showing off right now. So buttery smooth, using that same API everywhere. So even for complex primitives, like I showed you how this works with text across platforms, but even with like pan gestures and like spring animations, it works the same across platforms. So it's very cool. I'm going to say that a few more times. Now, everything I've shown you so far is just like hello world stuff, right? It's just bootstrapping, it's text, you know. So like, what does this look like when you're actually like building something real with it, like an actual website? And the answer is, I've got another demo I can show you. So this is something called Expogram. This is like a clone of Instagram that I built a long time ago, but I built it just for iOS and Android. After adding or like creating Expo Web, I was able to then just run this in the browser. You see it's got the media queries from when I ran it on iPad, so if I close it, it's like doing all the media query things. And then I can, it's pretty good. It's got like a lot of, views and images on it. We can also open it in the simulator like this. Oh, it's already open. It's like I planned this. And then I can like do gestures, so I can pinch and move the image around. Pretend you didn't see that just now. So let me just I can pinch and scale, move the image, reset it, stuff like that. And that's all okay. My favorite screen though is when you open up the camera. So the camera is really cool for a couple of reasons. The first one is it's basically just an exact clone of Instagram. So when you hit it, you have permission dialogue similar to the app, which is very kind of unheard of for a website. Usually websites just, when you hit a page, they're like, we need your camera. So with this, you have like these much cleaner API interactions for the user. So I'm going to go ahead and enable camera. I'll enable the microphone. I will grab my water. And just like that, now we're running a camera in the browser as well. So we can also animate around. whoa. Gonna just click through here. As you can see, we've got like crazy animations jumping up. This one's one of my favorite screens because now not only is it running a live camera feed in the browser, but now it has a native blur view running on top of it. And this isn't a special browser. This is just Chrome, like the cookie cutter Chrome. You could open this up, expogram.netlify.com, try it yourself. It's streaming in audio data from the iTunes API. I won't play any of it because I don't want to halt the YouTube stream. But then you could like come over here, type something, Berlin, hey, and then maybe like change the gradient around, change the font around. This is more impressive on native than it is in the browser, but you know, you can change fonts. And then you can save the image, so it's using like a kind of a screenshot where it like recreates the DOM, saves that as an image, and then I can like save it like that. And if you're doing this natively, that will save it just to the native photo gallery. And it'll open up the photo, and as you can see, it saved the photo here locally to my actual file system. So it's a lot of complex functionality that, again, I didn't have to do any of this. It all just happened by default. If we open this up in a not incognito browser, you'll see that right over here we have access to installing it as a desktop PWA. One second. Desktop PWAs are so good at installing. So we get the prompt. Again, this is not a feature I added. This just comes with Expo for Web. And that's about all the demos I have for you. So we're going to get back to the presentation, and I'm going to talk very quickly about how this all works. Somehow I closed Keynote. The demo worked perfectly fine, then Keynote failed. Okay. Let's jump to, I also have videos of all that stuff just in case the demo fails. So, yeah, we can skip over all that. Come right into here. So we can talk about how the PWAs work with whatever time I have left. PWAs are awesome. In fact, I'm actually just going to mirror the screen because I need to see the notes for this one. I got to read my script about how PWAs are awesome. Okay, so I think in the past, there have been a lot of websites or services for building websites that are like, oh, you get a PWA for free. But it's a lot different when you actually build the native app and run it as a PWA because there's a lot of functionality that you can just omit. Whereas if you come from a website, you can't really just automatically add that functionality back. And there's a lot of functionality that people come to expect now, like offline support and splash screens, app icons, theming, safe area, navigation, sharing, tons of stuff, right? All this is automatic, and one of my favorite features, to be honest, is just like the full screen with the safe area view when you have a PWA. And the safe area view, if you don't know, that's kind of this area where the notches are on your phone. So this is it in landscape mode. This is really the only time you'd see it in a browser. When it's in a PWA, you see it a lot because there'll be like no URL bar. And a lot of websites don't really account for this. But if you don't account for it as a native app, Apple will just reject your app. So you're getting this like much more high quality website. And I mean, like, seriously, no one accounts for these things. And it's like a clean UI. And I was actually yesterday I saw this. Google also doesn't account for this, so it just cuts off right there. So a lot can be done to make it better, and it is. So when you use Expo, you get all of this functionality by default. Maybe Google should use Expo. So, yeah. So let's talk a little bit. We're going to look under the hood. It's like a car reference, and we could talk about how it all works from a bundler perspective. So who here knows what a bundler is? Right? Okay, so like everyone. Who here knows how it works? Okay, nice. I'm going to put my hand down for that one. Essentially, the bundler is like the build step for your project, right? So it's going to take all the files, put them in like a bigger file, then it's going to remove the code it's not using, then it's going to transpile it, then it's going to minify it, and a bunch of other things, right? So there's a lot that can go wrong during that process. And I found the only thing more inconvenient than a bundler is two bundlers. Now, React Native uses the Metro bundler, like I said earlier. That's a Facebook bundler. Then the rest of the React community uses Webpack. I really like Webpack. So React Native for Web uses Webpack. You could technically run React Native for Web in the browser with Metro, but I'm going to stick to that one, right? So, what? Yeah. So Webpack does have its own set of difficulties. The first one being that it's just very difficult. So yeah, if you are like if you're just trying to set up a basic React Native web project, the biggest thing I think that was halting it from really blowing up was the fact that you needed to do a lot of complex Webpack stuff. You needed to, like, if you have an app with a lot of iOS, Android web code and you're building for web, you need to know how to remove all that iOS and Android code. And you need to alias things. And there's just a lot for even the most simple app. And then, if you want to use it with any of your favorite tools, like Next or Storybook or Gatsby, and like, why wouldn't you? They're awesome. Then you have to take their proprietary Webpack config and mix it with your proprietary Webpack config. So now you kind of just need to know like everything about Webpack if you want to get going with React Native for web in like a real production capacity. Which is kind of why like a lot of these bigger companies with, you know, engineers with lots of time use React Native for web, and a lot of hobbyists don't. But all of that is now out of the way and gone with Expo because all these things are just supported by default. It's kind of just like making one Webpack config and then turning it into a library. And then adding like Next support or Gatsby support it's as easy as setting up Electron support. You just download the adapter and now you can build a Next website and reuse all the same components with your iOS and Android app and your desktop app. So you're getting like almost 100% code reuse, everything outside of like the navigation. And then with stuff like Nars, maybe in the future you can just SSR everything. So it just needed to be very easy, and that's why we set up the Webpack config. So now for the question on all of your guys' minds, and that is, can you build video games with it? And of course you can. I love video games. I made a lot of video games before I came to Expo. So you can play any of these in the browser. They're all using Expo for web. I built all of these as native apps, and then once creating Expo Web, I was able to just run every single one of them. That one's actually running as a desktop PWA as well. And they're all super performant. I don't have enough time to play them, but you get the idea. So what's next? What do we have to do to make this even better? And the first thing I think is just navigation. That's like the biggest open question right now. And that is because navigation is such a complex topic. And I mean, there's like a whole talk dedicated to React navigation, which is the Expo Navigation Library. I recommend you check it out. It's by Satya. He works full time on it. And in native, you've got lots of different paradigms for navigation. You've got like the stack navigator where you push views on top of each other, and the tab where you switch between them. And with web, you've got like built-in navigation. So you have to think of like a nice middle ground for that. And then there's also things like shared element transitions, where one element transitions from one screen to another screen. And that's also very difficult. You can think of it like an image gallery when you open an image. But it's got anime and it looks cool, so I really want it. And now, Expo made native development for iOS and Android probably easier than it's ever been before. And now with the addition of web, Expo Web supports all modern browsers, by the way. You can render your app, your same code base, to all of these new targets. Extremely easy. And now with Electron support, and in the future desktop support with Catalyst and React Native Windows, you'll be able to build all these native website or desktop apps with the exact same code base as well. I mean, in the future, there's like, I guess, a few other ones that we could add, just do it all, why not? I mean, it's like if you have React Native Windows, that one comes by default, and that one comes by default, and tvOS is kind of already in there, but no one really uses it, so. And so anyways, guys, that is why I think that Expo, now with the addition of web and desktop and all these cool new things that we're working on, is the way that you can truly today write apps once and then run them anywhere. And that's all I got time for you guys today. If you enjoyed, sweet. If you guys enjoyed, feel free to follow me on Twitter at BaconBricks. I'll be tweeting out links to all the things I just showed, and then I, tweet things when I'm like alone at night making new features. So, yeah, that's all I got time for today.
That was pretty good. I heard several minds being blown behind me, so you did good.
I mean, and next to you as well.
All right, so as you all run away, very quickly, eBay, they have some competitions at a booth, win prizes, go check them out. SumUp are also doing stuff for attendees, answer some questions, and you can get some prizes. Wayfair is giving away raffle tickets, and Algorand. You fill out a survey, and you get some YubiKeys and Raspberry Pis. Check them out while you're in the break. See you all back here at 11:30.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regret. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on
gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging, you go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, it feels right. It feels right.
Is this working? Okay, cool. Sorry.
Ahaha, it's good to see so many fresh faces here. You look much more caffeinated than it before. I hope you feel caffeinated also. We're going to get onto Catalina's talk in just a moment. That was embarrassing for everyone, but mostly for me.
Yeah.
I have to
You're nervous, man.
I have to do some sponsor announcements. So, firstly, Firebase. Firebase is a suite of tools that allow you to build the applications bigger, better, faster, stronger, and quicker. At Firebase's stand, catch up with engineers to discuss used technologies. This man seems to be in agreement. Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a London and remote-based consultancy offering. All right, Yanni. Offering expert-level JS, React, Node.js, software development services, and coaching. I don't know if anyone's ever coached me in software. That sounds great. eBay. You may have heard of it. Small little online shop. eBay's locations in Berlin are now home to top talent working at eBay, Kleinanzeigen, and Mobile.de. The company represents invite people to play the car racing game at the booth. So now they've all sat through me mangling that. One, thank you for your patience. And two, put your hands together for Catalina.
Hello, Berlin. Guten Tag, guten Morgen. Wow. No coffees for you? No. So, how many mobile developers or React Native developers are still? Whoa. It's going to be tough, though. We are all of us are great developers, and we love what we do. We're doing really good at work, right? We use the latest technologies out there. We use CSS in JS. We use GraphQL. We use jQuery. And we care about developer experience, right? I mean, developer experience is the first thing that we care about. But in today's talk, I'll be expressing myself about user experience, because we tend to forget about user experience while focusing too much on developer experience. And I'm really happy to be here in front of you to talk about a subject which I really love, and that's giving delightful animations via micro interactions and UI animations or UI movement or UI motion to the user. The goal of this talk is to just open your eyes. You can do animations using jQuery on the web and something else on React Native, let's say. I'll present more about what libraries are out there and how you can deliver that user experience that everyone needs to have. And I will start by saying that the best products do two things well. The first one is features, and the second one is details. The features are what draw people to your product, and the details are what keep them there. The details are actually what makes the difference between your application and the competition. I really love this code. So too many freaking disappointments are usually a sign of too many freaking expectations, and it's true, but I'll change it a bit. So I would say that too many freaking disappointments are usually a sign of too many freaking unmet expectations. And during this talk, I hope that we are going to provide user the right expectations, and because users want to know the action it's in progress. Users want to know the action is done. Users want to know the progress and how long it's going to take for that action to end. And users want to feel everything natural. The interaction should be natural because we are surrounded by motion in our life. Everything, just imagine driving on a highway with 200 kilometers per hour, because we are in Germany, you can do that, right? And suddenly you're losing frame. I mean, if you're losing one frame, it's enough for you to, I don't know where you're going to end up, maybe hugging a tree or something. So it's really bad to not have a good motion in your life. So everything surrounded, which surrounds us, is based on motion. A natural interaction is the right way of communicating with the user. And I'm pretty sure that most of us, including myself, were using an application and we are talking about, oh, I'm not sure exactly what's wrong, but it's definitely a thing which doesn't feel too natural, like snapping or losing one frame. That's a bad user experience. And we should try as developer to reach the goal of 60 FPS and make user feel they belong to that application. Animation in the interface can create pleasant illusion close to the natural and physics. It's like the physical world, it's what has to deal with animations nowadays. So in other words, we have to delight our users. On my agenda here, I have two general topics about microinteractions and UI animations or UI motion. And then we will go to technical subjects and we are going to take a look at React Native and what's out there and how we can use different libraries. And in the end, I'll discuss about hasty tips. So take it for granted and not about me. So a micro interaction goal is to provide feedback based on users' action. This can help users visualize how the interface moves or behaves, even though it's purely digital and you have a piece of glass in front of your fingers. Microinteraction is not that type of thing, right? It's not because it's called a microinteraction, it's not really small. So you have to see it, right? It's not that big and it's not going to take the entire space of the application. So it shouldn't create that high distraction from the most important features or the content of your screen, from your screen. A microinteraction doesn't incorporate more actions. It should do one particular thing and is not going to overload the whole application screen. So in other words, a microinteraction is the contained product, like it's containing a product moment that a user actually perform, and should do one thing only, and it should help user to achieve their goal, their final goal. There are different types of microinteractions, and there are many, but I'll go through only 5 or 6 maybe. Visibility of the system status plays an important role in your apps because users want to know what's happening at a given time, and this will set the correct expectations and will let user know how much is going to take to perform that action. So keeping the user informed whenever they perform an action, it's a good user experience. Visualizing inputs. I mean, forms are really boring. And you can make something special out of them by using microinteractions. I bet that most of us just encountered this problem with filling up a credit card form inside an application, and if, I don't know, the focus is not going to jump from credit card number input to the expiration day or to CVV2 or and is not showing you on the screen what you exactly typed, and you have to count all the 16 digits that you need to press. It's like it's bad user experience and it's not going to help users. a direct manipulation is the visual and the motion that can bridge the gap between acknowledging input immediately and animating in ways that look and feel the user can manipulate directly the screen, even though it's, again, a piece of glass in front of the fingers. A feedback makes you feel like you're interacting with real elements on the screen and demonstrates the result of the user action. For example, Twitter or Medium has this favorite or clap interaction, and it makes you like pushing it. It's like there is no way to just hide it. That's why maybe I like Yanni's tweets. So I always like, I want to see that micro interaction, and I'm always liking his tweets. It's like there is no way. I was trolling. No. Acknowledgement, right? This is everything that I was discussing about Twitter micro interaction, which it's engaging with the user. Achieving, I think this is the right way to inform the user about the result of an operation. In this example, the time to hack is calculated based on the user input, and it's trying to help him out, saying that, dude, you're doing something wrong because your password can be hacked in 5 seconds. And as long as he's typing more characters or complex ones, the UI is going to give him a feedback saying that you're doing a good job. That's again a good user experience. UI animations, it's another part of the user journey inside your application. And it's a way to tell a story, and it's also going to move or give life to your static UI. Keeping the context by using an animation, it's a good example. I think that also Evan mentioned shared element transition. This one is going to help user not losing the focus while navigating between different screens, and is going to move without friction, and it's going to help user and think. The app is going to think for the user, not user should think, not vice versa. It's going to make interactable and interactive by gesture handlers. It's also going to empower user, and he can have the sense and feeling that he's modifying the entire application. Stagger, of course, appearing and disappearing of the elements will please users' eyes. You see, it's a bad. It's like appearing and disappearing is like popping. Not actually. If there was a fade in, fade out animation, that will be. So appearing and disappearing of elements, because we are developers, right? You can do a. Wow, I wish I could do this in React Native. It's great. I'll not touch the computer. I'll just blink. And if you can animate the appearing or disappearing of elements on the screen, it's going to make your app really sophisticated. And animate elements using a stagger effect while they're unmounted and mounted, it's a great experience, and it's going to make users' eyes always staring at the screen. Again, we are developers, so we are here to talk about code, right? I didn't want to include any technical details in this talk, but I had eventually, because my goal was to read out 100 slides. Unfortunately, I only have 99. And what about React Native, right? What about React Native? There are animation libraries out there that's going to help you achieve those micro interactions and also UI animations. The first one is the built-in animated API that exists in React Native. I know that it's bad to say easy during a talk, but it's really easy to get started with, just to get your hands dirty. It also has stagger, timing. You can do spring, which is physics-based animation. You can also delay, do parallel animations. You can also do math operations like multiply, subtract, add, and so on. It also has support for interpolations. So if you are animating one value, you can also interpolate to that value and do like a background color interpolation or other different interpolations. It's using native driver only for two I would say types of animations, like what you can actually achieve on the native thread, and that's the transform and the opacity. It requires some talent in a way or another to achieve 60 FPS, and it also has support for layout animation. A layout animation, it's more for when your app state change is going to animate or give the user the animation between different states of the application. And in this example, this is what I've built using only animated API. React Native Animatable, in my opinion, is the best library out there for creating micro interactions. Ooh, I was drinking yesterday with Oblador, and yeah, thanks so much for creating this awesome library. It has lots of built-in animations, 62 to be more precisely, and this is like a small demo. But you can create like what micro interaction you can create. You can create an icon bell, and you can animate the whenever the application or the user is going to receive a new notification, is going to animate that badge. So let's take a look at the code, right? It's pretty small, I will say. So the first thing is that animatable expose a create animatable component, so you can wrap whatever component you already have in the application into an animatable component, and it's going to output some animation properties that you can later use. In our case, I was wrapping the bell icon with like the font awesome, the whole family. And here I'm passing the use native driver and the fade in animation with a duration there. And for the badge itself, I'm using the ta-da animation, which is like, you know, like if you're shaking your head. And I'm also specifying a duration for that, which is half a second. And that was the result. The next library, it's React Native Reanimated. I think it's the most performant library out there by far. Everything it's happening on the native thread. Yeah, it has use native driver everywhere. It's like there is no way for you to lose any frames, and it's also great for low-graded devices. It has transition API component, which is AKA layout animation, and in this GIF example, I'm actually showing an example which also React Native Reanimated repository provided. So let's go deeper in the code. So here we have the transition API, and we are passing a different config. And we're saying that, hey, you should transition the change by using the easy in out interpolation. Here I'm defining the items, silly, and right here I'm wrapping the whole component into a transitioning view, and I'm passing that transition config which I've just explained. And of course, the missing piece is that whenever someone will press on a button or you have a different state that will trigger that animation, you need to say that, hey, animate the next transition change from my state. And the rest is shuffling and only for the demo purposes. Another great library, it's called Pose. Pose, it's a physics-based animation library. It's pretty simple to animate elements. It's based on key. It's also using the same syntax as style components. So if you're familiar with style components, it's really a step forward to understand better this library. It has parent and child relations and supports gestures, and it also supports unmount and mount transitions. If you're taking a look at the code for the example which was running in the background, we have a posed view, which is exactly like a style component. The key right, in my case, and the left is going to either rotate 45 degrees or minus 45 degrees. And that component, in order to move the elements, you need to provide the pose prop. And I'm doing a math random here, so it's either right or left. And pose is going to take care of the all animation underneath. So you don't need to interpolate anything, you don't need to do anything basically. Just pass the config to a posed view or posed text and send that prop as pose. Another library is called React Spring. This is a library that's also using physics underneath. It's based on animated API and React Motion. It has there is an ongoing React Native reanimated integration inside it, and I think that is going to make it the most powerful weapon, let's say, for developers that would like to achieve micro interactions or UI animations out there. And it also has support for hooks. This example, let's take a look at the code and how we can do it. The first one, again, you can wrap your existing components with an animated function. Pass the config. In our case, we pass the mass and the tension there. Also friction, because it's a physics-based. It's just imagine nothing is working the same. So if you're on moon, on the moon is like you have a different gravity there, and if you're on Earth is like things are moving differently based on the environment. So this is why we're passing different mass, friction, and so on. And then we use the hook useTrail. useTrail, it's creating a stagger animation for a list of items. And here I'm passing the config for the animation itself. I'm giving the opacity and the translate y and the height and the initial value from where it's going to start. Then the result of the useTrail hook is going to give me a list of animated components or animated values that are going to interpolate over time, and I'm passing to that values to an animated text which I've just defined in the first place, and that's going to create that stagger animation for each particular item from your list. Shared element transition. Actually, it's a navigation stuff, but I prefer to refer it as shared element transition, and it's a good way to keep your user in focus. So shared element transition, there is React Native Magic Move. It has multiple transition support, it has JavaScript implementation, and it also has React Navigation integration. Good job. Hein gave a talk at React Europe, and he's going super deep into details and explaining how this library is working. He also created afterwards React Native shared element transition, shared element, which is the native implementation of the shared element. Also, Evan mentioned this library. It's pretty cool and it's cross-platform, and everything is 60 FPS. I mean, because it's native. The third one is React Native Fluid Transition. It's really easy to use. It has React Navigation integration. It has appear and disappear transition, and it's a JavaScript implementation. So let's take a look at the example shown here in the GIF. I have two screens, and on each screen I have an image, and I'm passing different styles for that image on screen 1 and screen 2, like here. And then React Native Fluid Transition offers us a create fluid navigator, and instead of passing a create stack navigator, let's just replace that with a create fluid navigator. Then React Native Fluid Transition offers us the transition component, and you can wrap the images with a transition component and pass the property name of the shell, like the key, to know which one to map between different screens. And then, of course, like the funny thing is that it's really smart library, and it knows how to map the different styles from different screens, and you don't need to worry about interpolating. And in our case, I'm not even passing rotation on the first screen, but on the second screen, because that has a rotation style, is going to automatically rotate the element for me. I'll give you some hasty tips. While doing animations, I found out that there are some possibilities and some tricks that you can integrate in your application. The first one is mounting and unmounting with React Pose. Pose offers a transition API. It's kind of hidden, so you need to dig really deep into the documentation website. Maybe someone will open up a request. Yeah. So pose transition, again, it's enter and exit keys, and you need to only wrap the component with the transition component, and the child is going to, based on a flag, is going to modify the appearing and disappearing of the view. Again, you can also toggle between different components, and it's going to animate both. A small example here is that here I'm playing with the opacity and the Y position, and whenever you press on the screen, it's going to fake a new component being mounted, and it's going to animate between those states and those components. But you can do like dynamic animations. In my case, I'm just doing a random number for X, Y, and I'm also rotating them. So whenever you press on the screen, it's going to change the whole behavior randomly, which is really nice because users will not always expect the same thing happen. Another one which I recently discovered, let's say, it's called interconnected animations. It's just my name. I mean, maybe you can find a better name. I'm just doing interconnected animations. I'm not even sure if I spelled it correctly in English. What you can do here is that you have, let's define two different animations, which is starting from 0. Both of them are starting from 0. Let's create an animate method that is going to use the spring, because I like physics, and is going to modify the index based on the tick, and of course is going to use the native driver. So far so good, I think. And we have this use effect, right? And when the component will mount, I would like to animate. So I would like to map the animation to the existing to just start the animation, right? And then after half a second, I'm increasing the timer, and I'm setting the value for the tick to that timer. And suddenly, out of nowhere, by passing the index to the modified index to the view, is going to automatically animate everything without doing set state, without doing anything. It's just going to work. And it's really powerful because everything is happening on the native thread except the set interval. but the animation itself is stored on the native thread, on the native layer. There is no communication on the bridge. Another example combining stagger animation and this interconnected animation, you can build also like showing a clock here and also modifying the seconds and minutes and hours. Hopefully I'm not sure if it's visible or not, the whole code, but this is the final output that you can get by using this technique which I just presented previously. So let's make UI intuitive. Let's make it natural. Everything should be physics-based and act like you being your own like user. And whenever you're building an application, you have to be the first user, not the actual user, if that makes sense. I'm currently working for Skype. I have a bunch of stickers. Just come afterwards to me. All at once, that will be even better. My name is Cătălin Miron. You can find me on Miron Cătălin on Twitter. Batman Codes, it's my website. You can find everything there. And thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Cătălin. That was really, really wonderful. Everyone's slides have been really amazing this time round. My slide game needs to get up. Do we have Eric Schaefer in the house? He's at the back. He's coming down, fighting past the people. So while we have Eric setting up, and if you don't mind passing that to the man coming down the stairs, I'm also here to thank our diversity sponsors, Couchbase, CallStack, and Firebase, who have been making a lot of contributions to give away tickets for free. And also, we have a jobs board in the hallway. Check it out if you want to work somewhere different for a change. All right, now for a subject near and dear to my heart, ReasonML, that I've been silently championing, by silently I mean very loudly championing on Twitter for the last 2 years at this point. Here is Eric Schaefer for ReasonML for Skeptics.
All right, so first for a quick show of hands, who actually has heard of ReasonML? Oh, okay, actually most of the room. Who is actually skeptical about ReasonML? Actually still a lot of people, that's great. So this talk is for you then. And I'm glad to see some healthy skepticism. So I'm Eric, and I'm a front-end engineer working on JavaScript applications at IM here in Berlin. And in earlier days, I worked on social network and streaming platforms, and have had many opportunities to be skeptical about pulling in fancy new technologies or languages. But before I dive into what Reason is, I'd like to set the scene a bit for why I prepared this talk today. So I have a problem, And the problem comes from working on a large JavaScript application at IM. And we use an error reporting service to track the kinds of users that real people experience in their browsers. And sadly, it works really well. So if you've used something like Sentry or Rollbar, and you might have hundreds of thousands or even millions of users, you're in for rude surprise about what kinds of errors people experience in browsers. If they have extensions on their browsers, it can interfere with your app. The list goes on. So, but one kind of error in general reigns as king, and I think you might share the same problem. Yeah, so uncaught type error, cannot read property of undefined. And it's no surprise either. In fact, some data collected by Rollbar suggests that this is the #1 JavaScript error in the wild. And let's check out some research they actually compiled about this. So they processed data on a little over 1,000 projects and published the top 10 errors in JavaScript projects. And our little error is unsurprisingly #1. And you notice a little trend in this list. Yeah, 7 out of 10 of these errors are type errors. And even number 10 actually is somewhat of a type error. So this thing isn't just my problem. It's actually all of our problem. So actually, what can be done about it? Remember the context I mentioned earlier, this relatively large application that I work on at IM? It's a React app. And with that in the back of your mind, I'd like to finally circle back and explain what is ReasonML. I still haven't told you. So I'd characterize it simply like this. Reason is a way to write safer React apps that don't crash. And I'd like to say even more broadly, it's a way to write safer software that doesn't crash. This is an appealing proposition for JavaScript developers these days. Like, just look at the success of TypeScript in the last couple of years. We're looking for a way, we're hungry for a way to write resilient apps for the web. So React is part of the language and considered in its design. It has first-class JSX support. Jordan Walk, who created both React and Reason, gave a great talk about this just last month, I believe. And in fact, it was his first talk since announcing React in 2013. It's called React to the Future, and it's very worth watching. I highly recommend it. But it goes through the history of like how React evolved. So just how similar then does Reason React and JavaScript React look? So really quickly, here's a React component written in Reason. It's a very familiar syntax. There's a React component annotation at the top, which just helps our compiler understand all the type information related to any React component stuff. Synthetic events, hook signatures, everything. And labeled arguments can be passed in any order with a tilde. This is a language feature I think that Python has as well, but it's a very useful thing for developer ergonomics. And they accept default values too. It's familiar enough if you come from an ES6 kind of background. And here's the JavaScript equivalent. So it's really no joke that React is part of the language. Like in our JavaScript example, we would need a Babel plugin to transform the JSX. With Reason, JSX is just part of the language. So how many more similarities actually can we expect? Well, the answer is a lot. Just a moment. And that's because the future of React is being made through Reason. And let's walk through a little history of something that we're all familiar with now. So September 1st, 2017, reducer components are announced on the Reason React blog. And we see the terminology of effects being used in React. And things like update with side effects. In October 2018, like a little over a year later, hooks are announced at ReactConf. And then we see things like useReducer, useEffect. Seems familiar, right? The concepts are now mainstream. Class components, for example, are all but deprecated in Reason React. In JavaScript React, this is the clear definition that the core team has told people to take as well. This is Reason guiding its users to the future of writing React. So, but what if you're not writing React? This is a survey of about 20,000 JavaScript developers. It comes out every year. It's open for this year, by the way, if you want to submit your own opinions about developing JavaScript. But if you work on a medium-sized to large web application, it means you're probably reaching for one of these frameworks, right? But every single one of these depends on a few things, like a build system, libraries to help with state management, usually. Libraries to help with immutability if you really care about performance and predictability in your application. So I would think there's actually another good point that I would say frames ReasonML, which has nothing to do with React actually. And that's ReasonML is one coherent platform with a fast compiler. So one coherent platform. There's no need for Babel because the language itself is extensible. There's a language feature called PPXs, which is like Babel, but built into the language. Also, immutable data structures are built into the language, which means you don't need libraries to do this. There's an interesting side effect here, which means we don't need to manually type the data structures from immutable.js. This can require some real effort in TypeScript, for example. Also, Reason has its own formatter, which was the inspiration for Prettier. It's called RefMT, and it was sort of a prior art before Prettier came along. And there's no loaders or Webpack gymnastics to make Reason work in your project. So a fast compiler, we expect JavaScript to come out in the end, right? If we're writing Reason, something has to compile it. So we have a built-in compiler that will take our Reason code and make it run in browsers. But just how fast is it? Like this is the thing hanging over the entire question, or the whole point. So, well, it's so fast, in fact, that the VS Code Reason extension can cold build your entire project on every save and you don't even notice. Imagine Webpack trying to do that. And I'll come back to this later since it's a crucial point for developer productivity. TypeScript, for example, suffers from some serious performance issues on large projects. Like part of this is due to the compiler being written in JavaScript, and all type information must be held in memory. And this can lead to some serious scalability issues, but more importantly, there's like compounding effects to these increased build times. Like business value, attention spans are short, and for me, the killer one, which is context switching. It kills my flow, creativity, and continuity. And for me anyway, long compile times for a large project with hundreds or thousands of modules is a reality. And ReasonML is inspiring a total rethink of JavaScript bundling in general. There's a project out there, it's in alpha right now, called Fastpack. And look at some of these benchmark times compared to Webpack and Parcel. It's crazy. I mean, it's orders of magnitude faster. Fastpack is not part of ReasonML. It's just a tool written with it. And just an interesting side note about how Reason is affecting the broader issues of JavaScript bundling right now. So we're mostly JavaScript developers here, and we're used to NPM. And lucky for us, Reason packages are distributed through NPM. And in fact, to begin a new Reason project, that's exactly what we reach for. And we only have to run one command to get started with a new React project or plain Reason project written in ReasonML. This is done with the BuckleScript compiler. This takes our Reason code, outputs JavaScript. Yeah, and the BS platform contains everything we need to generate a new project skeleton and compile our Reason code. Also comes with different scaffold themes. So if you do want to begin with a React project, it has a theme for that. If you want to begin with a vanilla compiles to plain JavaScript project, it can do that as well. But let's start from first principles and then finally apply these kinds of ideas that I've been talking about to an existing project. And so it's demo time. All right. Good. So when you begin a brand new Reason project, the folder structure that you see to the left is pretty familiar. It looks like a JavaScript project. We even have a package JSON. We have some other configurations that BuckleScript looks for. And in our SRC folder here, I've prepared a few demo examples. And we'll kind of start from first principles, like I said. And maybe the best place to start is by not writing any Reason at all. So here's JavaScript code dumped into Reason. This is a Reason file, but it's wrapped in this nasty looking raw annotation, which lets us, if we get stuck in a project, just use plain JavaScript and then maybe go back and enhance it with type information later. So once this is compiled, it compiles alongside, I've configured BuckleScript to compile this file alongside the Reason file into a bs.js file. And this is what it looks like. It's still pretty readable JavaScript. But let's say we want to start slowly adding type information to this plain JavaScript function. We can still dump the contents of that function into our raw annotation, but then define what we want to call that function, assign what we want, what kind of types the arguments can be, and then in the end, what it returns. Then when we actually use this function down here, we have reason inferring all of our type information about our JavaScript function because we've annotated it. This is kind of a way to incrementally adopt reason into a project. And when it's compiled, again, it's just plain JavaScript. It imports a curry helper to help. This is actually a feature that lets us use labeled arguments, which we saw earlier. But to do that, it requires currying. And so that's why we see curry here. All right, but let's say we have another JavaScript file that sits on its own. This is the more realistic use case. We have an exported multiply function in a separate file. How would we use that in Reason? So with BuckleScript, we can import that module as the JavaScript module, declare that it was external, tell Reason about the type information about it, and that it's a default export. But then we can actually write Reason code based on the imported module here. And if we try to pass in an argument that does not match the type signature, something like a string, then actually the Reason compiler tells us it's the wrong type. So nothing spectacular here, but worth noting. Then moving on. Let's say we don't want to write any JavaScript anymore. We're going to start writing pure Reason. Well, here we've declared type photo, which is called a record in Reason. It looks like a JavaScript object, and if you used Flow or TypeScript, this would seem pretty familiar to you. And when we actually declare this record down here and assign it to a variable, internally, this is not represented as a JavaScript object in Reason. When it's compiled, you'll see what we end up with. Records are represented as unwrapped arrays. This might change in BuckleScript in the future, but right now this is an optimization technique that BuckleScript does to more efficiently handle immutable data structures. So instead of this being a JavaScript object, this is an array with 3 items, and Reason even annotates it so you understand what kind of data structure it is you're looking at. But you wouldn't want to use something like this in a JavaScript project. But there's a reason why records were chosen at one point by BuckleScript, and it's for speed. And I can show you a little bit of information about this really quick. So here's an article by Javier Shivari, who kind of examines why unwrapped arrays are really useful as, or really fast for the JavaScript engines like V8 and SpiderMonkey to use. And this is a benchmark of operations per second, updating 3-element records with object assign, array slice, and these unwrapped arrays that BuckleScript uses. And the unwrapped arrays are orders of magnitude faster to update. And this is just a decision that BuckleScript decided to make to represent objects in JavaScript in a different data structure. And this is a flexible language feature, actually. So if we use something like BuckleScript, it can make optimizing decisions about how we write our code and cater to the most recent optimizations that JavaScript engines can actually do. And that's fantastic. So moving along. Oh, actually, one more thing I should note is that if we want to be able to use this record in JavaScript, we need to somehow convert it to a data structure that we actually enjoy using in JavaScript, like objects. So here we would have to annotate this to convert from an unwrapped array to something that JavaScript can consume without us worrying about which index in an array that we need to access. So if I've annotated this with BS deriving JS converter, it actually automatically generates 2 new functions in our file here, which is photo2.js and photo from JS. And this is just to help us with developer ergonomics if we're going to start writing Reason modules that need to interop with other JavaScript files out there. So yeah. But let's say we don't want to work with these converter functions, and maybe that's kind of awkward or adds runtime overhead to our applications. There's a tool out there that is not part of Reason, but it's an extension that you can add to your project called GenType, which makes not only it easier to access reason records in JavaScript, but it also can generate TypeScript and flow information, flow types, so you don't break continuity in your project. So when we look at what this photo compiles to with gentype, you can see I've actually got a flow type here generated, and the value that I've exported has the flow type annotation attached, including direct access to these different elements of the record without runtime overhead. And this is amazing if you want to introduce or if you want to use reason, but your team has collectively decided we want to use TypeScript or flow. You don't have to short circuit your type information of your existing project. gentype can add it for you. All right, so here's where actually reason kind of shines. Sometimes we see these really nasty nested if statements, and of course you can write them in reason, but there are more powerful tools. Like this happens a lot in JavaScript where we need to sort of derive some kind of state based on outside information. Sometimes we just have to rely on a lot of if-else statements. Here I'm trying to figure out if something is a two-legged Arctic animal. And there's a lot of if statements that kind of go into that. And when it's compiled, it looks like this. You know, it's nothing special. Wouldn't want to read it manually. But here we're directly comparing strings, which in JavaScript land, like we wouldn't notice it, but in compilers, this is a pretty slow operation. In fact, comparing strings is an O to the N problem. If we want to have a more efficient way to match over nested if statements or derive some kind of information about the thing that we're processing, it'd be much more useful to do something like this. So I'm going to put this side by side next to our nasty if-else. So here, instead of declaring animal and climate as strings, I can declare animal and climate as variants. They look like enums from Flow or TypeScript, if you're familiar with those. But in Reason, they're a lot more powerful because they can also be constructors that act a bit like functions. And they can be pattern matched against. And if you're not familiar with what pattern matching is, think of it like truth tables. So you have a set of conditions, you create a truth table, and in the end, you just want a true or false. And pattern matching is a really a very ergonomic tool. So here in this switch statement, which looks very similar to JavaScript, instead of switching over one element, you can switch over any number of elements, but then you have to also trace that element in each case. And here I'm trying to figure out if it's a two-legged Arctic animal. In fact, I actually know that all dogs are not two-legged, so I won't have to switch through Arctic and tropical. I can replace that with an underscore, and it's kind of conflated down. But then the real question here is, what does this compile to at the end? Is it going to look anything like what we saw in the compile.js code for the example on the right? No. The compiler has figured out everything about what we wanted to do based on our types and pattern matching. We end up with one value here. There's no runtime overhead. It's bonkers. It's bananas. Okay, so let's say we want to apply that kind of principle, like this pattern matching, to something in React. It would look something like this. So here's a reducer component, and it looks very much like JavaScript. Like, in fact, the switch statement here looks exactly like the kind of switch statement you would include in any reducer component. But with pattern matching, we get compiler information about if we're missing a case. So if I delete increment here and save, Reason has told us we're missing a case increment. And actually, JavaScript has a proposal right now available on TC39, which you can review, which would add pattern matching to the language. So the future of JavaScript includes pattern matching, but a great way to get started is by looking at Reason. All right. Oh, and actually, I have the proposal up here real quick. I'm not going to go into it too much, but this is a really exciting new language feature, I think, that would help JavaScript developers just write better software. But again, it's really nice to see Reason having these principles like first and foremost and driving the JavaScript community towards better coding. All right, so my next example is like, in the end I said, I work on this JavaScript application, just how easy is it to add it to, how easy is it how easy is it to add reason to an existing project? So I'll pull that up really quick. All right, so just to give an overview of what we're going to look at, this is like a real slice of something that I work on. The photos are mine and they're terrible, so please do not judge. It was taken with a plastic camera a long time ago. But there's some functionality in here that's worth noting, and that is whenever you want to click on one of the filters here on the left, like liked, or edits requested, or approved, it's going to change a token in the URL here. And that token exists is because if you receive a link to this from Slack or an email, like from one of your producers in a project, you need to be able to retain that filter information and then pass it along to the UI, and then GraphQL goes and makes a request with that token. So it's a basic filter function. And I can show you what that looks like. It's kind of off in a little helpers area, and it's just a very basic switch statement that returns an object with a property that's filter, and then the different filter state that this thing should be in. It's like a very distilled, simple kind of use case, but it'd be interesting to look at like how this could be rewritten in Reason, and to take advantage of some of the type safety that we can gain with Reason. So here's that same thing rewritten in Reason. I have to import JavaScript constants in a specific kind of way because they are still JavaScript strings. Like, there's no way we can coerce that into some kind of Reason variant without retaining information about the string. But we can create polymorphic variants. And so these are just like the variants we saw earlier, but we can attach extra bits to them. So here I'm attaching liked, post-production, or approved as strings, but that gives us information now in our filter type about not only like the variant information, but then the JavaScript string that was attached to that. And we can pattern match over this in the same way that we saw in our earlier examples. And since I'm running short on time, I'm going to have to power through this really quick. All right, so I'm going to go back to the slides. And all right. So quick to review, there's a pretty clear gradual adoption path for ReasonML. Tools like GenType give us crazy amounts of power to generate, or to leverage existing types from TypeScript or Flow, and also generate new ones. And it helps us not break our continuity in our existing projects, and that's crazy. And we only touched the surface here about the Reason language features. It's only 30 minutes. Like, variants are great, pattern matching is uniquely powerful, but I don't even have time to talk about things like pipe operators or compiling to other languages or OCaml interop or any of these like other amazing things that you don't care about right now, but are amazing. And that's for another time when you're not a skeptic. And we saw a uniquely powerful type system that integrates effortlessly with our development tooling. The type system is really what makes the difference here for me. And let me explain. We saw some pretty standard types, but they don't seem fundamentally different from Flow or TypeScript, right? Keep in mind, though, that Reason's type system can reflect all structures that exist in Flow and TypeScript, but the reverse is not true. And that's an insanely powerful concept to remember. And notice we did not see any type. That's the first thing that can kill any TypeScript or Flow project. When working on a team, good luck committing on not using any if you're using TypeScript or Flow. The other thing is the type system will not change. Who here has been burned by TypeScript's type system changing? Yeah, at least a few people. So the ReasonML type system has, at its essence, been around since 1968 or 78, depending on who you ask. The Hindley-Milner type system. It's the foundation for all the types in the ML language family, and it's battle tested. And so stop littering your code base with function annotations, like declare your types, be done with it, let the program do the rest. ReasonML types are sound, meaning that when compiled, they're guaranteed to be accurate. There are some escape hatches that you need to be mindful of, but mostly this is true. And this quality enabled the creation of even theorem prover software. So it's insanely powerful. Check out Isabella if you're interested in like that kind of thing. So to wrap things up, I started this by mentioning my problem, or like our problem. And like building programs in Reason gives us one path out of this problem. It's not the answer to everything, but it provides a clear path to generally improving our software. Like most problems in software development are not language or tooling problems, they're people and process problems. And like David Nolan gives a great talk about this too, if you ever want to check that out. And we don't need to break our brains migrating existing code. We get to keep our types from our existing projects, but most of all, it's a practical tool for writing great applications for like real users out there. And so if you find yourself a little less skeptical about Reason, there's some great ways to get started. Like the homepage for Reason is a great place to start. Also, there's an awesome ReasonML GitHub list. And the ReasonML Discord channel is super helpful at any time of the day. Everyone's very friendly there. But yeah, thanks.
Oh man, I've given a lot of Reason talks, and frankly, that one was better than mine. So I'm mostly jealous and angry. Please leave. No, very well done. I enjoyed that a lot. So, do we have Sam lurking in the distance somewhere, ready to talk about blockchain? Perfect. So, we're going to start doing lightning talks, which means we're going to keep a pace. You're going to get up here. You're going to get ready if you're next in the queue. Next up after Sam will be Megna. So, you have 5 to 7 minutes. We're going to hand you a microphone. You're going to smash it, and then we're going to cycle over. Oh, you got a fancy microphone built in. Okay. And remember, the quicker you do this, the quicker we get lunch. It is. Are you stoked? Are you ready? All right. Unfortunately, our F1 style pit stop is delayed by people leaving the venue and someone having to push a button.
Do you know if this view will show on screen or just demand it?
We can solo this together. How many developers Hey, okay, cool. We got
Okay, perfect. So let's just move this over. There we go.
Double tap. Good to go?
Yep. All set.
All right. Give it up for Sam.
Thanks, guys. I'll be talking about building blockchain applications with JavaScript. My name is Sam Abbasi, and I am a technical evangelist with Algorand. Let's make sure it works. Great. So before we get started, if you scan this QR or go to this URL, there's a survey, which is just your name and email. If you do that, I'll send you, that's a form. I'll send you a survey afterwards. Complete the survey, and you'll be thrown into a raffle for prizes. 3 winners, and the prizes will be either a Raspberry 4 or a YubiKey. Okay, so I want to start by cutting through the fluff of what you may have heard about blockchains and what blockchains are. So blockchain is just a database. There are different ways to maintain the database, right? There's 2,000 cryptocurrencies out there, and each kind of have their own way of maintaining that database. Some differ drastically from others. Others are incredibly similar, and some are basically identical with different externalities that affect how that maintenance happens. So database maintenance in blockchain just means maintaining a distributed ledger of records. And those records are transactions. And there are different transaction constructions. So there are different ways to maintain those transactions. But, drum roll, I think there's one more. There are several problems, right? It's a big caveat. One being the speed of transaction confirmations, as well as the security of those transactions. Or said in another way, the integrity of those transactions that have been confirmed and those that will be confirmed. So really, it's about how fast and how secure is your database. Algorand uses something called VRFs, verifiable random functions, and they're very similar to ZK snarks, which is basically just a way to prove something to someone without actually revealing the thing itself. So this is based off research done by Silvio Macaulay, who is our founder, MIT computer scientist. The cliche example is trying to gain admission to a club or a bar and letting the bouncer know that you're 18 or 21, depending on your jurisdiction, without actually showing your date of birth. Right? So the way we use this, we use the VRF mechanism and this concept as a cryptographic lottery in our selection process and in our writing to the database process. So this makes transaction verification very fast, and it makes it mathematically tamper-proof as well. So great, you may be saying, okay, this information is fine, but how can I use this as a developer? Like, where's the advantage for me? So that's where we focus a lot of our attention. And we have 4 different SDKs in Go, Java, JavaScript, and Python. So you can see all this information at developer.algorand.org. Here you can see some examples of some JS standalone functions. In red, I have circled our REST paths for what are called algo D and KMD. You can read about that on your own time. And here's an example in JS for a transaction construction, right? So you have different fields here, from, to, a fee. If you're familiar with blockchain, this should look similar, as well as first round, last round, when your transaction is valid for what block range within the blockchain, as well as information about the network with Genesis ID and your Genesis hash. So here's an example of signing the transaction. In this case, it's called Logic Sig, which is our way of creating and handling smart contracts. And then here we are submitting that transaction to the network as well. Or you can do really interesting things like define an asset. So you have parameters like total issuance, name of the asset, along with some optional metadata like URL or some hash commitment. So you can define as well some user privileges. In this case, we have manager, reserve, freeze, and clawback addresses. These are basically access controls over your asset. So designating who can transact the asset, freezing the asset itself, and all kinds of constructions like that. So here we are generating the asset itself. And this should look familiar because it's similar to how we construct a transaction. And again, same thing. We are signing the transaction and sending the transaction or broadcasting the transaction to the network. So here is an example of a React component. I think I have to play this. Yeah, so here's a React component of sending a transaction. You designate what address you want to send it to, an amount, some note field. You can write a kilobyte of data into what's called the note field in a transaction object. Send that to the network, which will give you a transaction ID. And then if you're familiar with blockchain, this is just a block explorer. You can select what network you want to be a part of, look up your transaction ID, and there's all your information about the transaction. And in this case, alongside the human readable notes field that's designated there. So let me go back to this. So in conclusion, Algorand is what's called a next generation blockchain. It's built from first principles, some that we've designed and built ourselves. And we want to make it as easy as possible for people to build on. So we're focusing a lot on JavaScript as one of the most popular development languages, if not the most popular development language. So we're throwing a ton of resources and making that a reality. If you have any questions, this is my email, sam@algorand.com. Our dev docs, again, are at developer.algorand.org. And there's also a great forum as well. If you have any questions, you can post questions there as well. Thank you.
Boom, smashed it. Excellent delivery. Very lightning style. Up next. Oh, wow. Someone's redone our order. That's fine. It's okay. How dare they change my Excel spreadsheet? That's definitely one of the cooler pictures.
Display.
Okay. We have screen.
Yeah. Oh, okay, great. Okay, then.
All right.
Yeah.
time for a light and talk about Figma, everyone's favorite thing to talk about on Twitter.
Yeah. Okay. I should really speak fast, but I don't know. I can. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Zar. I'm front-end developer, and I'm from Russian. And I should have been on this stage with my colleagues, but unfortunately, he couldn't come. And recently we have made a report on the large Russian conference Holo.js, where we read this report, and during 50 minutes we told how build design system correctly and apply modern automatic development methods, create storybooks, React components, and others. And today I have only 5 minutes to tell you some piece of this report. Maybe it's give you some new approach in your project. Tell me please, who did hear about Figma? Oh, great, yeah. Who uses in develop? Some small. Okay, maybe something changed. I want to tell you just only 2 points. First, Figma has API. Do you know? Ria? Yeah? Do you know? No? No. Okay. And this is API is well documented. It's great. Thank you, Figma, for this. But let's see. Take this empty file Figma. Take this file key in the URL, and then make API request with this is file key, and we see such JSON. It's many fields we have in this abundant, but don't worry. We haven't interested not all fields, only document and children. And if we go deeper, and this is would like that, and if you see in this, we can see children, and now let's fill it, this children. Okay. Draw the square, set the background color like red, and rounded corners 20 pixels, and renamed rectangle to block. Okay, again, request this API with this URL, and look like children again, and whoa, many fields, and don't worry again, we in our case we need only this name, field, and corner radius, and now we can do something with this. We can take variables and records them line looks as CSS styles, and save. In this case we are used file stream in Node.js. Okay, and this is we get this file. This is CSS, and I hope it's more clearly for us developer, because we see this is code every day in our work when we use fix it something bug. Okay, but most often all elements in dashboard are combined by group or frame, and this is parent elements have a public ID. When we this is frame, and public ID we can see in URL in our browser. Okay, we can go new URL with file key and node IDs, and when we get this new JSON, and you see it's nodes, not document, it's nodes, because we take only one something point, and then we see IDs and documents, like we saw earlier. In this is documents have children, and these children have a rectangle. Okay, great. And this every element has ID, and if you know this is ID element, you can request them, and Figma API has a lot of possibilities, really. For example, we can get a pictures, any elements we want. And okay, this is work document, really work, and this is group of my icons, and we can take public ID, then we generate URL, if this is URL, you know, file key with node IDs, and we see this JSON, and Okay, this is children. This is all my icons, and this is children have all new children and deeper. Okay, but we can take some first element in array, take ID and generate URL like this, query parameters, IDs, and format with SVG, PNG, JPEG, everyone if you want. And when we get this, we take this JSON, and this is URL. It's our picture. And great, we can find something, and how we can use that, how we can create something React element, and we can move on the old thing, create string elements which look like React components. Then we create paths where we want save this our component. Exist folder or not, then download image, and when image is finished, we can create our React components file. And then when we go all our children's and create these files, we can go our folder icon, check all these files, and write index.js, and then we can use like this. In really project looks something this. It's a really work project, and generate all icons, and you can see icon.js, it's main file, and this all small files in folder. Okay. But you say it's look like very simple. It's no magic, no React, and you know I'll agree with you actually. But I tried to create components, React components automatically, and we get a lot of conditions and rules. And if you know designers, if your designers doesn't compile with this, nothing will happen. It's you know. And do you know Framer? Yeah. Framer in the last version kind of learned to do something similar, but if for now it's so far from reality. You try to use Framer for really big projects, for really great, and it's really impossible. But with Figma we can use, we have opportunity to take automatically style from design, and if you know design token, it's new modern word, and it's all people create now this. You can use that, and you can find all methods in API Figma, and we can generate simple components such as icons, and this will greatly simply of process to deliver code into product. If you want to know something more, you can read these links, you can picture, and this is really interesting links, and maybe you can see my work, maybe you like something, and maybe you can help me in my GitHub, and that's all.
You did an exceptional job fitting a lot of content into a small space. I'm very impressed. It's okay, if you run, no one will catch you. most ambitious crossover in history, dentistry and pull requests. Take it away.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm here to give a short talk on from pulling teeth to pull request. I'm Dr. Meghna Srivastav. I work for Auto1 Group, which is Europe's leading digital automotive platform. And I'm a dentist turned software developer. I'm here to share my journey to motivate others who are coming from non-traditional background. So maybe you have a friend, a partner, or someone who wants to learn but is unsure. I want to tell them that yes, it's possible. This was me a few years back. I went to a medical school with dreams to become a doctor, graduated, worked for some years in hospitals, clinics, treating patients, doing RCTs, filling their teeth. But still I felt lost. Although I really enjoyed working as a dentist, like come on, working as a doctor is a highly respected job in the society. But I was bound to my clinic or hospital in a specific area. The flexibility to move was very less. And how did programming came into picture? Well, my partner is a software engineer and he often travels for work. And I often used to see him switching job, changing cities. Well, changing city was fine with me too, but what if I have to change the country? And that's what happened. He got a job opportunity in Germany. I supported him. We moved here. It was a calculated risk because after coming here, my dental license was not valid since I have to learn advanced German, clear some medical exams, and it takes some years. I, however, was ready to take all the challenges. Like, I was a good student. I thought, okay, I'll figure out dentistry. But now I had all the time since I was staying at home. And I was always fascinated with my partner's career because he was very flexible. He could move anywhere. He could do work from home. So I was very curious to know what he does on the black magic screen, which we call the code editor or an IDE. So I thought, okay, let me side by side try learning programming too. I don't wanted to go to a college, neither I wanted to invest money in a boot camp. So I chose self-taught route since all the learning resources are available online. So I was interested in learning. My partner became my mentor now. He explained me the areas like front-end, back-end, web, mobile, infra. And he suggested maybe I should go for front-end because that way it would be easier for me to see the results. Also, I have a little creative side. So I learned HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React because job demands were high, and built a lot of projects with React and JavaScript. That's the most important thing. Like whatever I used to learn, I used to build something and not just get stuck in a tutorial purgatory. So that's how I started my journey of learning. I want to share some pictures of me learning from learning last year, which I like to call 3 stages of programming. Stage 1, denial and anger. Here I was completely pissed off. Things were not making any sense. I was questioning my life choice. Like, I am meant to find a bug in a tooth. Why am I finding a bug in a code? Stage 2, depression. Imposter syndrome came into play. I thought, I'm the dumb one who is not able to do it. And mind you, these are real pictures from last year. Stage 3, acceptance. Here I accepted, okay, this is what it is. Programming is hard. I can't do anything. Let's sleep for a while. And resume coding or debugging again, and it works. I went through the 3 phases again and again, but didn't quit. And before anything else, I would also like to recommend to make a GitHub account and a Twitter account. Why? Because I chose a self-taught route, and that requires a lot of motivation to keep going. So GitHub helped me in building this habit of learning daily. Like whatever I used to learn, I used to push it to GitHub, and it gives me those tiny green box, which in long run gives you a good streak, which shows your hard work and perseverance. And in return, you have also made a habit of learning daily. Twitter also played an important role because it has this awesome community of 100 Days of Code and Code Newbie where all the beginner programmers share what they learned. So when I was learning at home, I was feeling alone, but when I shared the journey, I didn't feel alone anymore. So after a couple of months, I acquired some skills, built a portfolio. It should be a video. Anyway, so built a portfolio and started applying. Now for applying jobs, getting your first developer job is super hard since in the job description you will hardly see job description for entry-level devs. It will always be 2 to 5 years of experience. Doesn't matter, apply anyway. Okay, this video will play now, I think. Yeah. So apply anyway, you got nothing to lose. And that's how I got an internship in a startup first. Like I literally negotiated, okay, you're not offering me a job, offer me an internship. And they gave me an internship, a paid internship, where I learned a lot, and in third month I was confident enough that I started applying at other places too. And that's how I landed my first job at my current company. Like I tweeted it on 7 January, that was my first day of work. I'm now learning a lot. I'm enjoying this industry. I'm working with React, Redux, TypeScript, and all the latest front-end technologies. Like I don't regret anymore that I switched my career. I also want to get engaged in the community affairs. So 2 weeks back, I gave my first technical talk at Berlin JS meetup. That's all I wanted to share with my journey. I have enlisted some questions which people generally ask me when they meet. So, can anyone learn programming? Yes, I believe anyone can learn programming. You just need a computer and internet. Rest all is your hard work and patience. What should be my first programming language? Well, if you're very new to it, you should go for some high-level, loosely typed language like Python, JavaScript, or Ruby, if you're very new to it. What should I have in my portfolio? Build projects. They don't need to be fancy. You just need to show that you know how to code. How to stay motivated? I shared about Twitter and GitHub. Well, programming is hard. The day you accept it is the day you will be more motivated. Just find your reason why you want to learn programming and keep going. I'm neither smart nor unique, and if I can do it, so can anyone. Just don't be afraid to take risk or unlearn and learn something new. Thank you.
That was really insightful and inspirational. Thank you for sharing. All right. I'm now learning talks as I come up because my spreadsheet is nothing but lies and deceit. Oh, sweet, a flow talk. I think this might be the last lightning talk. We've got one more afterwards. Okay. Well, while the screens are being set up, I'm going to give you some lunch information. There are 2 places you can get lunch, at the back of the building and at the front. The front's going to be absolutely ramadabba-ding-donged, so don't go there, unless you want to wait for lunch for ages. So back to the hall, you still get like all the same food, all the same noms, but you don't get the queue, which is much better. So take it under consideration when you leave. All right, Olena, take it away.
Hi, my name is Olena, and you can't even imagine how lucky you are that you actually are looking at this talk. Yeah, because laptop is everything what I got today with me. But it's a long story to tell. I'm senior software engineer at Webflow, and on my free time, I'm posting blog posts to my personal blog about Flow and JavaScript. And today, I'm here for you to share my love to Flow type system and hopefully inspire you to use type systems in your code base. This year I did small contribution to open source project, and I'm personally very proud of it. Even though it's small, it's still a contribution and it counts. So, how many of you have heard about Flow? Superb! You are awesome. So, before thinking about adding Flow to our code base, let's ask ourselves why we would want to add any type system to our code base. From my personal experience, I have found out that there are like 3 main benefits of having type system in my code base. If you have React-based project, can you imagine that every property that is passed to your component is actually used in your component, and you are not in hunt where this property is used and why it's passed, because it's actually is used. So yeah, with type system, we don't any longer have no unused properties on our component. Whenever you want to change type of the argument that you are passing to the function, with type system, you will be immediately notified where else you need to make the changes. And last but not least, you will open your code editor and would be able to understand business logic of your application of that part of the code without even leaving your code editor. Because when code is enriched with types, it's much easier to understand what is actually happening there. Sounds amazing, yeah? Lunch would be sounds more amazing, I know. But yeah, what we have, what we need to deal with. Sounds amazing only if we are doing type system right in our code base. How to do it right? Let's grab some inspiration from real life experience. Health eating. Sounds amazing in the concept. We all want to eat healthy. But on everyday basis, what does it actually mean? What should we do? The answer is, let's follow simple rules. For example, as in Canada, they have very simple rules, plate rules that allow you to understand what amount of what should be on your plate. So what are those rules for the type system and flow specifically? I'm proposing from my personal experience to use 3 of them. First one, be as exact as possible. Let's see what does it mean on the example of the object type. For example, we are annotating blog post entry with the object type. If we annotate it without using exact object type, we'll get an error on the moment when we would want to access properties that actually exist on our object. That make no sense. But when we use exact object type, we actually would get error at the right place, where we would be trying to annotate the variable. It do make sense. Other example was very confusing for me when I was starting learning flow. So actually, why I don't have error in this case? The reason for this is when we are assigning some string to the variable, its type is not this exact string, but rather general string type. So when you are dealing with string variables, cast all string by default and only make exemption for like really generic string types. Let's go to other rule. Spot black holes. So, what are black holes? Black holes are functions that return a value of which have type any, even though their type can be more specific based on the function internal logic. What I saw the source of such black holes in real-life projects are 2. First one, when we have the function where someone explicitly added annotation to the return value and its annotation is any. There is no way currently automatically spot these errors, but there is a possibility to add the rule to spot such errors, and it's a good place for you to make some contribution to the open source to this amazing plugin that allows us to have better rules in our flow type system. Other case when we have such black holes of types in our code base, when we are trying to import types from the files that are actually untyped. To prevent this, we simply need to make proper flow config and to prevent these imports to be seen as valid. Last rule, use meaningful type names. For example, if we return back to our blog post entry object, ID there is a string, but is actually any string can be the ID? Answer is probably no. So we would rather want to have a separate type to provide this business understanding that it's not any string. And if we use alias OPQ, it even can provide us some programmatic value. So I hope my talk inspired you to eat more healthy. No, to have type system in your code, but moreover, inspired you when you are facing a problem. Try to find simple rules that can help you to solve this problem. Thank you.
I know what to call those functions I don't like, black holes. Okay, so we have our last chap coming up for a lightning talk, and while he is getting set up, Then I'm going to tell you about the other half of the lunch information. So now you know where to get lunch, but once you have lunch and you're like, wow, lunch is a long time. What am I going to do with all my time? I could go to the bar because it's Berlin and the beer is good, which I highly recommend. But if you want to be a bit more productive, there is a hobby track here from 2 o'clock. Where people will talk about stuff they do which isn't software engineering. I know my friend Vlad is talking about technical diving, so if you want to know a lot about nitrogen mixtures, that's going to be up there. And in the other hall, you'll have the Git Nation open source stage. People will talk about the open source projects, and you can contribute. It's going to be fun. Ooh, fancy animations. That's okay. You can claim credit. No one will know.
Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, it does work.
Oh, yeah, we're good. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we did it.
So view and full screen.
Excellent. You good to go?
Yep.
Happy chappy?
Yep.
Perfect.
There we
All
go.
right.
Hey, my name is Greg. I'm a CTO at Urban Sports Club. So I'll be speaking now about how we made a transition from native apps to our React Native. There are not that many people in here, so how many of you know about Urban Sports Club? Nice. Good. So, just quickly for those who doesn't know, what do we do? Our mission is inspire people to live healthy and active lifestyle, and to do so, we provide a single membership to different variety of sports activities in studios all around Europe. So currently, we are in 10 countries. Many more than 60 cities, and we offer access to around 10,000 plus venues. So this slide is a bit outdated. So our mobile app, we struggle a lot with the apps we had. So they were built a long time ago. There was a lot of legacy code. They were coming from different origins. So for example, the Android app was originated from Urban Sports Club, where their iOS app came from the other company that got acquired by Urban Sports Club. So they provided completely different UI and UX to our members. Search behaved differently, like all other functions like was really kind of inconsistent between those apps. So we decided that we need to do something about it, and basically had three choices, 3 ways to go. One was that we do like a deep refactoring of the one app, of the iOS app. The other one was that we will build a hybrid application based on the native infrastructure and like put some new functions or features in React Native. And the third way was actually building the React Native app from the scratch. So we decided to take the risky route. So we started the project of rebuilding our app in React Native, and we almost finished that. So there were a few challenges on the way that I'd like to mention here. The main one that we faced, and we spent a lot of time basically overcoming this challenge, is that we chosen the React Native navigation in the beginning that promised us like a similar to native experience with navigation, but ended up being quite inflexible, like in our opinion, and led to a lot of hacks we had to do. So we switched to React navigation, and it's actually, there will be a presentation at 3 p.m. From the React navigation guys. So we switched to React navigation. It took us 6 weeks actually to execute the switch, but in the end, it's much simpler to use, and we tested the UI and UX of the final implementation, and it was actually like there was really good user experience provided still. The other thing that we figured out, the sticky things. So when you scroll, the sticky things doesn't really stick. So we spent some time redesigning our apps, and like we got rid actually like of majority of the sticky components. The other one, sometime it taken to upgrade the React native to the new version, but it's like a standard procedure. Basically, you can expect it with all other technologies. The other thing is our API, so basically backend. So we decided to keep API untouched and just rebuild the front end. However, like going through the implementation, we realized that we would better start like put backend engineers together with mobile engineers earlier, so the modification of the API would come along with implementation of the new user flows and the new interfaces. The last thing we struggled is the third-party libraries. So not all services provide good support for React Native. Some of them, like some services that we use, they had to open a fork specifically for us to provide us with SDK that works well for React Native. Good things though. So we had in our team we had native developers from the beginning who switched to React Native. That helped us a lot with building the infrastructure and organizing the continuous integration setup in an easy way. Also, we have chosen TypeScript for our app, so the conversion was like easier. And we started like automating a lot of things, including our CI and also test coverage. So our app is covered almost by 70% with tests. Yeah. Like how we rolling it out, we started like internal beta in June, only with our members of staff, and then like from August we started opening up to the different member groups. So we started with 50 people, then in October with 500 people. Now it's open internationally, and we'll start rolling out it to production by the end of this month. So you can find us here at Stand B1. You can join the beta program if you'd like to try out our beta app and provide us with valuable feedback, and we'll be highly appreciated to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Talks kick off again at, I believe, 2:30. So get yourself fed, get yourself caffeinated, and see you all again soon.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my love life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Making me stronger.
Casting on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. town. We're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels
gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. 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 Show them. Change the station with a new shit.
tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. Silent border, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Silent border, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild.
silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Without you, I remember myself, my name. Forgot about all you tried to change. Familiar was the sound of your voice as I continue to walk on by. It has been a year and now I'm living on the line. It has been a year and now I'm thinking what's mine, that I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Yeah, Enrique. Yeah, that's correct. Let's hope. Yeah.
So it's you, I guess, is better. We're not doing it anymore. Alex.
I don't know. Maybe you. It's yeah. Okay.
This is my hobby. See, I'm an artist. Whatever. All right. Hello, East Track. How are we feeling? How comfortable are these chairs, actually, though? Right? I should have been here the whole time. I think I messed up there a little bit. I'm going to be in this hall until about 4 p.m. So we get to hang out, have a good time. Welcome to the Hobby Track. The Hobby Track is one of my absolute all-time favorite tracks, where people talk to us about their cool hobbies and talents and make me feel bad about watching Netflix all day. We got, I think, 5 wonderful speakers for you today. Grab a seat. Feel free to scooch in. Don't be shy. Come on down. We're all friends here. There's plenty of space. Try not to fall asleep because the chairs are so comfortable. I need you high energy. Can I get a whoop? Can I get a whoop? You're here. You're perfect. It's fine. How are we feeling? Are we ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right. Can I get a round of applause to make the other track jealous of this track? Ready? Yeah. Woo!
Nice, nice. All right. My name is Henrique. I work for Epic Games in Helsinki, and I may or may not know how to floss. I'm gonna tell you about how I made a tiny console with Arduino. And it was supposed to be like a hobby, but it's still a technical thing, so it's still a kind of technical talk. I won't go into like code details, especially because I don't know C++. I probably didn't follow any like best practices, so all right. So the first version, the first prototype was this a year ago, and I had fun. It was cool, and then I just left it aside. It was like, you know, those Canon games like from 1990 something. Yeah, that's basically it. And you shoot the other castle, and that will hit. Yeah. So that's it. That's what the game was. Then I applied to talk here, and it worked. And then I freaked out because it was like a year without touching it. It was like disassembled in my drawer, and I did freak out because like the library had updated, and I thought my screen was broken and I wouldn't be able to get a replacement one in time for coming here. But it worked. At the end, it worked. I just figured out was some misconfiguration and stuff. And this has been like a exploratory programming thing because I bought this screen some time ago, and then I was like, how do I write in it? And then I wrote something. How do I draw something? And I was progressing, and then was like, how do I animate and how do I make a game, and was just progressing with that. So then when I saw it was working and I improved the code, I spent like a night slashing it into separate files. It's in my GitHub. Then I went back to CAD modeling that I didn't do like in 10 years. I modeled a case, 3D printed it, and it was supposed to have a lid as well, but that didn't work. Like I was able to print the case, but not the lid, unfortunately. The beauty of paying taxes, because like I live in Helsinki, and I can basically print stuff 3D for free in the main library, actually in most of the libraries. So I printed the case, and I ended up with this. Since there was no lid, I made it out of wood, like handcrafted things. Nice. And it is here, so if you want to check it out later. So, and then I'll go into a bit of like technical stuff of how I did it. I'm not supposed to go very deep into it, but like the thing is, I needed it to be super simple. I couldn't have like any fancy graphics, because like graphics they are either some primitives or some bitmap. And bitmap is literally a bitmap. You pass an array of bits, like in shape of hexadecimal bytes, and that's it. That's what you have. So all the terrain is like just a sine wave that is like randomly generated in the beginning of each match. And then the castles are bitmaps, and the cannon is a lot of trigonometry. It's like when you spin the thing, when you spin the controller, I can show you later, but like when you spin this, it gets like a number from 0 to 1024, and you convert that to an angle and a lot of trigonometry, and then you have a cannon that can angulate the stuff. And the same for shooting. You shoot, it's just like simulating the gravity, and now just yesterday I changed some stuff, because it was just like you just shoot and try your best, and then you shoot again until you get it. Yesterday I added random wind, and the enemy shoots back. Not very good yet. It's just random, and it doesn't always match. It's like pretty hard, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the result of that. And that's it. If you want to maybe follow it in GitHub or find me on Twitter, I'm _HB Mueller. That's it. That's what I have. If you want to check it out later, I have it here. We can just play it a bit. Let me just turn it. Yeah, I can. Just 1 minute. Let me turn it on, because it doesn't have a battery, so I have like a USB power bank. Yeah, and then you press and you angulate the. You're probably not seeing back there, but the strength, and you shoot, and I'm gonna hit it. Whoa! First try. That's it. Thank you.
That's so cool. Thank you. All right. While Galina gets set up, does anyone here have any other sort of like handcrafty type hobbies? What, we all just sit in our rooms and cry? Like, just me. That's fine. Anybody else? Any like ice skaters? Sports? Football? Yeah. All right. Runners? Music? Any like guitar, singing? Anyone can beatbox? Drop a beat? No? Boots and cats? No, okay. Anybody else got any cool? What about you, Legroom? What do you get up to in your free time? Just hanging out, doing the tech thing. I don't have any cool hobbies, but the other day I went to, you know those like dance fitness classes that gyms have, where you like stand in front of a mirror and then they just like give you steps and you do them, and then by the end of it you're like sweating and you're like, "Ooh, I worked out. This is great." I went to a Beyonce dance class. Yeah, right? And it was like a music video class. So they're like, "We're just going to do like we're in the music video." And I was like, "That sounds great." And we did Crazy in Love. Who knows Crazy in Love? Yeah, it's one person, great. But then it was the Homecoming Coachella version that had a full brass band behind it. Oh, it was awesome. Real sweaty. I don't know if Taylor's in here, but I don't think she likes Beyonce, so like sorry about it. Anybody else? Any like tree climbers? Anyone got an expensive hobby like skiing? Anybody ski? Yeah. Anything you have to carry on a plane? Any golfers? Over there. Are you good? Now you're old. I get it. It happens to all of us. I used to be good at things too. Any like art, painting, sculpture? Yeah? What do you do? With like clay, pottery, what's the stone? Like a stuff you find, that's even cooler. Trash art. Yeah, no. The planet is suffering. Reuse, reduce, recycle, right? Are we ready? How are we doing? How you feeling? Yeah. Good. I mean, oh, that's really cool.
How do I?
It's up. Nope, you were doing it right before.
Oh,
Perfect.
okay. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Fashion and tech.
Yeah,
Let's find
fashion and
out
tech, why
if
not?
these can live together.
Yeah.
Round of applause for Galina.
So, hello guys, my name is Galina Prokofieva and I'm a front-end developer at Neurodata Lab in Moscow, and I have a question to you, like, guys, what do you think, fashion and tech, can this ever be used together, live together, come together and live happily ever after? I mean, why do we even talk about it? So, this is me, this is my guess. It's some of after parties after JavaScript conference in Moscow, and you can notice that hat. Yeah, that's pretty fancy. We kind of had some of us had these hats at the conference, and I was like thinking that maybe we could be missing some fun, because I don't know the purpose of this hat. I just borrowed it from someone, and I think it could be like accumulated cosmic energy to be focused for your talk. I don't know, but the key point was like we should have some fun at the conference, and after the conference, like more entertainment. And I think that parties are fun. Do you think so too? Yeah, sure. And by the way, work is fun too. It's for me, I think that it's really cool. I have terrible work-life balance. I mean, I'm a workaholic. That's not a good thing, but still, I think that you could enjoy your work, and work is fun too. I have, like, I'm really better at dancing and singing stuff, but I figured I could not like perform here. It would be not that good idea. So I figured I could come up with something that you could touch, and basically, yeah, I'm standing here in front of you with two bracelets, JavaScript bracelets, and a good idea of fashion and tech coming together. So yeah, that is my first try. I don't think it's really fancy, but yeah, that was my first try, and the JavaScript box is made of clay, and I really baked it. It's not edible, but now I can say, like, I do cook. Yeah, I do cook. You cannot eat it, but it's there. So yeah, that was my first try. And why is Pikachu? In Moscow and some other cities in Russia, we have BR.js communities, and Pikachu is like a symbol. So it would kind of support me on my way on fashion and tech industry coming together, and I hope that you could also encourage me and support me with this initiative. And so, yeah. So I don't think that this is really fancy, but I'm thinking that fashion could bring more entertainment to our events. Like, for me, it could be a way to express my excitement about JavaScript community and events, and the way I feel about front-end development, like it's bringing beauty to the UI. So I think that these two things match together like pretty well. So yeah, I think that the first try was not that success, but it's still a good place to start. And yeah, hopefully together with Pikachu, you could also support me with this idea and just have fun. And yeah, you could find me on Twitter, Serena of JS, and like if you have any comments, any ideas on how these two things like fashion and tech industry come together, or can these ever come together, so please find me at the venue and I'll be happy to talk to you. So thank you guys.
All right. Up next, we're going to hear about drones. I'm going to give you a minute to get set up. Anyone into like cars? Any sort of like, well, I'm trying to, you know, get to know each other. We're all friends here, but there's a bunch of you and only one of me. Car people? Yeah? Do you like have a bunch, or is it just like the one? Oh, like a go-kart type thing? Car. And you're alive. Congrats. You made it. That's really cool. Did you have to build them yourself? Is there like a kart factory somewhere? All right. Okay. Do you still have it? Do you use it to like go to the store? That's amazing. That sounds really fun and terrifying, to be honest. Like, I don't know. What categories am I missing? Does anybody else have one I haven't thought of? Table tennis. Ooh, tell me more about that. Like competitive? Like, can you do the thing where you like play, but you're like super far away? Like you're not even like close to the thing? Oh, look at that. What about regular tennis? Yeah? Do you have the polo shirt and like the outfit? Yeah? Are they like really short? That was amazing. Is anyone really passionate about getting the tennis balls? You know, the runners that stand in the side and they run? I saw this one game where they were trying to train dogs to do it, which I think is really cool that we're raising the employment rate. How are we feeling? Noah?
Great. I'm
ready?
feeling great. I think I'm ready.
Really excited about this one. All right. I need us to give Noah just like a from the heart applause. Like from your diaphragm, like, woo!
Yeah, first of all, has anyone heard of FPV before? So quite a few people have a broad idea of what it is. So basically, it's FPV stands for first person view, and like the pilot, they call it, with the remote controller, have like a video goggle on it, and you fly a drone around the park or whatever, but we'll get into that in detail. My name is Noah Waldner. I'm a Swiss guy. My nickname is Swiss Fries. It was given to me. I didn't select it myself. I fly FPV since 2014, like when I was a little boy. I'm an international pilot since the beginning of last year. I won several local races. I was the winner of the B group of the FIE Drone Nationals last year. But since then, I'm mainly a freestyle pilot. If you probably ask yourself now, what's a freestyle pilot? I'll get into the three categories of FPV right afterwards. The equipment we use is obviously a remote controller. You probably know it from like RC helicopters or cars or whatever. And the other thing that's more special is these video goggles. They have a really low resolution, but it's crucial because the bit rate of the transmission is like set, and you can either select if you want a better image or if you want the image clearer. Yeah, and if I fly at high speeds, the speed is what matters to me. This is like what a drone looks to me. I built them all by myself. There are very few parts, but it's really crucial to select the right ones to have the most optimized setup. Now I'm getting into the categories of FPV. The most broadly known one is racing, which you can see on there. The challenge is to go around the curves as fast as possible with like maximum speeds of 220 kilometers per hour. I have no idea how many miles per hour that is. The drones are built as light as possible, but also as sturdy as needed. So yeah. The second thing is something that came up pretty recently. It's called cinematic. It's mostly used in like professional shoots where people include shots from FPV drones in normal movies. You see it in many music videos, like all the new Martin Garrix video has it in it. One Republic uses it. You see it all the time. And the third category is where I'm mostly active, where you try to do as creative tricks or as complicated tricks as possible without crashing into obstacles or anything. A lot of things are a bit risky, so it can happen that I crash or whatever. Sometimes things go bad. Currently I'm on my 6th GoPro since last fall, so the hobby is rather expensive, you can imagine. I break electronics, I break carbon, I break like everything that's on the quad itself. But for me it's worth it because like I can get shots like this, and this is what I do this hobby for. We often visit bando locations, most of the time in France, because France leaves them up for a long time. This is a rather slow flight. I think afterwards we will see another location where we had to get a special permission to fly there because it's like very dangerous to go inside. So one of my colleagues crashed in there, but we couldn't get it because it was so dangerous that the roof falls into it. Yeah. And the next clip, which will show up in a few seconds, I put it in here to show off the speed of the freestyle drones. It will kick in like now. Give it a few seconds. Here you can see this is like a normal, the first pack is always pretty easy, just high speed. But you can imagine the latency is really crucial to me, and it's quite stressful in the beginning, but you get used to these speeds. Yeah. Thanks for your attention, and if you want to learn more about this, check out my Instagram.
That is so cool. All right, Alex, get set up while I interrogate these people more. All right. Do we have any sort of like Olympian style, like any archers? No archers? What? Oh, yeah. Like a hobby. I did it once as like a team social with my office, and I felt really cool because I hit like the actual circle one time. And it's really like safety, so you have to sort of like shoot a bunch and then you miss, and then they're like, you can't go get it until everyone's done. So it's kind of boring, actually. Any like shot put, javelin people? What else am I missing? Cooking. Ooh, anybody cook? Yeah. Are you more like a sweet or a savory? Savory, then unpopular opinion. Any like bread makers? Yeah. Do you like a sourdough, like a rye? What's your poison? Do you do it like fully by hand, or do you have a bread maker? Fully by hand, yeah. That's good. It is cheating, I agree. Sorry, bread maker owners. Bread what, JS? Bread.js. No, tell me more. It's Node.js users that made bread. Bread.js. You can revive it. This is great. We're connecting. Any DJs? Besides Alex, who's about to show us some dope shit. What skills am I missing? I don't know. I feel very bad about myself because I don't have any skills. I really like pop culture, like TV and movies. Like we can talk about that. Anyone watching anything cool on Netflix? I feel like that's the main hobby. Any Netflixers? Oh, see, okay, finally you're joining me on this game. I didn't forget about you. You're my people. I watched on the plane over here. I live in London, so I have on my Netflix app on my phone a bunch of old Brooklyn Nine-Nine episodes saved. Any fans? I've been told I'm a Gina, but you know, jury's still out. I'm a Megs. How we doing, Alex?
Good.
Feeling good? Ready to go?
Yep.
Oh, I'm so excited. Alex is also going to be here at the after party.
Yep.
Doing some really cool visual stuff, all in JavaScript.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Alex.
Hello, everyone. I thought I'd talk to you today about the software I've been developing for the last few years. It's an audio-visual tool, allows you to do live performances
like on stage alongside musicians, audio-visual performances. The whole thing's made in React, JavaScript, and a library called 3JS, which some of you may have heard of. It's sort of the main open source library to do WebGL. I'm Alex. Hello. You can see all my details here. I'm actually presenting the thing in the software rather than using slides. So I sort of made some slides in the software. This is why you're seeing all this GUI as well. It saves me from switching around because I'm going to actually show you how it works in a minute. Yeah, I'm a web developer with a focus on 3D on the web, but I also am part of an audio-visual act called Polyop. We're performing later on tonight in the main hall. I think we're on at 9:30. And all of the visuals you'll see there are created in Hedron and performed in Hedron Live, so you'll see that. So back to Hedron, what is it? It's an audio-visual tool that allows you to take something you might have made in 3JS using code. You can pull it into Hedron, and then you have complete control over all of the parameters that you have in that what we call sketch. So rather than changing values in the code, you can change values with audio or MIDI or LFOs and all this extra good stuff. So I'll give you an example of it. Let me just move over. So what is this thing? This is some weird crystal thing. Hang on a minute. So I can rotate it with all these different parameters, move it around. What else can I do with it? I can change the color. Muck around with that. I mean, there's all these different parameters that you can do stuff with. And then the fun stuff, let me slow it down a little bit. The fun stuff is like playing around with this like amplitude of the vertices and mucking around. And then I can even get them to like morph. But I'm doing all this with the mouse right now, which is fine, but it's not very good when you're on stage and you're trying to do things in a performative way. So I can actually assign all these values to different things, but I like to use hardware, so I'm using this MIDI controller here. So if I just go down here and I choose an input and I go MIDI learn, and then I move one of these knobs, now I've got control over it with this knob here. So the way I'll do shows is I have a whole load of sketches all ready to go. I've mapped them all to different controls on my MIDI controllers, and then when we're performing with the musicians I work with, I can sort of, it's almost like puppetry in the sense that I can kind of move things in and out all manually. But things can react to audio as well, so it doesn't just have to be manual. So for instance, this parameter here can work quite well to sound, for instance. So if I go here and add audio to this, now it's reacting to sound. Maybe I can play it some music. I don't know if it's going to work because we're in this little room, but well, anyway, it can react to reacts to audio as well. That's the kind of sliding parameters, but you also have things such as firing a function. You know, so like I've got another sketch in the background here that's like firing a sort of laser in the background, but I can have that automated as well. So that could be going along to the beat as well. And lastly, I kind of wanted to talk to you about the final step that I've added recently in the software. It's not actually released at the moment because all of this is open source and anyone can download and play with this, but this version is on the dev branch if you want to play with it. You can do some post-processing stuff. So for instance, I could add a mirror effect. Everyone loves symmetry, right? That's quite nice. Then maybe some of this feedback stuff. This is the real fun stuff. So let me just play with this. Give it a second. Oh, here we go. Ooh, there we go. Nice. So yeah, you can play around. I mean, there's all sorts of things. I've got a bunch of stuff here. This is only a little selection. I've got like some nice glitch effects and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But I mean, it's open source. If anyone, it's built in React. If anyone wants to contribute, I'm looking for contributors. There's only about 3 of us at the moment working on this thing. So please come talk to me afterwards if you want to know more about it. And of course, we're performing later on in the West Hall, I think it is, at 9:30. So yeah, thanks so much. Cheers.
More and then we'll get to the talks right away. I thought of 2 things I have as a hobby also, which, whatever, are useless, but fine. One is Twitter. I love Twitter. Mostly for the jokes, not the hate. because, you know, people are the worst. I forgot the other one already. Oh, yeah. I'm a really good video game watcher. Because my housemate, my roommate that I live with, loves a video game. And when I grew up with 3 brothers, and they love a video game. And they would not let that thing go. But I'm a really good, like, backseat gamer. I'm the one that yells, like, be careful! You know, like, left, go left. And they're like, shut up, there is no left. And I'm like, I can't see, it's so dark. But no, video games have gotten better. I recently watched my housemate play all, like, bajillion hours of Red Dead Redemption. Do you know it? Did you play it? Anybody play it? Did any of you finish it? Nice. Okay. Do you, like me, have just, like, the sound of, like, clip-clopping horses in your head in the background at all time? Okay, cool. All right, one more. Vladimir is going to give us a deep dive into diving. I'm sorry, I had to.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. So, back to your questions about the hobbies. So, diving, surfing, fencing, there are quite a lot of them. Today I will talk about diving, and this is not a trick, it's actually about scuba diving. So, my name is Vladimir Novik. I'm an independent consultant, do a bunch of stuff in various technologies, and there's my Twitter handle if you wish to follow me. And I will talk about scuba diving. I started scuba diving a year ago. I started with just a basic course, went with my friends to Red Sea, enjoying a vacation, then flew to California, dove in Pacific Ocean, was quite cold, but the views were amazing. Like the whole experience of being in the other world, it was something otherworldly, and the feeling of weightlessness was pretty amazing. But that was not enough for me. I wanted to be more like self-reliant diver. I want to be a good diver for my dive buddy. So I took a rescue diving course, and pretty much this is the step everyone goes in when they go into scuba diving. So I did this like pool trainings and stuff like that, but that was not enough for me. And I wanted to learn the underlying principles behind the diving, and like I'm an engineer and you want to know how stuff works, right? And the basic course was not quite enough for me. So I want to know the physics of diving, the compression theory, and eventually I wanted to dive better, longer, and deeper. So recreational diving, I kind of did lots of specialization there, but eventually recreational diving is something that is considered no decompression diving. Is when you have timetables, you try to stick to timetables, you try to stick to the same depth, and you have these limits, you don't pass these limits. And at any point you can get to the surface and survive, basically. A little bit about physics of diving. So the underlying principles is the Boyle's law. As the pressure goes up, the volume goes down. So whenever I go deeper, my lungs compress. So the air in my lungs compress. So I need to breathe twice much more air at 10 meter depth, and 20 meters is more, and it just goes on. Now the other underlying law is the Dalton's law, which means that partial pressures of gases in the mix are the sum of them is equal to the partial pressure to the pressure of the whole mix. So if we think about our air that we breathe, it has roughly 79% of nitrogen and 21% of oxygen, which in total gives us 1 atmosphere of pressure, which goes to 2 atmospheres and 10 meter depth, and it just goes on. So this is a table how partial pressures change, and at some point the partial pressures of oxygen goes to 1.1 and more at certain depth. This law gives us an ability to calculate the perfect mix with the perfect oxygen percentage for the specific depth, so we will know how long that we can extend our bottom times. But there is things such as narcosis and toxicity. Whenever you go deeper, you get nitrogen is absorbed in our tissues, and we get a sense of like dizziness, lightheaded, slow reactions. Some of us feel like drunk. It never happened to me, but there are some people that feel that way. And there is something to be aware of. But the more problematic thing is the oxygen toxicity. When you go more than 1.4 or 1.6 during the rest phases, then you can get tunnel vision, tingling, potential convulsions, and death. I mean, like you spit out regulator and probably you drown if your body is not aware of you doing that. So you need to be very careful and you need to plan your dives. Now, the whole decompression thing is based on bubble formation theory. So whenever there is a liquid and it has some pressure, right? And if the pressure is reduced, the gas of this liquid tries to escape. And if the pressure is reduced faster, then the bubbles can form, and these bubbles can form in the micronuclei sites on our bodies, which is basically our joints, and it will eventually cause so-called bends. When person have decompression sickness, and it literally feels like cramps, and go to hospital, or in worse scenarios, worse than that. So how do we stay longer and how we go deeper? As technical divers, our dive planning is based on physics. We calculate everything. It's based on physiology. We do decompression stop to release gases from tissue. So we stay at certain depth for a certain amount of time to just wait for gases to be released, not to cause decompression sickness. And we get some kind of virtual ceiling. So if something happens, we cannot escape. We need to solve that on that particular place, on that particular depth. We breathe different mixes of various oxygen percentages and sometimes helium at different depth, which means we need to be really aware of the depth, because again, if we go too deeper, oxygen toxicity, death. The planning looks like that. We have a regular plan, we have a backup plan, we have a backup of a backup plan, we have a computer that is a backup for a backup of a backup plan, and we have a backup computer for a backup. So all the equipment is redundant. We have like more time we spend there. Deeper, like this particular dive is 44 meters depth. And this is equipment. There's more equipment. This is just equipment for 2 people. We do gas switches at certain depths. So here I'm doing gas switch. I have 2 tanks on my back. I have another tank with 50% oxygen mix. My dive buddy is checking that I am breathing the exact percentage mix at exact depth. Obviously, I'm checking also my gauges. I check my computers, and my body is double checking that everything is right, and I can breathe this mix. And yeah. So what is the roadmap? Like, right now, I can dive to 45 meters depth without any limit to decompression, but the roadmap for me for next year to dive more than 100 meters, which is kind of considered the maximum level of technical diving. And it's roughly about 3+ hours of dive when you stay on 100 meters for 15 minutes, and the rest you just wait until you get out. Under ice diving, hopefully, cave diving probably the year after that, and advanced track diving, going inside sunken shapes and dive in abandoned mines. That's what I want to do. This is for now the specializations that I did. It's just the beginning. I probably will be instructor at some point as well, because it really fascinates me. The whole technical diving gives me the true weightlessness experience and feeling of space, because when you go just regular scuba diving course, they tell you feel the weightlessness, but then if you have buoyancy problems, you try to fin fast. But when you do technical diving, you have to be perfect at your buoyancy control, so you can just stay and just like sleep and hover in space, which is quite amazing for me. And just a video here how technical diving looks like. So it's like promo video of different aspects of technical diving, different tracks, and how it looks like. Yeah, it's like wreck diving, going for hours inside the wreck, going inside caves, doing like side mount diving when you have like 2 tanks on the side, something like that, which is not that fun. Rebreather diving, when you don't have bubbles coming out, you have the quietness and the weightlessness of space. Cave diving, when you, well, it depends which cave diving you do, because there are some cave divings that consider more dangerous than NASCAR driving. I don't strive to get there, but yeah. And yeah, there is the TDI thing, and that's my hobby. And thanks for watching.
All right. Thanks, Vladimir. All right. While I get our next speaker set up, we need to, if you want to go to the other track, go to the other track. If you're here and there's seats empty next to you, could we squish into the wall because people can't be standing on the stairs for safety and stuff? And then I'll get you. I'll help you. Thanks, Ben. Where's Majid? And then can we get our sponsor slides up, please? Thank you. Hello. You ready? Good. And then could I possibly get you to switch to this side so that we can put the staff and the speakers on this side?
I mean, actually, that's all. Do you have like two mics set like this for our talk?
Ooh, that's a good question. Actually, I don't know. We're gonna ask. The AV guys are over there. Once the halls get clear, we can go ask them. Is it pronounced Majid?
Majid, yes.
Do we have two microphones that we can do?
For the next year?
Yeah. They do.
Thank you.
What's your name? Mihao. And Satya. Satya works for me. East Hall, Best Hall. All right. While we're getting set up, I want to tell you about some of our sponsors who paid all the money. Let me pull it up. My notes. Cool. Where's my slides, people? Can we do a next slide? I think we have them on the slides. The one with the sponsors, maybe? Do we? Maybe. I don't know. Nope. The other ones, the conf slides. I'll wait. It's fine. I'll tell you about them anyway. All right. So 3 more gold sponsors we have. We have Algorand, who actually are running like a cool raffle where you can like win stuff. You should definitely go say hi to them at their booth. They're a blockchain network that ensure near instant transaction finality. Exclamation point. This is really cool, actually. I'm always sort of like weary of blockchain things because I don't know how it works, and that's on me. But that's really cool, and I'm going to go talk to them later. Also, Futurist. Oh, cool. We've had some speakers from Futurist already. Futurist is an international digital engineering and innovation company. They create digital products and services and unleash a culture of innovation that make you future capable. I also know they have offices in like several places because I've met people from like London and Finland. And come on, don't be shy. Does anyone have empty spaces near them? Raise your hand. Look, empty spaces all over. Another gold sponsor is Urban Sports Club, which inspires people to lead a healthy and active life through its flexible and diverse flat rate sports membership. I'm going to go talk to them about some Beyonce content later. We also have a bunch of silver sponsors, which in theory we have a slide for, but I don't know if it's there or not. So I'm just going to read them out. UALA, Interlink, Honeypot, Formidable, GraphCMS, Sochase. Does anyone know how to say that? Is anyone from Sochase here? Sochase? Okay. And Tyler McGinnis. Oh, that's really cool. All right. Those are our awesome sponsors. Round of applause for our sponsors for making this possible. It really wouldn't happen without them. And it's good that companies care about the community enough to sort of like chuck money at it and people and come visit us. All right. How are we feeling? Are we ready?
I am ready.
Great. So up next we have Majid, and he's going to tell us about parallel computing in React. If you've been thinking that you have too little React and you want more, now is the time.
Yep.
Come in. Yeah, just raise your hand if you have empty seats next to you. There's some seats. There we go. Friends. All right. Are we ready? Can we do like a drum roll first? And now a welcome. Woo!
Thank you very much. Thank you for choosing my talk and coming to this room. You're all awesome. It's you know, let's make them, like you said, jealous. The other room, right? I say performance, and you all say yay, right? So 1, 2, 3, performance! Yay! Fantastic. All right. So this talk is mostly about performance, like making app much more faster, especially in React, and give our user better user experience. So how many of you actually have seen this page? How many of you actually have created a website or web application that causes this page? How many of you not have done that? But then what of the rest? So what are you? Some people didn't raise the hand at all. All right, so we're going to talk about this. And you know that sometimes it happens, you see it and you click, and then suddenly some stuff doesn't work, and then suddenly they work like repeatedly, very fast. And that's the time where our user is very frustrated, you know, especially including ourselves. So we're gonna have today. We're gonna explore different options today. We're gonna talk about parallel computing versus concurrency. I know that the React also has a new experimental mode right now called concurrency mode. But this talk is can be you later can understand how they are implementing stuff. But this is mostly about new APIs in the browsers, like web workers. This is not new, but WebAssembly, worklets, and service worker. So what I'm trying to do in this talk is I just want to make it so practical. So I want you to go out after the talk and then open on your laptop and try to implement right away. No theory, no boring stuff. Just practical stuff and implementing code right away. So before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Majid. I'm flying from Oslo. I'm a passionate software developer, just like all of you. And in my spare time, I'm doing a lot of stuff. My hobby is running conferences, meetups, and leading the communities. It's very interesting to me. Also, I've written a book about progressive web app, but about our enemies, Angular. Don't worry. And I mostly talk about performance, PWA, progressive web apps, and Flutter. So let's get into that. What is parallel computing? When we are talking about parallel computing, we're talking about multiple entities that they are doing different tasks, or they are working on the same task. And compared to concurrency, when we are saying concurrency, that means we have one entity which is working on different tasks. Like these pictures are self-explanatory. So how does it work like in the browser? We all know that in the browser we have single-threaded JavaScript running in the main thread, right? Everything is only in one thread. And that's a bottleneck. And how it works, the way that it works is that we have event queue. We have a lot of events queuing in this lane, and then they execute it, getting completed, and then go away, and the next one comes. So that's where the problem starts. When we have a long event happening, then everything is blocking because the event needs to get completed before we move on. But what kind of option we have to solve this problem? The first option is gonna be web workers. So web workers are around for around maybe 10 years or so. How many of you know about web workers? Almost everyone, expected. And how many of you used web worker? Less than 10%. And I'll show you why you don't use it, and hopefully after this presentation you're gonna use it. So we know web workers that they, in browser, they spin up a new, another instance of JavaScript engine, and then you have a different thread and it runs everything there. And the way that it communicates with the main thread is via the messaging system, right? And this is how it works. So you have your browser event queue and you have your web worker message queue. You send your message to the web worker. It takes care of your events execution, and then once it's done, it can come back again to the main thread. All right. So, but isn't it like this is a concurrency? So where is the parallelism? Well, different devices these days have different cores, like multi-cores, right? Nothing stops OS to run this thread in different cores. And that's when parallel comes in. That's when the parallel computation actually happens. But do we know that as a web developer? No. We don't know that. But it may happen. So let's get into some use cases for web workers. You can think of like very heavy computation in the browser. So you can hold off these heavy computation to your worker thread, get it to work, and then get the result back to the main thread. Like an example could be a very huge list that needs to be sorted. It's like blocking, right? If you use a for loop, it's blocking the main thread. So how it works, the way that it works is that you have main thread, you have worker thread. So you need to send a post message. In code, that means after you instantiated your worker, web worker, you're gonna send a message to the worker, as like this example. And then once you send the message in a worker, you listen to the message event, you get the message and react or execute the things that you need to do. Here's an example. And once it's done, you send back the message to the main thread. And on the main thread, again, you need to listen to the worker message, which is coming, and then get the result, and then do something. And for instance, set the state in React to re-render your UI. Okay, that's not very, very interesting. That's the reason 90% of this room doesn't use web workers. But can we do it better? Isn't it better, like, to get access to the function directly from main thread to the worker thread? Like, it's way easier, right? And instead of having all of these post messaging around, just directly call a function in worker thread. Yes, it's possible. That's where Comlink library comes in. A library from Surma, a Google web advocate in which he actually created this library a few months back. So how it works? So in your main thread, you'll see that how this gets easy. In your main thread, you're gonna have, again, you need to instantiate your worker, but this time you just use comlink to proxy or wrap it. And then once it's wrapped, then you get access to your object or function which you exposed in the worker, and then you can immediately call that function. That's a promise-based function. You can await for that and then get the result. It looks like a synchronous way of programming, right? It's way easy. So in a thread worker, let's imagine now that I have, by the way, you need to import this package for sure. So in the main thread, I'm gonna have service and these different functions, which I'm exposing to the comlink, from the comlinks. All right, let's see in React how this could help one of our problems, for instance, in React application to make this smooth. So we we had a use case that we had like a 3,000 an array with 3,000 member, which we needed to sort. And this is very common use case, right? So it happens. There are multiple different approaches to fix the performance issue here, but I'm just going to not to optimize everything and try to use just a web worker to see how it works. So what we did is that we just wrapped our worker, which has the function to sorting the list. And it looks like when I click in a button, I just call the function from worker and get the result, which is a sorted array back to the main thread. And my worker here is simply a function, just has 2 for loop. Like I said, we didn't optimize it. That is on purpose. So let's see actually how it works. You see, when I click on ascending with web worker, my animation for that little circle, it doesn't stop. And it works. But when I click on the main thread to sort, then it blocks the UI. That means animation doesn't work. It stops, and then it works. All right. Was it easy? WebAssembly. Why WebAssembly? Because it's buzzword. No, that's serious. I have some question here. So when I say WebAssembly, just say it loud. No, no. Exactly. When I say WebAssembly, what do you think? What is the first thing comes to your mind? Say it loud. Rust. Wasm. Pineapple. Mozilla. C. Machine code. I didn't understand what you said. Yeah. The one. All right. Yeah, you're right. Or maybe you've heard like WebAssembly is fast. We'll look into that. Maybe it's not that fast. But let's see. Generally, WebAssembly, you know that. The purpose is that you write different languages in different languages, and then you compile it to assembly that can be run in browser, right? And when we talk about WebAssembly, well, the first languages that it comes to mind is C, C++, and Rust, which they have a very good support for WASM or WebAssembly. So, but are we as a JavaScript developer or web developer, let's say, maybe we are not very keen to deal with C or C++. I'm not saying that you cannot or we cannot, but that is not something we are used to, right? So maybe there should be a better way to deal with that. And maybe that's the reason we are not going to use WebAssembly. There is assembly script, where we as a JavaScript developer, if we know TypeScript, how many of you know TypeScript? Then all of you can use assembly script. So in assembly script actually compiles a strict type of TypeScript to WebAssembly. So there are strict types for WebAssembly which needs to be only used in that assembly script, and then that can be compiled to WASM. So let's have a look. It makes it very easy for us to use assembly script. So how? First, when you set up your project for writing WebAssembly, you can literally download it from npm first of all, and then you can instantiate your or initialize your application or create a new application, right? Then you get a bunch of folders and files, and everything is ready for you to write your WebAssembly code, your assembly script code. So here is where you can write your function. So you see here, it's a very simple function right now. I wrote a Fibonacci recursive version of Fibonacci to test like how performance is WebAssembly, and I wrote it in assembly script. So it's a very simple function, and you see that I am using some of the type that are not in TypeScript. These are the type that are dedicated to the assembly script, to the WebAssembly. So there are multiple other types too, which you need to get familiar with that. And luckily, they are not that hard because we as a developer are familiar with most of them. You still need to deal with memory, maybe, in assembly script, but the way that you need to deal with memory in assembly script, it's very easy compared to C and C++ and other languages. And in a new, that's a news. In a new version of WebAssembly, which browser vendors are working in a standard, there will be actually garbage collection, and that means we don't even need to do this later when it comes to the browser. So, and at the end, when you wrote your functions or all of the things that you need, or maybe some converter, everything, the only thing that you need to do is you need to compile your assembly script to WASM, just with one command line. It's just npm run asbuild. All right, so you get multiple files, and these files optimized are ready for production, and these are for debugging mode. So I have my WASM ready. Who has already worked with WASM? So, okay, you know that if you want to use WASM, if you want to instantiate WASM in the browser, there are some things that you need to do. And maybe it's not that interesting, or not. I'm not saying it's not easy, but it's boring stuff. But if you use assembly script, it makes it easy for us to fetch the WASM and expose it to the main thread here. So the only thing that we need to do is we need to import this function from this library loader, and then fetch your WASM and expose the services that you expose from assembly script. In this case, I had my two function, which Fibonacci one is my interest. So I also wrote a JavaScript version of that function. Surprise, same function without type. So the same function. So I wanted to measure like what is the performance of the JavaScript version compared to the assembly script version, like WebAssembly version of that particular function for me. So I did a measurement here. So here is where I'll show you the measurement shortly, but here is where I say, when we say fast, we don't have to accept it right away. We need to measure first. Maybe for that particular case, it's not fast for you or for me or for that particular case. So I did a measurement here. That was a very simple function, and I thought that, okay, let's do that. For this number, I ran two functions, and it was fast for the first time. When I ran the WebAssembly version, it was 7 times faster for the first time. But for the second time, when I ran the function, then the execution time was fairly similar, like very similar. So here is where I actually ran this for the first time. You see the time here, and without WebAssembly, the time here is around 7 times slower without WebAssembly. All right, so you know TypeScript, you now know some types, then you can write some of your logics, and maybe some coder or something in assembly script now. And the third option, it's worklets.
Who know what is worklets? Oh, good. Almost no one. Worklets are a light version of web workers, so immediately comes to my mind, okay, they run in a different thread, like a worker thread, right? So that's good. And the way, and what it does, it just gives us an ability to access low level of rendering engine, like a graphic render engine, like CSS engine, or audio processing engine. That is very cool. So that means I can do many things. I can get access to the low level engine and then do some stuff. There are multiple different worklets available for available in the browser. We have paint, animation, layout, and audio. Okay. Except paint, the rest doesn't have a very good support in browsers, but the paint API support is much better. At least we can start playing with that and run some cool heavy, like maybe animation in the browser. And let's look into that. When we say paint, I'm talking about CSS Paint API, and that is also known as Houdini Paint worklet. So let's see how it works. Like web worker, you're gonna have a different JavaScript file. You write your function to draw something, to render, like paint something in the browser. Like in this case, I want to create a checkboard and actually render it behind my background page. All right, that's cool. So I registered my paint. This is a simple function here to create that. And then here in my application, I just said, okay, please add this function for rendering the background to my application. And then when it's instantiated, I can have paint function, add my checkboard function to it, and then I get a background image. I just write my background image in JavaScript. Let's see in practice. This is how it looks. So the rendering, this custom background image is happening in a different thread. It doesn't even block the main thread. So I'm sure now you get a lot of other ideas like how you can use this API. So another cool maybe example here, which I did in React, is to generate this QR code on the fly without blocking the main thread. So I'm actually rendering the QR code right away with worklet, changing everything. It doesn't block the main thread at all because it's happening in different thread. And as you see here, the animation is also always working. So that means my browser is ready for user to do whatever they want. And the last option, service worker. You may say, okay, service worker is not something dedicated to like main thread or maybe just React. Oh, yeah, you're right. Service worker is a bit different from others. You cannot use service worker directly calling or communicating with main thread. Maybe you're right. But why I am interested of service worker, I'm going to talk about it. Of course, I need to talk about it because I'm a PWA lover. So let's talk about it and see the use case of this web service worker. I call this brain of PWA, progressive web apps. Who knows what is progressive web apps? Good, fantastic. The more I talk, the more I see that people know about progressive web app, and the more they actually implement all of the functionality for that. That's awesome. So I have a full talk about service worker, which is linked here. You get the slide later. Don't worry about it. So again, it's built on top of web worker. So okay, a type of web worker. But the difference is that service worker, as you may know or may not know, it acts like a proxy, right? Okay, proxy, it's interesting. What does that mean? That means the request and response can come to your service worker first, and then you can manipulate these responses or requests. But how can that help us to actually have some parallel computation? Okay, let's get into that. Let's imagine that we register a service worker. We have already a service worker registered, and we have everything set up. All right. We can do some stuff on the fly because you can catch the response and request, and then you can actually respond. So let's see here an example which a friend of mine did, Kenneth. So in this case, what was the scenario? You have, by the time that this example was made, there was only support of WebP in Chrome and no other browsers, right? Who doesn't know what is WebP? WebP is another type of image compression like JPEG, but maybe 30% more compressed, right? And also supports transparency like PNG. They wanted to use actually WebP, all of their images, because it was way smaller in terms of size. Okay, great. But what about other browsers? Okay, one option was like to load different file for different browsers, right? But another option was, okay, let's intercept all of the requests and see if they are a WebP file. And he wrote, actually, he used some libraries, C libraries, and he wrote a function that decode those files and respond to the main thread, like respond to the application with encoded of these WebP. So the application could actually show the picture, even though browser didn't support WebP. That is cool. So in Service Worker, well, it also runs in a different thread. That's good. So you can have WASM do this stuff and manipulate your response and return the response to the main thread. The sample code and link to demonstrate is also added to the slides. Let's summarize it. There was some bottleneck with web workers, which we now realize that comlink is a library can help us to make it easier to work with web workers. WebAssembly may not be easy to start working with C and Rust and those other languages. And if you don't have time to learn those languages, you already know TypeScript, you're going to start using AssemblyScript. Service Worker and Worklets, they are also different, running in a different thread, which can help us to compute different scenarios for us. And with that said, thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any question, I'll be around. Just catch me, I'll answer.
Awesome, thank you. All right, I'm gonna get Satya and Mihail to set up right away because we're a little bit behind schedule. So we're just gonna swap. Oh, these are cool.
I had my thing.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
It's just the whole thing is behind schedule. Not you. You were good. These are our next. I mean, you could just come hang out here with me. You've already missed the start of the talk. I'm just saying. I wanted to do a little wave gif, but I feel like I'm drunk with power. It's fine. Spice Girls over here. Oh, baby, baby. Oh, yeah, you're right. What did I say?
Spice Girls.
Oh, I meant Britney Spears because it's a Britney mic. Thanks. All right, Chut Pop, come on. Hustle in an orderly manner, but hustle. We got places to be, people to see, things to talk about. All right, cool. Hey, pals. Y'all are the OGs. The cool people. All right, I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to welcome Satya and Michal to the stage to talk about React navigation. Really excited. Even if you're in the queue, can we get a round of applause for Satya and Michal? Ooh, can we get slides, please, upstairs? I think our slide master is just on his way. I really like your avatars a lot. Yeah. Did you make it like your profile picture anywhere? Did you make it your profile picture anywhere? Me too. I also did on Twitter. My only problem is that I think my avatar is like way hotter than me. All right, cool.
Oh, my mic started working.
Okay.
Ooh. It's not my presentation.
1 minute. Let me.
It's still not our presentation, but it will be.
Okay.
Is it
Do you know how to do it?
No, I'm not computer scientist.
It's like your mom when she asks you.
Is it actually every talk problem?
Every time, yeah.
Hey, is it actually unique opportunity to show off your wallpaper?
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So, hello. Hello everyone. My name is Satya Sahu. I work as a front-end developer in CallStack in Wrocław, Poland.
Hello everyone, my name is Michał Osadnik. You can find me on Twitter under this handle. Me and Satya are maintainers of React Navigation. Last summer we have rewritten core of React Navigation, and that's what we want to talk about today.
So let's start with what exactly is navigation. So we can think of navigation as deriving a screen from a given state. For example, in browsers we have URLs, which is this state, and based on a URL we show a screen. So this is also known as routing or navigation. So for example, say we have a profile screen. When you go to the profile screen, we show the user the profile screen. When you go to the profile URL, we show the profile screen to the user. And when you navigate to a different URL, say feed, we show a different screen called feed, and so on. So basically, we are deriving the screen from the given URL. And when the URL changes, we change the screen. So browsers provide a API called History API, which lets us control this routing mechanism on client side. It's for single page apps mostly. There are libraries such as React Router, which abstract away this all of history management and make it easy for us to perform navigation in a declarative way.
The basic concept of navigation are the same in React Native, but there are some important considerations we need to do when building React Native apps. Since React Native is a framework for building actually native apps, the navigation patterns mirror the patterns which are observed in native apps rather than browsers. If we don't provide the same experience for user, our apps won't feel native. Probably one of the biggest differences between browsers and native apps is page transition animations. Page transition animations are not common for web. However, users expect a smooth animation while changing pages in native apps. Well, you can see in the videos that actually changing pages in native apps requires smooth transition, which while this is not observed mechanism on web. Here are more differences between web and native when it comes to navigation. On the web, you have URLs to store the current navigation. They are idempotent, but we don't have URLs in native apps. Of course, we have URLs for some deep linking, but it is not a source of truth. It's not the primary way of navigation. Another important difference is nesting of navigators. In native apps, we have many different patterns such as tabs, drawers, etc. To achieve our desired layout, we can nest navigator in various ways. We'll talk about navigators and different patterns later. To sum up, we can say that in native apps, navigation can be described as an animation first, since the page transition actually defining the difference in user experience. The situation is not visible on web when we can rarely meet animations while switching pages.
So coming from the web, routers such as React Router do not provide any UI. For example, React Router is just the logic and we have to build UI on top of it. This works well on the web because most websites you visit have different designs and different requirements. And also most websites don't have animations when changing the pages. They don't have any gestures when going back. So it's relatively easy to build web pages on top of React Router. Ivan is working on Expo Web, which will allow us to have animations and gestures when building navigation on the web. So I'm really excited for that. So in React Native, we have platform guidelines. For example, on Android and iOS, we have a certain set of guidelines which recommend the best way to navigate and best way to implement UI patterns. So for example, let's take a look at the header animation on iOS. So when we navigate, the header title seamlessly fades into the back button title on iOS. It's a bit complicated to implement depending on various text sizes and everything. So it's also possible to go back on iOS using a gesture. And notice how when you go back, there is also animation on the previous screen, which has a slide translate animation. So there are a lot of little details like this. These animations often differ between platforms such as iOS and Android, and they can also be different in the same version of the platform. In different versions of the same platform, like different versions of Android can have different animations. So it will be a lot of work to build everything by yourself. Using a navigation library means you can focus on your app code, and the library will take care of all of these animations and proper UX. So solving navigation is a very hard problem, and there have been a lot of attempts at it in the past. Since React Native was launched, there have been multiple navigation libraries which are solving a lot of different problems. So let's take a look at the past and look at the navigation libraries and how they wanted to solve the problems. So when React Native initially launched, there was a single navigator component called Navigator iOS. It was a fully native navigation component, and it was only available on iOS. It did not support a lot of customization, but it had very performant animations because it was implemented natively. So unfortunately, this component is now deprecated and no longer in the React Native core. So sometime later, React Native added support for Android. Now, Navigator iOS was not enough because our Navigator needed to work on both Android and iOS. So Navigator was born. So Navigator is a fully JavaScript-based implementation of a Navigator component, and it works on both Android and iOS. It had a lot of customization options also. For example, you could add extra buttons in the header. You could even change the animation during the navigation. But one major drawback of this component was it did not use the animated API. In React Native, we have the animated API which implements the animations, but Navigator implemented all of its animation using request animation frame. So it had a big disadvantage because later sometime this animated API added support for use native driver, and use native driver allowed us to offload all animations to the native thread. But since Navigator did not use this API, it could not take advantage of this, and all of the animations have to be on the JavaScript thread, which means there will be frame drops and bad performance.
So now we had a new navigation library codenamed as Navigation Experimental. It was built by Eric Vicenti from Facebook, and it was a set of navigation-related components built with animated API. It was very low level, which allowed for building a lot of structure on the top of it. It was very customizable, but since the API was really low level, it was really difficult to get started with and actually use it. This component formed the base of the newer navigation libraries, but the navigation experimental itself is now deprecated. No longer after, there was a navigation library from Wix called React Native Navigation. It was a fully native library implemented on both iOS and Android, and is still maintained and currently in version 4. It introduced the concept of registering screens as a separated route, so each screen behaves actually like their own independent app. The state is accessible from JavaScript, which means we can build our logic related to the state of navigation. Furthermore, it's quite customizable. However, users are not allowed to build actually everything which is possible with native code. Next, we had X Navigation. This was kind of continuation of Navigation Experimental. It was built by Expo, mainly Brent Watney and Adam Miśkiewicz. Again, it was a consuming concept of registering routing and replicating native elements with an animated API. This was also one of the first navigation library to support multiple navigation patterns such as stack, tab, drawer, etc. and might be considered as a mature and reliable solution supporting various use cases. The next big player is native navigation by Airbnb. The main motivation behind it was to build a coherent navigation to support navigation in brownfield apps, which has both JS screens and native screens. It has similar concept to Wix, where we needed to register screens. Sadly, now it's abandoned. It had quite a unique concept of not focusing on routing and declaring routers, but instead imperative pushing. And we've had a lot of navigation library described, each with their pros and cons. And it was a time to collaborate between Facebook, Expo, and the community. We can say that React Navigation is a continuation of Navigation Experimental, etc. Also, because of React Navigation, all solutions which existed previously in React Native Core were deprecated. It was very customizable, addressing many use cases. The core of the library was written in JavaScript only and had easy-to-use API. Well, probably that's enough for now about React Navigation, since we want to devote there's presentation for that. There are also many more concepts which are not described here because we neither have enough time nor enough context to say about it. So now React Navigation is one of the most popular navigation libraries in React Native. Let's take a look at the sum of the concept and problem it's trying to solve. In React Navigation, we have concept of navigators. A navigator is a component that manage our screens. Well, there are two important things the navigation library does for us. Firstly, it manages a page transition to follow native patterns such as transition animation, gesture, etc. Let's call it low-level navigation. Secondly, it manages the state in the app and handles navigation event. Let's call it high-level navigation because it composes low-level navigation pattern into a complete framework called navigation. For example, in React Navigation, the logic for state management lives in core in the routers. The behavior is implemented by primitives such as stack view, tab view, drawer view, etc. Then they are combined into navigators such as stack navigator, tab navigator, and drawer navigator. Anything that could contain some UI and need to integrate with the navigation can become a navigator. There are different types of navigator based on native patterns: stack, tabs, drawers. So, what are the main motivation for decoupling logic and behavior? So, we want to make all layers of navigation library independent on each other and non-modular. The library can share the same state management logic as long as it accepts a certain set of props. This makes it easy to wrap existing libraries to integrate with the navigation library. We can also refactor the core independently from integrations to improve the API or fix bugs. That's also how React Navigation thrives, by integrating solutions from the community and adapting them to React Navigation API. We can provide a consistent experience for managing navigation for the users without having to re-implement the behavior. This approach makes it easier to maintain because none of maintainers need to have end-to-end knowledge regarding how React Navigation works internally. Following this, we have split React Navigation into multiple packages. The core is implemented by React Navigating core, while packages such as stack, tabs, and drawer integrate with it to provide a consistent API. Each of these libraries plans to address different use cases and have different navigation patterns, some with their own implementation, some wrapping community libraries while keeping the API consistent. Also, we have modern supportive packages like React Navigation Native for mobile integration and similar one for web. We think it's important because being the current leading solution in the community, React Navigation needs to address a lot of use cases. And we don't want to become a monolithic library which will be extremely hard to maintain at some point.
Okay, so in React Navigation, we learned that we have a lot of navigators. Let's take a look at the various navigators we have and the patterns they implement. So the first one is Stack Navigator. So we can think of our screens as a stack of cards. When we navigate to a new screen, we add a new card to the stack. And when we go back, we remove the last card from the stack. This is a very common navigation pattern and is there on iOS, is there on Android. In the videos, you can see the default animations for this pattern on both iOS and Android. So the next one is tab-based navigation. So tab-based navigation is basically we have a tab bar with different tabs, and we tap on the tab bar to go to different tabs. But there are a lot of different variations of this pattern. For example, there can be animations and gestures when switching the tabs. There can be tab bar on the top or tab bar on the bottom. There can be only label or label and icon or only icon, etc. In React Navigation, we have three different tab navigation components which implement various navigation patterns in different apps. So another pattern is drawer navigation. This is more common on Android than iOS. Basically, we have a navigation drawer on the edge. We can swipe from the edge to reveal the drawer, or we can tap on a button to open the drawer. And then we have a list of screens on the drawer. We can click to go to a different screen. So in React Navigation, we have a drawer navigator, which implements this pattern with customizable animations. So it's not all roses and unicorns. React Navigation has a lot of features and a lot of navigators, but it also has a lot of limitations. If you ever use React Navigation, you might have run into these limitations. So the API of React Navigation is easy to use, and we have a lot of documentation and a lot of features. But the main issue is that React Navigation's API is based on static configuration, which makes it impossible to do a lot of different things and limits the way we can use the React Navigation API. So we needed to look at the patterns that are impossible and redesign the API to make them possible. Let's first take a look at the current API. We have a create navigator function such as create tab navigator or create stack navigator. We call that function and we pass the root config and any options for the navigator. So this is done at the top level outside our render method. This means since it is not inside render, we cannot use props or state to customize our navigator. So this approach makes it impossible to do a lot of things. For example, say you want to change the initial root name. It's not possible because we are outside render.
We realized that relying on static configuration is not sufficient, so we took the static configuration API and made it dynamic. And that's React Navigation 5.0, which we have written from scratch, keeping the same concept we're familiar with. We did it last summer. We think it's awesome and excited to tell you about new possibilities it brings.
So React Navigation 5 has a completely new API. And it addresses all of the shortcomings of the current versions. Let's take a look at the API and how we solve those problems. So now, instead of passing the options when creating the navigator, we render our navigator as a component and pass all of the options as props. To define our screens, we can use children prop, and we can use screen elements there. To specify screen-specific options instead of static navigation options, we can now pass a options prop to our screen elements. The important difference here is all of this configuration is inside render. So you have access to props, state, or context, and can change this configuration dynamically. So for example, with the component-based API, we can easily set our initial root name based on a prop. We can also fetch some data from the server. For example, we want to render different tabs based on server data. We can easily do that now because everything is inside render. This also allows for some other neat tricks and simplifies our code. For example, we can conditionally define a bunch of screens. So for example, say you have onboarding flow, and you want to have some screens when the user is signing up, and after sign up you want to remove all those screens. So with previous version, we needed to reset the stack manually after everything is complete. Now we just have a conditional definition, and everything is handled automatically. So we also have this new API for configuring the navigator. We have a new set options method. You can call it anytime to set the options in a navigator. And since you can call it anytime inside render, you have access to props, state, or context. So this makes it very easy to add something like a button in the header which interacts with the component's state.
Since we wrote the library from scratch, we are able to take advantages of the new API available in React to make our code simpler. So we decided to use hooks and hooks first approach, not only because we, and probably you think that hooks are super awesome.
They are.
They are, but it's not the main point. The main motivation was that we deeply care about TypeScript. Since we wrote everything with TypeScript, we know that high-order components are very difficult to properly type check, while hooks are just designed for this and are much more better in this case. Hooks also reduce nesting and help us keep the React hierarchy clean, without adding any unnecessary wrappers, just to pass some props. We have added many hooks-based APIs such as use navigation, use focus effect, use isFocus, etc., which you can read about in our documentation. We have, as I said, we have written this library with TypeScript, so types are no longer just afterthought. We have the first-class autocompletion and type checking.
So you can see a demo here. So notice we are autocompleting all of the params for the root. We can also autocomplete all of the methods available on the navigation object. While you are navigating, we can autocomplete the available names of the routes. And another thing is we have JS doc for everything. So when we are autocompleting, you can also see type hints and the description of the method and the users. So I think it's very cool. I hope you like it.
Recently, we can observe a movement in React navigation that JavaScript-only code can be enhanced by something I called native extensions. So just I show you an example. Let you take a look at this animation, at this GIF. It's a native stack package. It's a separate package, so it's easy to maintain, enhance, and extend if needed. And what's the difference between this native stack and actually current stack existing in React navigation? Component here is not is not a replica with animated API, but it's actually this component available in iOS 13. So it is, of course, less customizable than our animated replica because of limitation of UI kits. There's not all configuration options exposed, but probably it delivers a slightly better experience than our animated replication, because it's actually exactly the same animation which existing in the other parts of operating system. If users don't need any extra configurations and actually is satisfied with just basic usage, maybe should give a chance to this package. So here's an example. It's an Zebra app I'm currently working on, and yeah, it is one of the pages we decided to build with this native stack. Here's another area where you can rely on native packages instead of building it with JS. So we have a package React Native material top tabs, which allow for like switching pages with gestures, which under the hood relies on React Native tab view. In the next step, we have a view pager library, which is a native component recently released also on iOS. It was previously extracted from React Native core, and now it's maintaining and enhancing by call stack. And eventually, we realized that this view pager has actually similar use case than a tab view. So I made a React Native tab view pager adapter. Yes, and it's a library I released a few days ago under Software Management Organization. And it is actually an adapter which is consumed by tab view, so also which can get consumed by tab view, so also by these material top tabs. And here's an example. It's a bit fun example. No, it's not production app, but it is a rainbow app which I'm also working on. And yeah, I decided to give a try for this view pager with this adapter and to make a navigation. And it brings also a little bit better feeling for why switching pages.
So next we have added DevTools integration to React navigation, so you have better debugging experience. You can use Redux DevTools extension and React Native debugger and have proper debugging experience. For example, we can see all of the navigation actions in the DevTools. We can see the current navigation state. It also supports time travel debugging, so you can go back in this slider and it will revert the navigation state to where you went back. It works automatically without any extra setup from your end. If you have React Native debugger setup and Redux DevTools extension setup, it will automatically work. So this version of React navigation is still alpha because we still have some things to do. We are planning to make it stable early next year. So if you want to give this a try right now, you can go to reactnavigation.org/next and follow the instructions. We would love your feedback and testing. And if you encounter any issues or have any thoughts, please let us know. By the way, my company is also organizing React Native EU in September in Wrocław, which is focused on React and React Native. We always have great speakers and awesome atmosphere. If you are interested, you can follow React Native EU on Twitter. Here is a discount code that will give you 20% discount for React Native EU tickets. Tickets will be available by the end of this month, so keep this discount in mind. So see you in Poland. If you have any questions, you can catch Michał or me after the talk.
That's everything, and thank you, and have a nice day.
All right. Where's Martin? Get set up for a second. All right, team. That was great. How is maintaining our life?
It's sometimes a big pain.
Who loves Bluetooth? I love Bluetooth. Oh, that's really cute. Hello. I really am drunk with power with this microphone. Ooh. How you doing? You ready? Are we feeling good? Yeah, take your time. All right. Before I bring on Martin. Is it Martin?
Yeah.
One announcement that I have to make is that after this set of talks during the break, the winners of all the contests are getting announced on Slack. / on stage, except for eBay, who's going to announce their top 10 car racing winners at their booth. So if you want free stuff, go check them out. They'll probably give it out. All right. Welcome, Martin.
Thanks. So I want to... Oh, that's fine. So I want to show you how to do Bluetooth in React Native and the way I discovered to be most suitable to handle the event-driven nature of Bluetooth. But shortly about me, I'm Martin. By the way, the timer is not running, just in case you want me to stick to the time. Yeah, thanks. I'm Martin. I live here in Berlin, and I work as a JavaScript engineer. And I'm currently doing Node, React, and React Native stuff at a company called Testo. And because I assume most of you won't know Testo, I quickly explain why that is important for this talk. Because you see Testo's developing these kind of devices. So for example, the one on the left is a exhaust measuring device. So you plug that into a chimney of a factory, for example, and it will give you enough data to know if you are actually within the environmental compliance of the country you are in. The other picture is a sensor probe for temperature measurements, and that's very often used in food compliance to just make sure any food you eat, for example, the fast food chain or at a canteen, is not full of bacteria. And all of these devices basically have nowadays Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. And for Wi-Fi, that's pretty easy. They talk to the cloud and you get the data basically instantly. But for Bluetooth, you need a companion app. And in the past, we have built these companion apps usually with Objective-C or Java. But recently we realized, well, we are doing a lot of React on the web. Why not do it on React Native also with the apps? And that's how I came to do Bluetooth in React Native. So when I say Bluetooth, I'm actually talking about Bluetooth Low Energy here. And that is basically a protocol called GET. And GET has 4 entities you should know about if you ever handle Bluetooth. And that's client, server, characteristic, and service. Client and server is basically what you already know from the web. So the client is your phone, the server is your Bluetooth device, and one connects to another. And once they start exchanging information, those information live in characteristics. For example, one characteristic pretty common on Bluetooth devices is the manufacturer name, or for example, the battery level. And these characteristics are grouped together in services to make stuff a little bit easier for us as developers. So you can imagine, for example, a characteristic for temperature readings, which you would search for if you want to read the temperature of a certain piece of meat, for example. And the library I'm using for Bluetooth in React Native is React Native BLE PLX. It's a pretty straightforward library. You do yarn add, and if you're on iOS, that's pretty it. If you're on Android, you want to set up permissions to actually use Bluetooth, otherwise you will run in a lot of exceptions and, well, basically spend the afternoon debugging. If you look at the documentation of this library, you will realize most of the functions either take a callback or provide a promise in the end, because as I said, Bluetooth is highly asynchronous. And after I implemented the first prototypes, I realized just with pure React, that's not really too good readable, it's not good maintainable. So I started looking into what to use for the more asynchronous stuff, and I concluded that I want to use streams here. So there's a couple of stream libraries within the space of JavaScript. Xstream is the one I chose because I like it for its simplicity, but that also means that most of the stuff you will do with any other streaming library does basically work also. And I'm not sure if all of you have worked with streams before, so I'm gonna quickly explain the basic concept. Just imagine you have a timeline, and in the stream, objects appear over time and disappear. And we can, for example, look at the talks in this conference, like being on a stream. And like with these talks, you will not be able to actually watch 2 at the same time. So you need to be at either one or the other talk. And that's the same in streams. You always get one object at a time. And once that's gone, it's basically gone. And the beauty about streams is actually that we can run operations on streams, like this filter, for example. And that, again, like filters and arrays, for example, will give us a new stream that has just the items we want. And for example, we can filter for just the events that happen here in the eStore. So much about streams. Let's look into Bluetooth. Again, we will start with a timeline. The first thing you will always do, basically in any language, on any phone, when you want to do Bluetooth, is you need to watch the actual state of the Bluetooth adapter within your phone. So that's basically the little piece of hardware that is doing all the frequency stuff and so on you don't want to care about. And it obviously has state like powered on and powered off, but there's also quite important one called unauthorized. And even if you have set up the permissions within your manifest, for example, as long as you don't have permissions, you will always get error messages when you try to do something. So pretty important to watch that state, otherwise again you're gonna debug a lot if you don't pay attention. And we can monitor the state with a function from BLE PLX that is called onStateChange. And instead of providing a callback here, I call a function from Xstream called XstreamFromCallback. What that will basically do is turn this function into a stream. So we get a stream that will first usually show unknown, because whenever you start an app with a Bluetooth, before the library is initialized, it will not know the Bluetooth adapter state. And once everything is done, you hopefully get powered on. And again, I said it's pretty good to know during development the state of your Bluetooth adapter. So let's assume we actually want to put some text into our app to just show the Bluetooth adapter. Of course, you know how to display text in React Native, but a stream is not a state. So how do we actually put the stream into our user interface? And the solution is hooks again. There's a couple of different implementations of hooks called useStream. They basically all do the same. You can just pick any. But the way it works is you plug in your stream and an initial value, and it just returns the value of the current element in the stream. And then you can just basically put that in your components. So again, the adapter state is maybe interesting from a development perspective, but not that relevant for users. So let's actually look on how to show devices. Like the next step obviously would be to search for devices we want to use. So we basically take the same stream of the states and just filter for powered on states, because that's the only one that are relevant from now on. And what we will do again is we will take another function called startDeviceScan and create another stream from these callbacks. Unfortunately, as you see here, we actually get a stream of streams of devices. That's just the case because we have run map on a stream and afterwards created a stream also. So Xstream has a function called flatten, which can just flatten that down to a stream of devices. And we're ready to show that as, for example, buttons in our user interface. So we now get a list of devices we can connect to, but the actual interesting thing is going to be the characteristics on these devices, because only that way we can read or write information to the device. And so the first step would be to assume that if the user clicks on one of the buttons, we have a stream with exactly that device in it. Let's call it selected device stream, and we will run this couple of map operations basically on the stream. So the first one is connecting to the device. Now you will see that I'm, apart from connecting here, also stop scanning. That is specifically relevant to Android, because most Android phones will not allow you to connect to any device basically if you have not stopped scanning before. So again, one of these things, if you know that already, it saves you quite some time on the debugging. After that, we will call a second map operation with a function called discover all services and devices, and that is basically specific to our BLE PLX library. So the library will not know the existing services and characteristics after connecting. So if you just try to access them without discovering them before, you will again just get error messages because the library thinks they are not there. In both cases, we in the end get back the device object, so the stream stays completely the same. But once we have done these steps, we can actually query the services. Now the services will be an array of services actually, which means we have one object on the stream with an array inside, which is not exactly suitable for streams. So we do again a combination of flatten and, in this case, stream from array to turn that array into a stream of services. And now we're actually pretty close to the characteristic array, because we can do the same again. Every service has a characteristics method that will return arrays of characteristics, which we then flatten down, and then our stream looks like this, and we get any amount of characteristics. I have displayed 3 here. Usually you will get easily 50 or 60 actually on most devices. So there's one thing I, for the sake of simplicity, have left out so far. I explained that you can easily read from characteristics or write to that, and I also said that most of the time you will be easily able to, for example, get data like battery level and so on from that. But there's a lot of devices that are more complex, and that's just due to the nature that most of like previous Bluetooth communication or also like USB connection works fully serial, meaning you get 2 channels, one for reading, one for writing. And on these channels you send binary messages. And a lot of devices actually simulate that by using the characteristics. So you get one characteristic for reading data and one for writing data. And that's actually how also most of these measuring devices work I've showed you before. And when I realized the code for preparing the talk, I realized the protocol we are speaking there is proprietary, and I kind of can't show it here. So you might realize the buttons are called like Star Wars robots, so I will assume now I'm speaking an imaginary protocol with imaginary Star Wars robots, which happen to work very similar to the one I used to implement. So let's assume we have a PWA robot here, and we want to have that roll around the room. So to control that, we just add 4 more buttons with arrows for all the directions. And now we can again assume with the buttons that we have a stream of these buttons, and that stream would looks something like that. You see all the 4 arrows and a stop symbol, the basic idea being that when you press the button it sends the arrow, and when you release the button it will send the stop signal, so the robot is not crashing in any walls. Unfortunately, these are symbols. You really can't send that to a robot. So we need to convert that into something more technical. I've chosen vectors here. So basically the first parameter is the speed, the second one is the angle. So we're going with a fixed speed of 80 here, and then the angles, and to stop we just set the speed to 0. Again, that's already technical, but it's not yet binary, so let's use some method called roll and turn that into actual binary packages. So now we are technically done and could send this information off to the robot. Unfortunately, there's one specific about BLE PLX. It does not use byte arrays, but instead base64 encoded strings. And so we need to actually encode that with base64, which is slightly annoying during development, but works fine. So now how do we send that to the robot? We had the stream of characteristics, and we can filter on that for a specific characteristic for sending off stuff. And then we can use a method called combine. And you can see on the top timeline, what it does is basically it takes both streams and combines the object together. So whenever there's a new event coming on one stream, it will memorize the previous event on the other stream and combine them together to be a new event. And we're gonna need that because once you register a listener on this new stream, you can actually take the characteristic for sending and the command you want to send, and basically use the write with response method here to send that around. That's all pretty nice, and we can send now data to the robot, but actually the robot is never sending us data back. And if you imagine, for example, it would run into a wall and you are standing around the corner, you wouldn't even realize. So let's implement some collision detection. basically saying if the robot runs in a wall, we can show this emoji just for the user to know. And the way we do that is, again, we take the characteristic stream, and we pick the characteristic for reading data. And again, we use xstream from callback, but this time we call a method called monitor on the characteristic. What monitor is basically doing, it will give you all incoming packages into our stream. And that will look something like this. You realize again we are at base 64, so we will need to decode that. And now we need to do some interpretation on these packages. So it's pretty fair to assume actually that there's going to be more packages than just collision detection. So for example, I don't know, the robot notifies about his battery level or Wi-Fi signal strength or whatever. So let's assume the third byte in the binary array is an identifier for the package type. So what we can do basically is pick the third byte and return that on the stream. If you haven't worked with data view, it's a pretty nice and built-in JavaScript class for handling binary data. And that's basically our collision stream. We can just filter for the packages we need, which show us a collision, and again plug that into our user interface to show the emoji. Now, when I was researching again for this talk, I pretty soon found there is actually a BB-8 robot you can control via Bluetooth. It's made by a company called Sphero. You might know them from these balls that are usually used for playing with cats. And it works pretty fine, and by coincidence it exactly works with the code I showed you before. Unfortunately, well, the bottle is bigger actually than the robot, and you see it running around the stage here. So I made a video, but if you're going to be later at the party or grab me later at the conference, I have it with me, and you can take a look, play around with that if you want. Yeah, let me show you the video. Let's see on which screen this, yeah, of course, on the wrong one. Give me one moment to left, right. Oh, that looks good. So you can see the app has put it up, the robot was discovered, and once it turned purple, it actually connected. Now I'm running it a little bit around. Actually getting quite confused because I'm having the phone in one hand and the tablet in the other one. And you see I crashed it into the wall and the emoji appears. So let's see if I can get back here. Here we go. And that's basically it. I put the code on GitHub for the robot, but if any device you have basically is fine to trying out Bluetooth, and feel free to try that out. I hope you have, if you haven't worked with streams, at least see that it's possible for some applications to use streams. And yeah, thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of the day.
That was so cool. Thanks, Martin. All right. You are now free for the next 15-ish minutes. We're going to start the next block on time. So go get a coffee, go pee, and then come right back.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my love life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't practice in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stronger.
You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. falling down. All around this empty town, we're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. Standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't talk this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay up in line? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay up in line. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're
Hello, is this on? Great. Welcome back from the break. I hope you had a good break, get some coffee and go to the toilet and all that. I haven't, so sorry. Our next speaker is Tejas. I first saw Tejas speak at JSConf a couple of years ago. Turns out actually it was their first ever talk, and it was really, really incredible. Supernatural speaker. Also, fun fact, Tejas is actually an undying ray of sunshine. So, there you go. Tejas is going to be talking to us about strong RESTful contracts in a GraphQL world. Take it away.
Hi. This has to be the greatest crowd I've ever spoken to, because I haven't said anything and you're clapping already. Thank you, Evan. I have one friend up here, and all of you, of course. My name is Tejas. That's pronounced like contagious, for those of you who have a little bit of trouble with this exotic Indian name. And actually, it does mean sun, like ray of sunshine. I don't know how you knew that, but you know, the MCs do background checks, I'm convinced. Which I signed a form or something, it's fine. But today, anyway, we're not here to talk about me, we're here to talk about REST. How many of you have heard of REST? How many of you use REST? Okay, that's the whole room. Whoa, that's surprising. We're here to talk about REST, and GraphQL and stuff. And in our time together, what I want to show you is, I thought long and hard about it. What I really want to show you is that constraints can be really beautiful things. I think that's, in a nutshell, what I want to show you. And I thought about the best way to do that. How can I communicate in a way that, will not have you like scrolling through your phone or falling asleep. I saw some of you asleep in a previous talk. I want to talk to you in a way that engages you. And I think the best way to do that is to tell you a story. The story starts where all great stories start, and that is with JavaScript. Okay. We had a code base at my previous employer. It was a really good product. People really wanted it. People were paying for it. We had, it was good. It helped the company even make profit. But what ended up happening was, over time, the code became stale. It started to get a little bit old, which eventually led to, old code. It led to stale code. And because it was JavaScript, it just kind of stuck around. How many of you know what I'm talking about? Like, you're sometimes afraid to delete your code because, oh my goodness, I might break something, right? You're afraid to rename, you're afraid to refactor. And if you build software, we saw from Max this morning, make it work, make it right, make it fast. But how can I make it fast? How can I refactor if I'm scared to break stuff? And that's where we found ourselves. We were feature frozen, but kind of without our choice. We're really afraid to make changes. Now, how do we help this? Thankfully, there's technology that makes JavaScript scale a little bit better and makes us a little bit more confident. And that, I believe, is TypeScript. We decided, okay, we can't build on this thing anymore. This monolith is a little bit hard to maintain, so we'll recreate something, and we'll try and do it right. We'll try and do it with TypeScript. Okay, and what that led us to, I'm speaking faster than I can think. Happens. But what that led to was our code ended up scaling really well. Like, all of a sudden, we saw so many benefits from the static type analysis that TypeScript gives you that we could confidently delete code. We could confidently refactor. Our documentation was on point. And, some of you are skeptical. I'm looking around the room. Some of you are going like, oh, he's talking about TypeScript. I'm leaving. Stay, because I'll show you practically some of the benefits we got from TypeScript. Now, I think it becomes exceedingly clear in the area of design systems. How many of you have a design system, work with a design system? A lot of you. And it's good. And if you have a design system, it's a library, meaning the API is something that's important. Like, if you want people to import it and use it, you want to expose an API that is, we say it's idiomatic. It's approachable. You're used to it. Our API documentation is generated and exposed using this tool called React Style Guidist. Actually, the author of this is here somewhere. Go say hi and tell him good job for me. He's a very talented person. And I'll just show you some ways that TypeScript gives us benefits right now. So we're going to exit out of this. I'm going to mirror my screen, which I should have done before, but I was busy socializing. It's a conference. All right, there we go. Okay, so this is our design system. It's called Operational UI. And it looks very simple, but here's where TypeScript really helps. If we go to, say, avatar, okay? These are some names. This is kind of like a Google Gmail type of avatar thing, which generates a circle with initials. Okay, that's the avatar component. And it's something we use across our app. You probably do this in your design system as well. What's really important to us is the API. So I click this view code thing, and what I see is an interactive code playground. So I can go in here, I can see what it looks like with different names, and I can see it update in real time. Right? Vivek is a good friend of mine sitting right here. And so you can see it kind of update in real time. What I want to show you is how the API documentation can help, and how we do that through TypeScript is this way. TypeScript exposes type declaration files that give you powerful features in your IDE, like auto-completion, like type analysis. So if something's not compatible, you get red squiggly underlines and you know it, okay? What we have done in the documentation here, literally just for fun, just a hobby project, was we took VS Code, the engine under it, so Monaco, it's called the Monaco editor, and we kind of put it in the browser. and we fed type declarations into it. And so if I go here, look what it says. It says press Alt space inside a component for available props and documentation. I'm going to do that. So I press this, and these are the props that are available to me. Okay. And in order to fully appreciate this, look, I could go color, and I could say red. Bam, red. What else is available to me? I can say I want to hide the initials. I don't really know why. Okay, there we go. Hides the initials. We just have a red circle at this point. And I could say I want it to be huge, but look, I can't get a 4,000 pixel radius. Why? And I have intelligent documentation here. It's because, oh, I'm only expecting small or medium. And so surely enough, I can go here and say, okay, I want medium. Bam, it's done. So TypeScript is able to give us auto-completion and like next level documentation that we can't get any other way. And the cool thing is, because of Style Guidance, all of this is just generated from Markdown. like we don't really do any work. We just write text files. Let me show you. So if I go here to GitHub, it's open source. You're welcome to go look at it. Contiamo/operational UI. We go to source, and I can go to avatar. If the internet lets me. There we go. So avatar. Thank you, whoever just went off the Wi-Fi. And what we see is this Markdown, this title and code snippet, is exactly the same one-to-one as this. It looks a little bit different, but the true fact is that this is generated automatically from this. Okay? We write text, it comes to life, and then it comes to new life with TypeScript. Very exciting. And because of that, we've seen our apps be bulletproof. Now, I don't have the time to go into the details of how we were able to do this. I did do a talk at React Finland earlier this year with more technical details. It involves simulating a file system in the browser. It's a lot of fun, and I'd recommend going to look at that. But that's not why we're here today. We're here to talk about REST, GraphQL, and TypeScript. So we're in the middle of a story, and in the story, we've adopted TypeScript, and we're seeing benefits. I mean, those were benefits, right? We took it further. We turned all of the strictness settings on. Everything was red, and then we made it not red, and we have just amazing scale. Our apps were effectively bulletproof. Honestly, nothing broke them. We'd get no emails from Sentry, except in one place. And this is not an email, but this is an incoming packet. Our apps would break at the network layer. Okay. Robin did a great talk about IOTS earlier, where that's the scary zone, the IO layer. And so we would receive things from the back end that were, and what would happen? Cannot read property something of undefined, right? Like it's the JavaScript nightmare back again. And so our backend would send us these mysterious things sometimes, and this is no disrespect to the backend team. It just happens. Sometimes people are offline, which eventually made our apps blow up. Which made us very sad because there were bugs. And so we were like crying about this. We were like, okay, our apps are bulletproof, but if I see another network-related error, I'm going to be very, very sad. And that brings me to the point in the story where I just want to tell you REST is many things, but unfortunately REST is just not that good. Okay. And this is maybe a controversial opinion, especially because so many hands went up when I asked. But look, we're engineers. We don't just say something's not good. We say it's not good because there's a magical word in engineering. Let's substantiate this claim a little bit. REST is just not good because, well, for one thing, it's not a formal specification. Like, show me a formal specification for it. There isn't one. You know what that means? That means it leads to a lot of guessing games. Oh, this should definitely be a put, not a patch. But why? This is a like, is it a post? Is it a put? So here's a question, right? Someone requests a resource on your extremely secure blockchain backend, and they're not allowed to see it. Now, do they get a 401? Do they get a 403? Do they get a 404 because they shouldn't even know it exists? What you're doing right now is you're guessing because this isn't documented anywhere, and this happens way too much. Or how about this one? Something doesn't exist. What status code? It's always complicated. And ultimately, my problem with this, and I am angry. I'm just kidding. It's act. But the problem I have with this is, as engineering teams, we have a lot of meaningless discussions. Should this be a put? Should this be a patch? I don't care. I want my users, our users, to benefit from our amazing products. I think we all want the same thing. fundamentally the issue with REST is this: there are no contractual agreements between front end and back end. You could document stuff. Sure, there's ways around it, but fundamentally, that's where we're at. I think I can best summarize all of this with this message that actually happened, though the time is a little bit off. This happened at some point. There was a conversation, and I had to ask this. Wait, so put creates something, but I thought put was for edit. And my response to this is just, okay, but like, why? Why can't we have a better way? Thankfully, there is something called GraphQL. How many of you know GraphQL, use GraphQL, love GraphQL? More heads than rest. This is a very good thing. GraphQL, I would say, my friends, and I'm happy you agree, is very good. Okay, and it's very good. Look, we're engineers. We don't just say this stuff. What's the magic word? Because it's very good. Because basically the opposite of the REST points. It is a formal specification. If GraphQL is one thing, it is not some type of paradigm for client-server communication. It's not a protocol. It is a spec. It's just a specification. And for me, this is a huge deal. You know what that means? That means there's no guessing games. That means you send a post with a data and you get back something. It's specified. And if you find something that you're guessing about, guess what? You can guess what? If you find something that makes you guess, you could open an issue. You could contribute a solution back to the spec, and then it becomes the specification, and you help a huge chunk of the world. That's incredible. And for me, the biggest value is that it leads to really meaningful discussions. We're no longer talking about, oh, what is this status code? Oh, what verb is that? Put, patch, post, delete, update. And update's not a verb. No, we talk about, can we cache this? Can we reduce the size of the page? Can we do things that affect the user in a positive way? That's why we build software, and GraphQL makes that up and center, front and center. And lastly, GraphQL gives us really strong contractual agreements. You describe your schema, you say, hey, these are my things, they live here, and you establish this contract for your API. And for these reasons, I think GraphQL has a lot of value. But you know what? This is just the developer experience stuff. This is like cross-team stuff. If we were to talk about the user experience benefits of GraphQL, we would have to go like off the screen, like, right? And you laugh, but it's the truth. It's the truth. So, I think I've made my point. GraphQL is very, very good. Now, I was at a I was here in Berlin. I was at a conference, actually with my coworker Fabian here, and we there was like a talk about how to convince your boss to adopt GraphQL. Apart from showing them this talk, this is a problem people had. They were like, okay, GraphQL is amazing, but nobody sees the whole picture. How do we convince people? And in this talk, there was this notion of this conversation being had a lot. Somebody says, hey, I want to add a GraphQL service to our stack. Mr. CTO, Mr. CEO, whatever. And the response is, well, you know, we can't because reasons. And the top reasons were really, I don't get them. Again, here's that word, because you want to take a picture. We can go back. Let's see. Back too much. It's okay. You can just interrupt my presentation casually. It's okay. Good. Okay. So because they say, well, we don't trust JavaScript for an API. JavaScript, you know, it's a toy language. You use it to make like clocks and counter demo to do MVC. Come on. You don't use it for an API. We already have an API team and they have tasks. If you don't believe me, just go look in Jira. Oh, what's that? Jira doesn't work. Oh, sorry. Okay. Or how about this one? We just don't have the time for that. You know, hey, Agile, Scrum, it's meetings, committees, you know, so we need to ship. We need to ship. The problem is when you laugh because you relate, but when you have this culture, you ship things that the user doesn't like. You know, you ship things that cause runtime exceptions. You ship things that break at the network layer. And I've experienced this firsthand. And so all that to say, my response to these reasons is this. But at some point you go, okay, you know, let's make it work, it's fine. But then your entire team goes, okay, well. And so what is the solution? How can is there hope for us stuck in the land of rest? I think so. I think so. So this is where we find ourselves in the story, okay? You have a constraint, and the constraint makes you sad. You could either just kind of wrestle with it, you could fight, you could do politics, you can backbite, you can whatever you want, or you could say, hey, it's time for a side project. It's time to innovate. Constraints can drive innovation. You can tweet that because that needs repeating. Constraints can drive innovation. I was heavily inspired by the Apollo project around GraphQL. For those of you who know it, I mean, it's incredible. They have client, server, and it's just stunning. And it's mostly TypeScript and the APIs, and I could talk all day about how amazing Apollo is. So that inspired the creation of a similar library. So I made a library on a Saturday. We call it Restful React, and it's not some variant of React. Just naming things is hard. It's just how you fetch data in a predictable way, more or less, with React in REST. And apart from like talking about it a lot, I'm going to show you. I can show you some demos of Restful React. So let's go here. I'll open up my editor. He's offended because I said REST is not good. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. So we have this. This is my app, and it says, "Hello, React Day Berlin." But this is kind of not really fun for you, so let's do something. Let's open a browser. Let me just actually yarn start this bad boy. Okay. And I will open a browser here, and we'll do split screen. So, okay, and there. And so what we'll do is we go localhost 8080. I believe it's running there, and it's what you'd expect. It's a React app, nothing special, just hello React Day Berlin with a lot of fire and metal signs. How RESTful React works is you wrap your entire app in a provider from RESTful React, and you just you need to kind of give it some context to tell it like, hey, I'm talking to this service. Okay, so I'm just gonna. You've probably done this with a lot of other things, and now it's red. Why? Because TypeScript saying no, I can't. I need a base prop. I need to know who you're talking to. So base equals. We will talk to my favorite API in the whole world. Okay, this is the dog API. Absolutely love it. Dog.ceo. And so what we're going to do, our app will not change at all because, well, nothing changed except we added some context. So we'll go in here, and we'll use a React hook. It's called useGet. So I will import. I don't even need, look, TypeScript will give me automatic import. Const, I'll destructure something, and I'll use get. Okay, bam. And I will say I want stuff from the dog API. I want breeds, image random. I believe, apologize if this doesn't work, but I just want a really good dog on the screen. And I get data. What else do I get? I get, am I loading? And I get an error. Okay. Oops. Okay. And so now if I'm loading, I want to say huge, like, hey, I'm loading. If I have an error, I want to just log, I guess, the error dot message. And lastly, if I have data, I want to img alt, always use your alt, good boy. And we have data dot message, I believe. But see, notice this. I'm guessing. I don't really know this message thing exists. And if I look at what data is, it's anything. So this, let's see if that works. Okay, it works. Great. But the problem is, and this is kind of why our app was breaking, I could turn message into like massage, right? And then, of course, it doesn't work. Everything breaks. Oh no, it's on fire. We can't ship. So how I can fix this is using generics and TypeScript to kind of mock the shape of my backend response. So I go here and say I'm expecting something with with message as a string. Okay. And now it's like, okay, fine. Message, no. Message 3, no. Whatever. Doesn't really exist. Doesn't exist. It wants data dot message. This is fine. This is already a good way forward. And it's working, and that's pretty great. So that's an initial RESTful React, and it works really nicely, right? Would you agree? Would you disagree? It doesn't matter. I have the microphone. But can we do better? Let's revisit. So we said REST is just not good because, and we went through the reasons. We won't do that again. We'll just look at them again because I feel the pain of REST still. But that last point, no contractual agreements, is kind of sort of malleable. You kind of bend that a little bit because there are some contractual agreements. You see, our backend was implemented in Golang. I can't say if it's a good language or not. I was going to say it's a great language, just my nature, but I don't know. And so the APIs are, it's strongly typed. The APIs are documented. And so my amazing coworker, Fabien, I took this picture today sitting right here. Give it up for Fabian, everybody. He's stand up. So Fabian, what he did was he wrote something to go to the Go source code and pull out TypeScript definitions. It's amazing. It's a great tool, full of regular expressions, but it really works. We were inspired by this to go, can we actually do this? And so we looked into OpenAPI. Now, OpenAPI is an evolution of Swagger, okay? And it's a way of describing your backend response, or your backend API entirely, your REST API, post, put, patch, get, delete, and all the status codes and everything in YAML or JSON. And we were like, okay, well, this gives us an idea. Whoa, there's something here. Problem is, unlike your GraphQL schema definition, these things are big. They're very big. And so we worked with them a bit. Fabian read them, and he was like, okay, I'm reading this once and probably never again. And so can we somehow use this? Specifically, can Fabian somehow use this? I'm sorry. So he had the idea for code gen. You know, he was like, okay, we have information. Let's see if we can generate some stuff. And that is what we have today. This, I need to preface, this allows for something really innovative and a huge advantage from GraphQL that we now have in REST, my friends, and that is end-to-end type safety. And I'd love to show that to you now. So we're going to go back to our split screen, and we're going to talk to a different API. So we're going to go here, and instead of talking to Dog CEO, as much as I love it, we're going to talk to API. How do you say it, Giphy or Jiffy? Giphy. I heard Giphy first, so we'll go with that. api.giphy.com/v1. And of course, this is going to break. We're going to see nothing. Failed to fetch 404, expected. And we're going to do something. So RESTful React exposes a CLI, okay, as well. So command line interface. There's a great lightning talk on those by my friend Shahrukh. And how it works is this. You say yarn RESTful React. So you access the binary React. And you import from, you could import it from a file, and what it expects is an OpenAPI or Swagger document. Okay, you can import that from your file system, from your hard drive, from wherever. Or if you want to be fancy, you can go, okay, this lives on GitHub, so you can literally just like, it will go to GitHub, fetch the document, and come back, and you fill out your GitHub username, the repo name, the branch name, and the file path, and you tell it, hey, I want to output this here on my file system. Okay, and I will hit enter. And it's going to go off, get that stuff, and done. So it executed in 1.53 seconds. And if I look here, oh, look, it's a green file. I have a new file. You want to look inside? Let's look. So it's a whole bunch of types. And we don't really need to concern ourselves with these because it exists. We can use them. Okay, shall we try? Let's try using it. Let's fetch some data from Giphy, whatever, and see if it works. Now, we did loading error in data. So we don't really need to change that because it's the same RESTful React, it's the same API. So I'm going to remove this import from RESTful React, and this is going to yell at me. Yes, I know useget doesn't exist. But we're going to instead import something from our API. So I'll import something from /API. Now, RESTful React takes API documentation and gives you React hooks. We need to find something in this huge ocean of stuff. How do we find hooks? Use. So we type use. Look, these are the things that are available from Giphy. We can just access them. So let's try and get a random GIF. Okay? No more use get, but use random GIF. We don't need this generic type anymore. It's fully type safe. It knows it doesn't expect a path. It actually just expects an MD object. And look at this, end-to-end type safety. It's like message doesn't exist. That's incredible. Okay? Instead, what do I have? I have data dot, okay, well, I guess data again. Maybe I should rename data to like GIF response, just so I don't confuse myself. Okay. But it's not a string. It doesn't go in the image, so I need something else. Dot images. And look, I have this auto-completion right here. I haven't left the editor. Dot original, I believe. Dot. And then lastly, the URL, which is a string. And now my SRC is satisfied. I have some optional chaining going on, which is stage 4, by the way, in JavaScript. Yeah, that's right. And save. And what I should see is a error. 401, because I am not authenticated. Now, I need an API token. And Giphy does this via query params. I don't know why. I think it's not really safe, but okay. Pretend you don't see my token. I will revoke it after the talk. I'm just going to copy this token, cowboy style, and we'll say query params, API key is my API key. Again, I will revoke it, so if you want to abuse me, just wait. And just like that, we have a full-on random GIF from the Giphy API with end-to-end type safety because of RESTful React. I think this is absolutely incredible. And here's the thing, I could swap that out for an array of GIFs for whatever, and it just works. That is incredible. So, thank you. It's like one person back there. So, let's wrap this up. I think that's absolutely incredible, and that's a powerful use case that's enabled in React via TypeScript and code generation. And so we have some of the benefits from GraphQL in React. Let's switch to the takeaways. I'd say number one, constraints are your friend. We started the talk this way, and I'll finish the talk this way. If you have a constraint, you can get bitter, you can say stuff, you can whatever, but I would recommend use it to your advantage. Build something. Fix the problem. I believe you can as an engineer. Types are your friend. Auto-completion, syntax, safety. It's your friend. Nothing is really that impossible except maybe, you know, some stuff, whatever, but it's supposed to be inspirational. Go with it. And lastly, I'd encourage you to get creative. And with that, I just want to say thank you very much for having me at React Day Berlin. But hang on a second. There's just one more thing I want to mention. So we're almost at the end of the day, and the slide's not up. Okay, whatever. We're almost. Thank you. We're almost at the end of the day, and I have noticed, you know, the volunteers have been doing some amazing stuff. They've been serving. You may not maybe even notice them, but the people behind the scenes make this conference work. And I want to take just a moment and point out one of them specifically, Conchita right here. Will you stand up? You deserve. If you don't want to stand, Conchita right here. I have gotten to know the volunteers, and I'd encourage you, like the person who hands you your badge or something, get to know them. They're incredible people, and they make all of this happen. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tejas. That was really, really great. Also, it means I can actually tick something off my coding to-do list, which at the top is turn a Swagger document into TypeScript types, which thank God I don't have to do that anymore. We're just going to change over microphones, so talk amongst yourselves for the moment. Yeah, we only have one. Sorry. Yep, all good. Cool. Can we have your microphone, please?
No.
Oh, your jackets. Can you?
Alright, so.
It was amazing.
Yeah, no problem. Hey,
just clear. Cool.
Ready? He's the brains behind it. If you have questions, ask him. Can ask you a couple of. He wrote the code.
It's gonna be great.
But he wrote the code generator. You could see in front. Okay, I saw your talk earlier at React Conf online. Yeah, so yeah, I know. It's correct. Okay. After that, I saw that.
Is there water here for you?
Developed CVR. Yeah, it's the same. No. I think no. What do you think?
I think so. Right, are you ready? Yeah. Cool. Okay, we're ready for our next speaker. If we can can we find our seats or leave, please? Thank you. Our next speaker is Omri Bruchim, who's going to talk about whose talk is React Native at Wix, building an app for 150 million people. Omri obviously works at Wix in Tel Aviv, has come all the way from Israel to be here. At Wix, they use React Native quite heavily, and Omri is going to be showing us how to grow an app.
Yeah.
So big round of applause for Omri.
Hey, so hello everyone. Actually, it was my first time that I saw the picture of me. I looked like a bot. It was super funny. Actually, it's my first time in Berlin, so I'm super excited, and it's super cold here. It's always cold, that's cold in Berlin. Where is the sun? Anyway, I know all of you are tired, myself as well, so I'm gonna start with a story. I'm giving you a story about two frogs sitting in the boiling water. How many folks in the crowd familiar with this fairy tale? Cool. Your parents send you to a bad kindergarten. Okay, so the story tells that if you drop a frog in a pot of boiling water, you will immediately, of course, try to get out. But, and it's a big but, if you place them gently in a solid water and turn on the heat on low, they will float there, and as the water gradually heats up, the frog will sink into a quiet atmosphere with a smile on his face, like all of you after the lunch that you eat your salmon, and he allow himself to be boiled to death. Don't ask me how I know. I know he will die. I think this is the time to make a disclaimer that no animal were hurt for the sake of this talk. It's just a metaphor. Anyway, believe it or not, humans are very familiar with frogs. In the power of adjustment with new situation is the same. For example, one of the problems with most of the successful mobile application in the world with Phase 2, in few years after you submit the application to the App Store, it's called scale. Sometimes, without notice, we realize that we are in the pot with super hot water, and sometimes it's too late. But if not, we need to think different. We need to change the day-to-day work, how we work every day. Because at the beginning it was pretty easy and super fast, small company, great team, and we had small amount of developers. We work on the same repository, in the same room probably. We are able to manage ourselves that if I develop one feature, I'm not breaking your feature, and everything goes smooth. But from day to day, we realize that we are growing and things got much more complicated. You change the structure of the company and you can't work the same way. As the company grows, the app grows, you have more feature, more developer join into the team, and it's indeed become much more difficult with React Native. It's difficult to make the same with a simple React Native architecture. I have to admit that with React Native it's much more complicated, just because we need to deal with 3 different environments. I have Visual Code, I have Android Studio, Xcode. We have to deal with 3 different package manager. We have NPM, as well with Gradle, Maven. Now we even have to use Cocopod, which is nightmare. You start to feel that all of it actually affect your performance. Builds are super flaky and failing more often. You have conflicts from hell. Everything breaks. Everyone breaks each other, and there is a huge mess. It's totally chaos. But if you feel that too, so congratulations. It's a sign that you hit scale. So hello again. I'm Omri. I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm currently leading the mobile platform at Wix. You can find me at Twitter at @OmriBuchim. I'm not one of the coolest guy in the neighborhood with a nickname like Joker or something. Just my name. And this is my new baby born. This is the time to thank Dana, my wife, that gave me the opportunity to come to Berlin alone to sleep at night 4 days. Anyway, I originally came from iOS background, but now I'm totally in React Native. I'm focused mostly on performance and architecture of the application. And today we are going to have a case study about Wix application. I will give you a brief overview about Wix mobile story. We will define together what the problem we had, how we solved them with some secret sauce, and at the end we discuss whether it worked for us or not. Well, of course it is, but stay tuned. So if you are unfamiliar with Wix, Wix is a company to give you the option to create a stunning website and actually to manage your business on the go. For example, if you have a restaurant, you can create a website in few seconds and in a minute get a reservation for tables from your phone by customers. If you have a yoga class, you can create a website and define your services as the customer can book services on the go from your phone. We currently serve 150 million users around the world. Well, we started our mobile journey with React Native back in 2015. To be honest, we took a chance with React Native. It's something like start developing with Flutter 1 year ago, and we don't like Flutter. It was super promising, so we decided to go for it. Today we are a huge application, more 600 different screens. We release 2 versions every week. Actually, it's 4 because it's 2 for iOS, 2 for Android. We have around 90 mobile developers and growing fast. Most of the developers come from web background. It's important to mention, on 20 different teams. I want to start with a brief overview of our problem because we need to understand what we're gonna solve. So let's talk about scale. I try to define it in 1-2 sentences. So scale is the ability to grow without compromising on development velocity, and increase the velocity without compromising on product quality. Do you understand what is the problem? So the problem is that we want to eat all the cake. We want to get all the benefits without affecting the app. We actually want grow velocity, quality, it's too much. In other words, we want to be able to increase the teams, release more features to the customers without affecting time to production. And if you want all of it to be fast, it's actually double trouble because to grow you need time. If you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, so let's drill in and see some examples. So let's take a look if it's possible with if it's possible to grow with a simple React Native application. So at the bottom we have iOS and Android-based SDK, which has nothing to do with React Native. We have the SDK of the iOS and Android. At the top level we have our application business logic. Actually, this is written with JavaScript and React. This is where all the application logic is written. All the screens, all the UI, all the business logic. Most of the application is there. In the middle we have React Native Framework. That's the way that you talk with the native side. And if you think that you want to implement your own native implementation, like I want to read QR code by the camera, so you probably need to create your own library, React Native library. You need to implement the JavaScript side, the Objective-C, and the Java. And at the end, we left only with the JavaScript libraries, which you are fans, because if I'm a 10 years old kid, I can add my malicious code into your application and you don't know it. For us, it was a chaos. Why? Most of the people can say that you can move the JavaScript code outside to a different library and connect it as a dependency to the main repository, but it's a problem. Why it's a problem? Just because when you put all the JavaScript side aside, you have a different environment between production and debug, because you have the example project, and the example project don't have the same dependencies as your main application. So it's work you in debug environment, but in production it's broken. Again, for us it was a chaos. Let's count our issues. We have an ownership issue because we are working on the same repo, all the JavaScript side in the same project. No one knows who is the code, just looking at the commit or the blame. We have slow development. Well, it's obvious, small change in the JavaScript code. I need to compile all the build again and again. Test the code was a nightmare. It's super hard to test the code. It worked locally before I ship it to production. Suddenly it don't work. Integration, it's super tough because I work locally, I push it to master, and then suddenly break other one. Finding and fixing bug is frustrating. Local and production environment I already mentioned. When I'm doing my own library, I can test it on the real environment. And React Native upgrades were kidding me because it's insane. We are 100 developers. It's insane to make an upgrade for the same repository. Well, basically looking all of this issue, we got a Christmas tree. But really, we had to change the architecture of the application. Now we got much more sense of what is the problem, or let's try to solve them. When you design an architecture for your application or for any software in the world, it should fit your organization structure. You can do it the same from other company. So I can give you the use case of Wix. In Wix, we are divided into multiple entities. We call them companies or verticals. These product-oriented entities are actually a set of features that developed by one team, one group. You can think about this company or vertical like a small startup inside a big company of 3,000 people. In addition, we have a professional entities called guild. Guild is the unit all the employees with the expertise. For example, we have server guild, fat guild, and mobile guild. And the guild is responsible for the aligning of all developers to do the same all over the groups. So we have the server guild, as I said, fed, mobile. The mobile is the coolest guys, by the way. The idea is behind the structure. I have one of them here. The idea behind this structure is to give you the ability to run fast and with less interaction between the teams, but with the same infrastructure. So in terms of goal, we want independent development. I want each team to do whatever he wants. You can think about it like an expo. I could take the infrastructure and put my feature on the SDK. We have more web developer that's mobile developer. I mentioned it before. It's important to understand that if I'm a mobile web developer, I can't open Android Studio. It's impossible. They are afraid to use Xcode or Android Studio. It's not like us, I'm mobile developers. We want independent deployment. If I'm creating a new feature, I want to ship it as production as soon as possible. I don't want to wait for the native to compile and everything. We want to run fast. Well, it's obvious. We want the same dev production environment. Again, I want to test my feature on the same SDK to go to production. So we actually want to create something like operation system and app. You can think about iOS, an application, or extension to Chrome. We want to do the same infrastructure and plugins. We call them otherwise. So back to our simple application. When we look about it on this structure, it's not really possible. We can't achieve all our dreams with this simple project. You can think about develop all the iOS application on the same repository. It's insane. So the key for success is most of the time separation of concern. We need to separate things. In back they have something that's called microservices. In Fed they have something that's called micro frontend. So we took both of them and mix and match and created something that we own. So let's start and change the entity. Let's make a new order. First, I want to split the higher level, the React side. Actually, most of the code, as we said, is written in JavaScript. So it's not making any sense to put all the code in the same project. So I split it for two, the infra and the product. Probably they developed by different teams. Okay. Now let's concentrate about the product side. As I told you before, in Wix, most of the company we split it into product groups. So I want to continue with the separation, and because each group want to work independently. So let's split them. We split them into something that's called module. Okay, you can think about again modules like a Chrome extension. We currently have more than 35 modules in the application. Each one of them is an independent team. So again, module is mini Wix application inside the big app. Module is independent, encapsulated business logic into like a block box. They can ship it whatever they want with the development they decided. Module written only in JavaScript. I will elaborate it more later, but important to mention because native code can be inside the module. Modules can communicate with each other. Of course, we want isolation, but there's a lot of cases where one module need to talk with another. Let's say we have module it's called cashier that's take the money, and we have restaurants, so I need to pay for someone. So they need to expose API to each other. Module need to implement an interface. We'll see an example in few seconds. But this is the model. This gives you the opportunity to come into the application and create your own logic and ship it to production. So, okay, we are done with the product teams. It is most of the application. Let's focus on the left part. We took all of these parts and we have the infra JavaScript code. We have the React Native, because we are not developing the React Native, but it's important to say that who has the dependency of React Native itself. So we took all of this and put them into a new project. We call it the engine. Let's take a look what is the engine. So the engine is the main entry point of the application. When the app opens, the first line of code is obvious the native side, the app delegate in iOS or the application start in Android. So this code is inside the engine, and actually the first JavaScript code is also the engine. This is the main entry point. It provides an infrastructure to the module. They can focus on writing the product without necessarily understand what's happening when you open the application. And it provides an infrastructure to the model. As I said, it includes all the native dependencies. So this project includes all the native dependencies. If you are using a native dependency outside in the world, you should PR into the engine, and we ship a new version for you, like a new iOS. The difference between iOS 10 and 10.1 is like a new engine released every 2 weeks. This is actually the most important point in all of my talk. The engine includes both iOS and Android binaries. What does it mean? It means that we ship a new project, a new NPM package, you can say, with the binaries of the iOS and Android. It's like, you can see it as an Expo. You using the APK or the app files and just inject your code inside. We'll take an example in a few seconds. The engine loads all the modules by config files. I push a config file with all the list of modules into the engine. He load all the modules lazily. It includes all the infrastructure you can think about: push notification, error handling, network accessibility, localization, whatever you can think about. And we expose in the engine to the module how to use this stuff. And the engine is developed by a single infrastructure team. It gives you the products teams to concentrate about the product, not about the infra. So what's left? What about code sharing? The yellow part. So we left with the JavaScript library. JavaScript library it's simple. It can be a common code between modules. It can be a common code between mobile and web. We are a web-oriented company, so there is a lot of cases where the team develop both the web and the mobile. So there are cases we need to take out the code that is shared between both of them and create a JavaScript library. And it's open source if possible, because libraries is, as a rule of thumb in Wix, we are big fans of open source, and every non-Wix code should be open source, meaning everything from the first line of code should be open source. Actually, working in scale with React Native teaches us a lot. We would like to share most of our knowledge and the code with the community. We can take one example. It's called UILib, Wix React Native UILib. UILib is actually a library written mostly in JavaScript. It's mobile design system and UI library. It's a consistent UI and UX all over the app. You can use it by yourself if you want. It's not say that you use the same component as we do. You can have your own theme, and it's improved the velocity by far from before. And we have weekly releases, so if I fix a bug, it's fixed all over the application. So that's all, actually. This is the new architecture. That was the original structure of a small application, and we changed it a little bit. We leveraged the Wix organization structure to achieve something new. We opened the app to many teams. It allowed them to build and maintain their own part of the app. It gives them the freedom in one hand, and again we have a unified product and infra all over the application. So we define the new entities. Let's try to analyze the interaction between them, because it's a new concept. In fact, our main application repository that's been released to Google Play and App Store is just a configuration file. Configuration file with a list of dependencies. It doesn't contain any line of code. One of the dependencies is the engine, and the rest are modules. So this configuration file first load the engine and pass all the other modules to the engine to load them one by one. Now it knows which module to load and the interaction between the modules. The biggest change we did, as I said, is to make a pre-built native images, the APK, and the app outside of the main repository. In your application, the most of the application, the main repository is actually hold the project, the iOS and the Android project. So we took it out and put it in the engine. Again, it gives you the flexibility to build something like SDK, and you can test your code with this SDK. It means that each and every team is getting the same environment, same native environment for development, and no need to touch native code. We have the simple script that you can do as a web developer and use the engine and load your module isolated from the others. It saves time, it saves builds, it solved a lot of native integration issues. To understand it better, let's see how modules look like. So this is an example of a simple module repository. It includes the source, of course, all the JavaScript source. It's important to mention only JavaScript, images, test, and two important files. One of them is the package.json, and the other one is module.js. So let's start with module.js. Module.js is actually my contract with the outside world, the contract with the engine, the contract with other modules. You can see as an example that I have a lifecycle events. What's happened when the app is in the app startup? I have an init function that I can implement and do whatever I want. I have a function that I expose components, methods, services. We take an example in a few seconds, and I have some declaration like again methods and component. I can do something when the app is log in and log out, and if I have something that's related to the infrastructure, I put it into this file. And so this is the module.js. Each module should implement it. It's like an interface. And the package.json, it's hold two types of dependencies. Let's start by dev dependency. The dev dependency is actually the engine. I want to bring it as a dev dependency, not a dependency, because the main application have it, the engine as dependency. And dependencies, I can load JavaScript libraries. Well, we talked about JavaScript, so JavaScript library is tricky. They can be a dependencies both of module and the engine. Why? Let's take Lodash or Moment, for example. Lodash and Moment are infrastructure libraries, so probably they should be in the engine. But if I have a shared library, shared JavaScript library, I want to put it in my own module and not necessarily open a pull request to the engine for any JavaScript library that I want. This is one example. Second example, we allow two different Lodash versions in the application. So if I module A, I want to bring Lodash 2, and some other one want to bring Lodash 5. It's possible. We allow this thing. So again, this is module A, which is developed by independent team, some are in different countries. We are spread over a few countries, not necessarily in Israel, and it uses the engine as the config files include only myself. You can see as an example, I'm loading only myself and the engine. And if I want to check the integration with another module, so I need to change a little bit the package.json, I need to add module B. Module B should be also dev dependency. I am not dependent between two modules as dependency, just because, again, the main repository holds all the list of the modules. So in that case, instead of just module A, I have an environment with two modules. But remember, I have 35 modules. So now I have a closed environment only with me and the other modules that have integration. So now is the time to ask a question. So you don't have necessarily the same environment like production. So it's true. but I have the same native environment. So this is most of the cases where the bugs came from. So how module development process look like? I'm developing my module, I push it to Git, I build it, building the test, build and running the test, and publish a new version. When I publish a new version, the main repository automatically take all the latest version of a module and ship it to production. Easy as it is. Okay, let's take a look at the engine. So you can see the iOS and Android folders. This is the iOS and Android project. Again, the project as it is in your repository. We have the source code, the source folder. It's all the JavaScript source. And at the bottom we have the app build. The app build is again the app and APK that we actually shipped to the stores. The only change which happened in here, before we ship, we take all the JavaScript code of all other modules and inject it into the application. We release a new version every 2-3 weeks. It's a different development cycle from the modules. Modules should run much more faster than the engine. Sometimes we don't have any changes in the infra, so we not release any new version. And React Native upgrade most of the time is only relevant for the engine. Of course, we have changes in the JavaScript code, but it's less critical. Most of the issues coming from the main project. So we're doing the upgrade to the engine, ship a new version like Android or iOS ship Android 10 and break all over the world, doing the same. And the main repository, as I told you before, is just one file. It's the package.json. It's called the engine, and all the other modules of GA, general availability. If I want to ship a new version of my module, I tag it as GA, and it's ready for production. Okay, let's talk about communication between them. So communication through the engine is a must. You can communicate between modules by requiring. There is no direct communication. Engine should be always the proxy. It helps us to make a contact validation. It's much more scalable. We know what is the connection between the modules, who talk with who, and why, and in each state in the lifetime of the application. We have 4 levels of communication. We don't have enough time, so I can tell you that we have components. I can get a component from other module. Let's say again, take an example of I have a members module which expose all the members in my application, and probably another module wants list, so you can use the component by ID. I have method. Again, I can expose function outside. I have event that it pops up. I register for an event, and some other module can broadcast something, and if you want, you can do it. One good example is notification. We have a notification module that if you recognize a new notification, you broadcast to everyone, hey, I got a new notification. And we have a service that is a little bit much more complicated, but it's like an event. But I want to ask someone, all the other modules, do you have something for me? And with something with result. So I get back an array with all the results from all the people, all the modules that register to the service. So that's all. I covered a lot. It's not that complicated, but it can take time until all of it sync and you understand it all. It brings us to the end of the presentation, and for the big question, is it work for us? I mean, is it worth all this complicated logic? So hell yes. In terms of goal, we achieve most of the dreams that we think about. We have an independent development. Each team can be tested as a black box, just me and the native infrastructure. If we change a specific module, we should build and test only my module. We have an independent deployment. I will show it in a minute, but if I change one line of code in JavaScript, I don't need to build all the native project again and again. Again, it will help you to think about all of this like an Expo. We created our own Expo with our own infrastructure, and you can use it if you want. You can use your own Expo as you can see it today. We have more web developer than mobile developer. Now it's easy peasy, because as a web developer, I can get the engine, write JavaScript code, and test it without open Xcode and Android Studio at all. It's easy, it works. We run fast, really fast. I can focus only on my product without necessarily no Objective-C and Java. We have identical dev production environment, and we created like something like OS, the Wix mobile OS. What else? React Native upgrade is much more easier now. As I told you before, I changed the engine to suitable for the new architecture of React Native. If it's JSI, if it's Android X, if it's now I need to put all the CocoaPod and stuff, it's not necessarily relevant to the modules. I don't care about it. Just the info team. We have clear API between the teams. It's important. It's important because for 100 people, it's super important to have strict APIs, because otherwise it's a mess. And we have different release process between module and the engine. I mentioned it before, but let's take a look now. If I have a different release process, it means I can release a new engine to the store every 2 weeks, 3 weeks via App Store or Play Store, and the module it can ship over the air like a code push. So it's actually like the web. I'm making a few changes in my code, in my JavaScript code, and push it immediately to production. It shouldn't necessarily go through the approval process of Apple and Google. It's amazing. It's a huge progress if you are developing mobile, because we are a mobile developer not used to ship product super fast. Taking account all of the above, it makes sense to have mostly engineer with front-end skills. So we have almost the biggest React Native project in the world. We have around 100 developers, 5 sites, 3 different countries, 20 groups, and we're growing super fast. Most of the code written in JavaScript. 30% native and 70% is JavaScript code. Almost all of the code is shared between iOS and Android, because we do it the same in the infra. We are able to release production actually every day. We do it once in 2 times a week, but we can do it every day. And we have millions of active users. So don't let the water boil out. If you have something different, something similar, your application and the company growing super fast, think about scale from the moment that you feel that the water is warmer. Don't wait everything to break. And that's all. If you have any question, you can grab me in the break and ask me a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omri. We're just going to change over mics, and I think we need to just wait a bit for the other talk in the other room to finish as well. So bear with us 1 sec. Cool. While we're waiting though, I have to mention a few sponsors again. I actually just sort of forgot to mention them after the break, so I've got like a list of things I have to do and I keep forgetting to look at it. So I just want to name 4 of our gold sponsors again. We have SumUp, again, who have a stall outside. are creating powerful, easy-to-use financial solutions to help small business owners run their business. So thank you very much to them. Everestate is an end-to-end platform and a dedicated tech team. They're revolutionizing the home buying experience, which desperately needs revolutionizing, to create the best in market customer journey, which is great. We have Delivery Hero, which you probably heard of. Delivery Hero is building the next generation global on-demand delivery platform, food ordering network, which is innovative and creating new verticals such as groceries, pharmacies, flowers, and other convenience articles in multiple markets. And finally, Wayfair. Wayfair is one of the world's largest online destinations for the home. They're reinventing the way people shop through their commitment to industry-leading technology and creative problem solving. So thank you very much to them too for sponsoring. I don't know. I think the other talk is going on. So would you rather wait or start and have people pile in?
I can wait for 5 minutes.
Should we wait for 5 minutes? We're going to wait 5 minutes, chat amongst yourselves, and we'll come up again when we're all good. Is that cool? Cool. We're ready. We're all synced up. I'll just turn my phone off with my notes. Right. Last but not least, we have Manjula. You have like the worst speaking slot of the day, nerve-wracking all day. So, good luck. It's finally here. Manjula is going to be talking about building web apps for everyone. And little tidbit, in her spare time, Manjula is a hip-hop dancer and also thinks that coding is the closest thing to magic after magic, obviously. So since it's last talk of the day, I want a really, really big round of applause for Manjula. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're fine because it's the last talk of the day. I hope you're not sleeping, but everything is going to be fine. Cool. So today I'm going to be talking about building web app for everyone, which means it should be accessible. Before I start, just a quick introduction about myself. I'm a web engineer at N26, and we really care about accessibility a lot. So yes, that's why I'm here today. And I'm one of the organizers at React India, and you can find me on Twitter, Manjula_Dube, if you want to follow me. So let's start, right? Let's start talking about it. I don't think accessibility is like a barrier to innovation, because I think it's a whole lot of different world where we're already so innovative about technology. So nothing stops us from building accessible apps, right? It's next level to innovation, what I see accessibility as. So today what I'm going to be talking about is LE with React, which means it will also give few examples how you should be building your components in React. Mostly what I'll be covering today is screen readers. So the most of the examples would be for screen readers, which means they are having a low vision, maybe color contrast, or maybe they are differently blind users. So what do you see on the slide? Nothing? This is what happens when a blind person actually comes to your website, and you need to make sure that you are making the user feel that he can use all the assistive technologies available in the Chrome, right? And for that you need to basically write your HTML in a semantic manner. So next, to talk about what is WCAG, is nothing but the full form is called Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which are the set of standards they actually put in that you have to follow to make your site accessible. That's simple. Like, we have certain standards, and this needs to be followed to build an accessible app. But WCAG is basically categorized into 3 separate versions, and they are A, AA, and AAA, which means this is a success criteria for you to follow whether your app is accessible or not. So if you are on AA, that means you have if you've taken care of accessibility in general. And if you are like AAA, which all of us cannot be, because you cannot manage to be on a AAA level where you manage to basically understand all of your content and make it usable for your assistive users, like the users who are blind, right? So it's good to be there with AA, because European laws and regulations mentions that your website should be accessible with AA. So you need to be in that standards. Next, we had a talk in the morning also about accessibility, and today the last talk of the day also ends with accessibility. But why are we talking about it so much? Like, why does it matter? So first of all, in this world, which is about 7.7 billion population, all of us are online, right? It's your friends, right? It's your grandparents. But it's also some of the regulatory organizations monitoring us whether our web app is accessible or not, right? For example, if it is not, there are companies who have been sued for not being accessible. For example, in US, it really matters that you serve all users, whether they are from any gender or whether they are disabled. So it really doesn't matter, but you basically need to serve all of your users. So first of all, I think we have a very wrong view of disability. For example, when I started doing a lot of accessibility work, for me it was just blind users, but it's beyond that. It's more than that. It's not just blind users, it's more than that. So everybody has a different perception about it, if you see. But 1 in every 10 users has some kind of disability. If you see, every user coming to your web app or website might fall in any of the categories you see from here, right? So your users can be any one of them. They can be with visual impairment. They can be somebody who is motor and physical impairment. They can be someone who is, who has some disability with cognitive learnings. For example, math. I was very bad at maths. So, you need to serve all of these users. Also, accessibility also depends on situation. For example, you might just break your arm. You met with an accident. So you cannot say that you do not want to build a website which is not accessible for everyone. For example, even I can fall in that category sometime, right? So we have to build it for everyone. Also, I always had this in my previous company. We didn't really care about accessibility at all. Like, I had every other person saying that, I don't think we need it right now in the company. But why? You don't know your users. Maybe your users are using it and it's a bounce rate. For example, they're coming to your website and they're seeing, okay, it's not at all assistive. I mean, I as a user cannot use it. Let me go somewhere else. There's a huge gap and you're also losing your users. So let's quickly run through some of the principles. This is just a theory, but this is important because accessibility revolves around these 4 principles, which is also called as POUR, for example, P-O-U-R. And let's quickly discuss how they basically fall into. So if you see perceivable, this means that whatever content you're putting on the web page should be processed by all the users. And this can be like any format you're putting up on the page. This has to be processed by the user. Second is operable, which means it should be navigatable by your users. That means your users should be using keyboard and they should be navigating through your website. For example, if the user cannot hear, you should have some text. And if the user cannot see, you should have some audio, right? So you should be able to operate all kind of users. Third is understandable, which means all the content on your web page should be really understandable in a way that every user who visits your website, whether he is visually sighted user or he is not sighted user, he or she or they should be basically scanning the website and they should understand each and every content of your website or a web app. Robust, by this I mean it shouldn't be a platform independent, right? I mean, it should serve all the platform. It should run in all the browsers. For example, IE, right? It should be robust, for example. So build it for everyone. By everyone, I mean all the 7.7 billion population people you have around in the world. That means making it accessible through keyboards, having a live captioning, right? Having a live transcript, which is already there, making sure that your color contrast works in a manner where it passes AA, which I meant that from the European laws, you should be making sure that it passes AA conformance. So one more thing, like I had a pretty huge discussion even in my last company that, frameworks are barriers to building accessible apps, which is not the case. So whether it is Angular, whether it is React, or it's a Vue, you still are writing HTML. So no matter what, even if it is JSX, you still are writing HTML, right? So no framework stops you from building an accessible app. That's the point. Like, you use any sort of framework, it doesn't matter. So what should we do? Right when you start your project, start writing semantic HTML. By semantic, I mean start writing good HTML and not just divs just because you need it. So start understanding what kind of semantic HTML you need for a page. If it's a form, go and put a form and not a divs, right? So that's how it is. So accessibility is built in browsers. It's not a switch. You turn it on and you turn it off. It's basically there in browsers. It's just for us to use it. So things to keep in mind. Like, this is in general not related to anything to do with React. So how many of you know this? Okay, so basically this is color contrast. So your designers might be coming up with the brand colors if they're starting a startup, or you always tend to play with colors, especially when you're front-end dev. And as a developer also, you should know, while your designer has given something to you and you're designing it, you should know whether it passes the conformance level that's needed to build an accessible app, right? For example, let me quickly show you what happens. So this is basically used against text color and background color. So it basically shows you the contrast, if it's valid or not, if the conformance level is to the success criteria. So let me put the background color as maybe white, and let's put the text color as yellow. It's not perfect. Correct. So that's how you basically see that the color contrast here basically fails, which means you shouldn't be, while designing or as a designer or as a developer, you should be taking care of the color contrast as well. So color contrast is also present in dev tools. For example, if you go in your Chrome dev tools, you can actually see the contrast. So while building, you can also take care of this. Okay. Cool. So next thing, what I believe is we should be using battle-tested libraries, which is already there around in the ecosystem. Somebody's built it and which says, okay, it's accessible. So why not use that? Why reinvent the wheel? So if you know something is already there, just use it. Make sure that, how many of you like the light mode of IDE? No one? How many like the dark mode? So see, so you should support both, right? You should support both light mode, because for some users, light mode is really, they do not put a lot of constraint to the eyes. For example, for some people, it's vice versa. So support both of the modes in your app, if possible. Having a descriptive name for alt text, which all of us know, but what I mean by descriptive, let's quickly see. So you see here 2-man, right? They're standing with a flag here. How would you do that in React? It's simple. You would say image source or 2-man holding a flag. How can it be more descriptive? 2-man holding US flag, right? if you see, it's more descriptive. So when the assistive user comes here, what it would say is 2-man holding US flag. Right? This makes it more descriptive for the user who is non-sighted and who is visiting your website. Unique titles. So each of the page that you're serving a user to, so that the user has a context of what page he is on, you should give a unique titles to that page. So we already saw some of the general things. Let's see something with React. So first and very foremost thing is when you are working with React, something changes and something still remains the same because it is HTML. What changes here is casing of the attributes. So some casing of the attributes is differently written in React. For example, if you're using tab index, if you're using content editable, and if you're using max length, while all the area attributes is still supported in JSX, so they remain as it is. This is hard time. I still keep telling people, start using fragments instead of divs. Now, why is this a term? Like, why should we do that? Because fragments do not add an extra node, right? And divs do add an extra node. I remember like when I started doing React, just because I couldn't return 2 elements, adjacent elements from it, I used to wrap it with div. No matter what, div. No matter what, div, but don't do that. Handling forms. So there are 3 most important stuff while you deal with forms, which we'll see. So first of one is required fields, second is errors, and third one is disabled buttons. So let's quickly see our input component, how you would basically create an input component in React, which is accessible as well, right? For the assistive users, for the users who do not have sight and they are basically coming to your website. So let's say something like this. There's a first name and basically the field is required field. So what you would do is you would create an input component and you would pass all of the ID type as a prop, correct? And you have also passed required, which because you know for sure that this input is a required thing in my form. So when you render, like in your input component, it looks something like this. So you have a label and you have an input. So a label and an input should always be attached because label gives you label gives basically the visual users a description of what the field is, right? So for the visual users you give a label and you have an input. So everything works fine. You have a required attribute on the input, but let's say what you see here is I have also passed area required true. The reason I have passed is this is the thing that the screen readers read, and that's how they know, okay, fine, this field is required. So when the focus is on the input, basically they know that this field is required. But when you don't pass the area required as true, basically it will not be read by the screen readers. So your user would not even know that this field is required. So make sure when you are adding a required as a prop, you also make sure that you also add an area required true as a prop to the input. So let's say you have a multiple fields, which means I have input as a first name, input as a last name. I mean, I have a set of fields. But now I know for sure that all of the fields are required fields. So you basically have something saying at the top, listen, fields marked with asterisk are required. Now when the screen readers scan through your page, they will read this as an instruction and tell you, and basically now the non-sighted user knows that all of the fields is required one. So when you have some use case where certain things is required, like for example you already know that all of the fields are required, just put a small description at the top which helps which might help this user to understand that, okay, all of the fields are required one. So this is how the input will look like in the browser. This is how it would look like. You will have a label, you will have an input, you will have a label and an input, and basically there will be required from the assistive technology. So now, how to handle errors? This is a complex thing, but all of us do that because let's say you're adding invalid stuff in your input, and you want to basically say, okay, this is invalid email address, or this is something that you're putting to the input is an invalid. So how you would do that? So let's say I have an input component, right? I also have an errors component. Now, always make sure that your errors are always associated to your input field. Like if in the input field something goes wrong, make sure the errors are displayed just next to the field. So now what happens here is I have an errors with ID email errors, and what I have done in the input field saying that this input should be described by email errors, which means if something goes wrong, if there is an error in this field, this will be described by the error. So if you see, there is always an association with the error component and the input field. So this is how you do it. Next, if you want to see how the errors component look like, is we have an error. The important thing here is the errors component basically has a div with the role alert. So what helps the screen readers here, basically when the screen reader will actually read it, they will know that this is some of the sensitive information and this is an alert which they shouldn't skip. So this, now they know, okay, something important is shown up on the screen and we need to fix it, and only then we can submit the form. So next in the form, one of the things which is very important is disabled buttons, because all of us have it, right? Let's quickly see how we would do that. So let's say we have an action component which has a disabled as a prop, right? Now what happens if you have a disabled prop, you basically apply a disabled attribute to the button, right? So you would do something like this, which is good. Okay, but now what happens is when you apply a disabled attribute to a button, basically it is not only disabled from the users who are like normal users, but also from the non-sighted users. So what happens is this basically gets removed from the accessibility tree. So the moment when you say disabled, something which is disabled, for example, you say a button which should be disabled, it gets removed from the accessibility tree, which means now when your user who is non-sighted, who's using a screen reader, will scan through the HTML page or your website, he will not find this button at all because it's already removed from your accessibility tree. So what would you do in that case? In that case, you would basically use area disabled and not the disabled prop, and you would style the button for the visual users to make it look disabled. And what you would also do, just to prevent the submit of the form, you would also say pointer events to none, which means it will prevent an on-click on the button. So visually, as a user, I see it is disabled by applying some styles. But when the screen reader also scans through this web page, they can see, okay, it's disabled. So this way, you're also handling your users who are using screen readers. Now, for example, let's say you want to hide a content from both screen readers and your users who are visual users. What you would do is basically have a prop which says allowed disabled. Now when this prop is there, sure, you can apply a disabled attribute to your button. So now you know, okay, this content, like basically this button, should be disabled for both screen readers and your visual users. So this makes it more applicable. Next is a self-explanatory button, which means the content should be more explainable in a sense that, for example, let's say there's a normal button which says book room. As a user, I can see it, so I know it's a button which says book a room, so something will happen. As a user who's non-sighted, the screen reader will go ahead and read the same thing, so you know. So it's more explanatory, right? As a user, also as a visual user, and also as a user where you're non-sighted user. Let's say it's an icon. What would happen in that case? I mean, as a visual user, I know for sure things are happening for me, right? But the user who's using this screen reader would not even know what's happening in here, right? Because it's an icon. And what this icon is actually trying to do, I don't know, right? So, let's quickly see what it would look like. So you have a button component which handles the on-click, okay, fine. But you also have an area label. Now what you've done, the main thing that you've done here is you've basically wrapped your icon component around your button component. And your button component here is nothing, but it renders the button, the simple semantic HTML. So now you make sure that while you click on this icon, you basically, the screen reader will actually read padlock toggle because you've given that in an area label, right? It will basically read padlock toggle, and now the non-sighted user knows that he has clicked a button which is like padlock toggle, right? So you should give some context to your non-sighted user where he could understand that what's happening with this icon. So DOM and the visual order, this is one of the thing very, you should use it very carefully. For example, there is a lot to do with flex, right? You can basically say reverse the column, you can say reverse the row and whatnot, which is good for us because I don't like to write CSS. I mean, it's good, it's so automated. Like, you know, something can just be, but, you know, for the users who are using screen readers, when you say tab, 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 something, they might get confused with this because when you apply flex direction, say reverse row, your button or DOM changes, but the order still remains the same in your real DOM. What happens when you say tab, 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 the users who's non-sighted might lose the context or he might get confused what's happening, right? So you should be very careful while applying all of these properties, especially with flex. So hiding content, we all do that, right? I mean, we do hide content because we are front-end devs. There's often, you know, scenarios where we would need to hide content. So for example, let's say you want to hide something, we say display none, right? Yes? But again, like when you say display none or visibility hidden, the contents also get hidden from the screen readers because this will not be at all be visible for the screen readers. In that case, what you do is, if you want to make sure that certain things are visible to the screen readers, like, you know, the content should be visible, what you do is, these are the set of CSS which would make it appear for the screen readers. And this is like a set of CSS collections which you can also find it online. And you would basically create, let's say, you know, a set of helper which helps you collecting so that it is accessible to the screen readers. Now, when you want to use it in any of the components that you are using, you would just go and use it. So what happens here, that content, that particular content will be, will also be visible to the screen readers. So this is a set of helpers that you can use. And the moment, this is nothing but this is like CSS and JS, whatever CSS and JS library you use. You have the component name, and then you would apply that CSS to that particular element. So this is basically now be visible to the screen readers as well. Now we also have a component, just so that you do not want to proxy the style utils. What you would also can do is you can have it as a component, which means wherever you hide it, whichever component or element you want to hide it, you can wrap around with that, and that will be visually hidden but still be available to the screen readers. So icons, which we already discussed, but let's go through it. So this is mandatory that you often associate your icons with the text, because it makes it easier for the screen readers if they're clicking on the icons. Some more about action component. So let's say your action component basically also decides what to render, whether to render button, whether to render a link or a tag, right? So let's say what I'm doing on the left hand side is I'm basically having a action component where I say, okay, type is button, which is a prop that I'm passing. And now in this case, if let's say you get a power that the action component decides that whether it will be a button, whether it will be a link, or whether it will be an a tag that will be rendered. Right? For example, when you say type button, that means you would basically render a button. But when you say target equal to blank, that means you would basically render an a tag where you would say, target equal to blank. So your one component basically makes it possible to render what you want, which is also accessible to the users. Handling dialogues. This is one of the main concern, because what happens is basically I'll show you this example. This is called React Area Model, and the way it functions is what we want as a user is when we click on the model, basically the focus should be inside the model, right, and not on the page. So this is how it also makes a difference for the users who are the screen readers. For example, they know that when they are clicking this button, something which is focused now, the focus is already gone to the model. So this is very important. For example, you should totally go through React Area Model, because this is one of the accessible models which is in React if you're working with React. Yes, we have one more model which I would like to discuss. There is also React LE Dialog. So if you're using models a lot in your company and you want it to be accessible, you should also visit this. This is same as what I just showed you. So now we talked a lot about how to build components, how it should be. Also, like as a beginner, where you don't know how and what we should do to test it, let's have a quick look what we can use to make sure we build an accessible apps. So there's this ESLint plugin which basically enforces you if you do not follow an accessibility rule. So it will basically say, hey, hello, you forgot the alt tag. Go and fill in your alt tag. So basically this is like an ESLint plugin which you can configure in your ESLint configuration. Second is React Axe. What this does is this basically audits your page and gives you and runs an accessibility issues, and if there is some accessible issues present on your page, it basically consoles on your browser, so okay, things are wrong. So this it has serious, moderate issues, so you know for sure that which one you should pick up and fix, right? Next is Agnostic Acts, which is built by one of my coworker who's sitting there. Hello. And so this is same as React X, but has few advantages over React X. The advantages that it has is, first of all, it's framework agnostic. I mean, you don't need to run a React app, and it can be an Angular, Ember, or whatever you want. And basically, it runs the audit only if the DOM changes. So for example, what happens with React X, it runs the audit on re-render of the component. But what happens with agnostic acts is it only audits when your DOM changes. So that means it uses less resources. So I would prefer using agnostic acts, and that's what we use at N26 as well. So you should try it too. Next is Pa11y, which is also called as PELI. This is like an automated testing PAL, which means what you could do is this basically as an command line interface which loads your web page. And once you load your web page, you can basically have a test audits against it, which will be shown in the command line, whether or not if something is failing or is there some accessibility issue. One thing you could do is you could always include this in your builds. So for example, something new is coming up, the build would basically make sure that something is wrong with this. So what you need to do is npm install. And if you see on the left hand side, what I'm trying to do is basically PELI and the website. So as a beginner, if you really want to see whether your website is accessible or not, go and try this. Trust me, it will give you some good results if it is not accessible. And the third thing that you see is if you want to see only the critical errors, that means as a beginner, you would not go and fix everything, right? If you're starting out, you would not fix the warnings or notice. First, you want to fix the critical errors. So if you ignored warning and notice, it would just pop up critical errors. So basically, just go and fix this. Also, it has a reporter CLI. I mean, it's inbuilt. The reporter CLI is inbuilt in PELI. So it basically reports whatever is wrong and not meeting the accessibility requirements. And that's it. Some other tools that you should basically use it. For example, React LE and color contrast checker if you're a designer or you want to make sure that the brand colors that we're using should be the accessible ones. One good thing is Storybook Addons, which I recently discovered. What happens is all of us build design systems, right? And we use Storybook, right? And if you want to make sure that the components that you're building is accessible or not, you can have this add-on in a Storybook. So while you're building, you actually know what are the violations and what you should fix. So some sanity checklist that you as a developer should know. Have a dark mode, which I already said. Have a light mode, user preferences. Always check whether the button, label, all the content on your page, also the image tag is descriptive. No matter what, don't give the users an auto play of a video. Yeah, don't do that. Make sure that you're satisfying the contrast level. There's enough contrast. Make sure everything is readable, everything is understandable, everything is structured. For example, I used to mess a lot with the H1 tags. Don't do that. Use them in proper order, proper hierarchy. Like there should be only one H1 tags per page, according to me. Make sure you have live captioning and transcript wherever possible. And like this is most important. If some users are not used to strong animations, make sure that you make it configurable. For example, if they want to have no animations, you still serve your web app. You'd still serve your website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manju. Accessibility is like really dear to me, so I'm really glad that someone's talking about it. We're done for the day. So, did you all have fun? Yes. Give us a cheer. Woo! Awesome. So we have a break for like an hour and a half or something until the party starts at 8 o'clock. It starts, I believe, back here. So come back at 8 o'clock, I guess. Have fun. Bye.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to run my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't focus in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're stronger.
You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10.
it's ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. We're searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out?